Hello, haven't seen you lot for a while. Welcome back, part 2 of the 24-hour stream. That's about as long as the breaks we will take. 1 minute and 45 seconds. And we welcome Marlon from the South View Coys. How are you, Marlon? You good?
Very well. Very, very well. Been watching you lot for last hour. I thought I better jump on the next session and do my bit.
You thought to yourself, you're not cool enough to do anything else on a Friday night. You will join us on here, right?
Look, the kids, I've got the kids sleep, I've got the kids watching the movie, you got an hour with me, and then I've got to go put them to bed. So I thought, you know what, let me go help out. Let me go do something interesting.
Superb. Listen, welcome back to anyone who has joined us from before. Welcome to anyone who's new. The link is in the chat just to give you an update. So we did make £730 via Just Giving in the first stream, and we made £347 from YouTube revenue, which means that we've made just shy of £1,100 so far for the Syria Turkey earthquake appeal. In the next 8 hours, let's see if we can match that. Let's see if we can make another £1,000. We're here to chat a lot of nonsense. We're here to chat football, but if we can raise money, that is the point of being here. So please, the link is pinned and the link is in the chat. If you want to do it by super chat, you can, and I will transfer the money over. Guys, we were talking.
Don't forget to mention, Savva, I think a big sell as well. Whatever is donated, you said you're going to put in of your own money and match it. That's a big sell as well. Don't forget to say that part.
Absolutely. There you go. So
because that's big of you. So big up, Savva.
I can't say fairer than that. So please, who's going to be the first person to give us a donation on this channel? Let's keep them coming in, guys and girls, and we'll keep talking football. On the other side, I'll start with you, Marlon. On the other side, before you joined us, we were talking about Spurs' need for some creativity desperately. We're also talking about how does that actually link into Antonio Conte's way of playing, because it seems very he seems reluctant to move away from the 3-4-3. Do you think if we brought in an attacking midfielder in the ilk of a James Maddison, for example, do you think we'd see flexibility and we might move to more of a 3-4-1-2 type formation? Or do you think he's dead set on this 3-4-3 working?
No, actually, you know what? I was listening to something you said because I have about Cesc Fabregas, and I was listening to that because I remember when he was on doing Monday Night Football or something like that, and he was talking about how Conte didn't want him, and I heard Jacob say it's the mentality of these players, because if they were told they weren't wanted, they'd be like no and turn against the manager. But Fabregas, he said no, I want to be here, I want to work hard, and I'm going to get back in your plans, and that's exactly what he did. He exactly went back and worked in his plans. Then you have to take Christian Eriksen when he went to Inter. There was times that he played a 5 in midfield then, and he didn't want to. He probably didn't want to, but he did. So I think if there's a good enough player out there, right? If it's James Maddison or someone else, he will be flexible. I think there's times like this season where Kulu's not been great at all, and he's looked injured. Son again, he's another one, hasn't been great. I think he wants to be able to have that flexibility. He just doesn't have it at his disposal. And I kind of said this the other night after the game. I think the problem we've got is we went from last summer where we needed 3 players max to help us move on to the next stage, which was probably 2 defenders and a cam. But we're going to be going into next summer needing to address a goalkeeper and more positions. So you end up just playing catch up. So what does he address first next summer? Does he want the central midfield? Does he want the defender? Does he take the goalkeeper first? It's just an ever-revolving door. But the problem we've got at the same time, our rivals are strengthening and plugging the holes now. So it's one of them. I think it would change. Yeah. This
is the thing, Marlon, isn't it? That, it was that last summer, it felt like not many gaps were plugged. Was the centre-back plugged? No. Did we get in a left wing back? I'm going to argue that Perisic isn't one. No. Did we bring in a striker that's effective? We could talk about Richarlison later, but no.
We'll talk about later.
Did we bring in a right wing back? No. Did we bring in an attacking midfielder? No. So it's like we've got to do it all again this summer. And then when we're not strong next season, the excuse is going to be, well, you can't plug every gap in one summer, right? So it's just a broken clock, isn't it?
Yeah, no, and that's always going to be the issue at Spurs, because we're trying to do. Like, I get we're trying to do things differently, but I feel like the way we've done things is a bit outdated. Other clubs have moved on from that, and it's just overtaken us, and we can't keep trying the same thing over and over again. We've got to change as well. Things move on, things evolve, and it's one of them. We know if we're not making top 4, that's when the money will get spent. But at the present moment, we look like, let's be honest, at the moment we look like we're going to get it. So Conte and the team have done exactly what the board want, and you just kind of have to go, all right, that's what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Just quickly, somebody said, Vishal said, Savva, if you're a real fan, you would run this stream until Spurs win a trophy.
Jesus. Cooper will start looking older. He's young. Look how young he is now.
I'll just let my wife know that I'm going to stream for the next 9 years.
I'll be recycled by then.
Guys, please keep the donations coming in. We haven't had a donation yet for this side of the show. So come on, who's going to be the first to get a donation in? And remember what we're doing this for. This is for some very unfortunate people that have had a really rough time. And we are fortunate enough to be in a position to help. And it's good
Spurs
to be able
fans. It's for Spurs fans.
This is for Spurs fans as well. But unfortunately, the people in Syria and Turkey need this money more than we do.
Yeah, of course they do.
And please, see if you can put in the donation. And here's the first one. Thank you, Kuva, for that. Donating to the cause rather than more. I'm not going to read that out, but thank you very much, Kuva. You can all read what it says. But please get those likes in, subscribe, and donate. Kuva, I'll come to you next. On this subject of creativity in our team, I can't help but think, and people will probably think I'm a broken record, I can't help but think not re-signing Christian Eriksen in the summer just looks more and more to me like a silly decision. I think, yes, the injury was unfortunate, but I thought whenever I watch Man United play, he was making them tick. And he had a wonderful partnership with Casemiro. Should that have been a no-brainer for us if we weren't going to strengthen elsewhere?
Yeah, seems that way, doesn't it? At the end of the day, what are you supposed to do when you're signing new players? You're supposed to improve your first team, aren't you?
Yeah.
So well, we are sadly lacking in some very obvious areas of the team. Creativity certainly one of them, and it has been the wing backs, and it's been the central defence and the goalkeeper. That all needs addressing. We're also starting to see the fact that if there's no Kane, there's no hope. So where do we go with that? I mean, it's starting to make that Richarlison signing look a little bit bad when perhaps we could have had a Jesus maybe that we were talking about at the time. Perhaps he'd be a better fill-in when needed. Then again, maybe not. We're just not playing very well. It's a difficult one. I think when you do get an opportunity to sign an upgrade, you just got to take it, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I mean, Jacob, I'm not normally a fan of going back to old players, but it just feels so telling for me that since Eriksen has gone, I mean, I'm not going to obviously harp on about the whole he's gone, died, won things and come back. I just feel like in all that time, we've not signed anyone of the quality of Eriksen. And I'm going to say it, even as much as I think Bentancur's a good player, I still don't think he offers half as much as what an Eriksen does. And for me, I just feel like it was a huge mistake not bringing him back to the football club.
Well, for me, I think this was a dividing issue in the fan base whenever it was kind of being floated around that we might go for Eriksen. For me, I was on the side that I did not want to see him again because I'm of the mindset once we break up, and if we break up nasty, girl, I ain't trying to hit you up. I don't care how desperate I am at 3 a.m. or in the midsummer day. You know what I'm saying? We need something creative in the middle. Nah, girl, I ain't going to call you because guess what? You thought it was better over there in Italy? Yeah, why don't you take your ass down to Sicily and go find something else over there? That's how I see it personally, because I am a petty
Jacob,
petty
even
motherfucker.
if you didn't find a girl as good as the girl that you're not going to hit up.
No, do you know what?
There's
I
always
agree with
there's
Jacob,
always
yeah.
something that's going to come along, maybe younger and better, and that's the way I see it. If you want to play me like that, I'm gonna have to play it real too. So there's going to be something a little bit more attractive, a little bit younger, a little bit better all around that you could find. Again, could find. Do we have the people? Do I have the wingmen at my club to go out there and find the right prospect for me? I don't think so. We need some changing of the wingmen, i.e. the recruiters, the scouting, whatever we got going on.
What you're clearly saying, Jacob, then, is the missus isn't home yet, is she?
No, she is. I'm just trying to keep it down. I'm just trying to keep it down.
Jacob, do you not think it's 3 a.m. now, though? Like, literally, like, not signing Eriksen now and going back to the ex. You know, you've seen how the last month
Yeah.
well, is it 3 a.m. now?
It does seem a little bit nicer right now because it is 3 a.m. and we're at this point where, especially because like you mentioned Kuva, you mentioned Savva, a lot of V's going on, trying to get them right. Savva, you mentioned Bentancur. I think whether we thought he was going to be living up to Eriksen's potential or fulfilling the hole that Eriksen left behind, that it doesn't matter if we thought he did or was going to, because coming back from that kind of injury, it's looking a little scary for me. His age, that kind of injury, our physio room, you can't forget our physio room. That's a black hole in itself. If they say 9 to 12 months, I'm going to bank on 16 to 21 months until we see anything that resembles the Rodrigo of last. So that worries me. It's time we brought someone in. But as far as the Eriksen thing goes, I'm always going to be of the mindset, like, if we broke up on bad terms, that's what it was. He cried and moaned and got his little bitch ass out of here on his way to Italy because he wasn't getting his way. He was me. Jose Mourinho's a mean man.
Hang on.
Get out of here.
Hang on. Did he though? Are we going to say that any player that
did you not see him pouting in the prime doc? All throughout the prime doc's fucking pouting Christian in the buzz.
But Jacob, this is the thing. We do this a lot to players that spend a long time with us, don't win anything. We then seem to turn it on them. Christian Eriksen gave us 6-7 seasons of being. Wasn't he at one point like?
I don't give a shit. Harry Kane's our leading scorer, but with City it was the same thing. You want to go to City? Get the fuck out.
Yeah, but Jacob, then we have to ask ourselves why. We have to ask ourselves why.
We know that answer.
Right, exactly. I don't blame. Listen, Eriksen said, his agent said right in that documentary that Eriksen told them the summer before that he wasn't signing, so sell him. Spurs made the decision not to sell him and get a lot of money. We held on. We do what we always do. We held on. Then when they're offering him a new contract in January, he's saying, I told you I'm not signing. And then we get 11 million for a player we probably could have got, I don't know, 50 million the year before, 60 million. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
probably more than that.
Before that, because at one point, didn't he have the highest assists in the Premier League for that period? Like, listen, and I'm not comparing them, Jacob. I'm not comparing Bentancur and Eriksen, but my point is that our midfield now has zero creativity. Like, no one that can put their foot on the ball and run a game, so to speak. And Christian Eriksen.
But I don't even know that Christian Eriksen necessarily walks into this squad either, because Højbjerg does the role that I think Kante wants a midfielder to do in his system. That's just I don't see where he goes.
If that's the case, then I don't want Kante at all. If Christian Eriksen came to this club and wasn't the first name on the team sheet behind Harry Kane.
Let's say healthy Bentancur and Pierre-Emile Højbjerg just won just got top 4, and we were all celebrating great, right? So Kante comes back with the same starting 11. I think that's what we would see even if we had signed Eriksen over the summer. I still think that it would have, week 1, we would have seen the same starting 11, because that's what got Kante top 4, and he's going to ride that until the wheels fall off. And that's what we saw. I mean, Emerson Royale, how long did he stick with that until he came good? That's the definition of, I don't know what you call it when you're at the casino and you're like 10 on red, 10 on red, 10 on red. It's going to hit red eventually one of these days, and it goes fucking 20, 30 turns without hitting red. And one of these days it's going to hit red.
Yeah, but I mean, that's, for me, that's a separate conversation. But I mean, look, Mark, let me come to you quickly.
Well, to be honest, Jacob, that would be your own fault. You shouldn't bet on Reds.
Yeah.
But isn't that your best probability in a casino? Is if you play roulette and you bet either black or red.
Yeah, but red.
No, Jacob. No matter how much you would do it.
Just quickly, Daniel, when you're saying Modric way better than Eriksen, I mean, yeah, Luka Modric is one of the greatest players in the last 2 decades of football.
Still is.
Equally played a very different way to what Christian Eriksen did for us. Imagine the two together.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. Imagine the two.
My God.
I mean, Mark, if we're not going to see an attacking midfielder come in, is that to say then that how does this team evolve if Conte was to stay? And we're going to talk about this in a minute. If Conte was to stay, how does this evolve? Because it's almost like we've already got our wing backs for next year in terms of Porro and Adoji.
Yeah.
So where does the creativity come from moving forward? If we do not want to buy an attacking midfielder, what happens?
Well, apparently in a Conte system, it's meant to come from the wing backs. So apparently, allegedly. But like, you going back to the Christian Eriksen thing, who actually knows that we didn't try to sign him and he said, I'm not going back there. You know what I mean?
Lots of the reports, lots of the reports at the time were that he wanted to come back to Spurs because we had Champions League football. But I don't know. If we couldn't get a free transfer over the line for a player who knew us and loved us, then I worry. Yeah. I worry more than anything. Jacob, do you want me to bring this up? Is that what you've?
I just saw the comment from Nexus talking about the F1 Daniel Levy sighting. We've seen him outside, no cap on the bald head, might I add. That sun is shining, my friend. You're going to burn that thing up.
Is that Brian Daigle?
Yeah.
There they are.
And he's laughing. He's smiling.
He's smiling. He's about to get paid. I mean, not like he hasn't already been paid, but he about to get paid. Oh man, he's talking about he's trying to be Joe Lewis's neighbor next year. That's what he's talking about to him. Oh my goodness.
Just quickly, thank you to Christian, who's just put in a super chat. We've now had a donation into the Just Giving page. So that is much appreciated. Please dig deep. So far, we've got 104 people in here. Please dig deep. See what you can do. Even if it's £1, people. Even if it's £1, it's so much appreciated. So please do that. Sorry, Mark, you were saying. So let's just assume then, okay, that's happened, but we still didn't make an attempt to go out and buy another one, did we? Which leads me to believe that we didn't want him.
It just goes to show that Conte doesn't want an attacking midfielder because it's meant to come from the wing backs. I mean, you can't say about next year because probably Conte won't be here. To be honest, I don't think he will anyway. Who's this? Jacob?
He'll always be there, Mark, with me in my studio. This is Antonio Kante. I took him out of the box to help him heal. I did a little voodoo magic on a stream to try and bring Antonio back to life because the shell of Antonio has made me very sad.
Hang on a minute. Hang on. Right. Now we're talking about Antonio Conte, right? How long has he been in Italy? How long has he been in Italy for now?
I thought he was just meeting with Winks, talking about potential.
No. I got a little story about this. A few years ago.
Be quick though, Mark. We've only got 16 hours, so be quick.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. I'll take my time. A few years ago, 7-8 years ago, I had exactly the same operation as Antonio Conte. I had my gallbladder out.
Yeah.
Right. All right. It is dangerous because to be honest, if they hadn't locked mine out, I'd have been dead because my liver was packing up. But 2 weeks later, I was, all right, it hurts a bit because you've got like a few little incisions in your stomach. But, I mean, personally, I think he's just skiving in Italy.
Skiving? I love that word.
Because I was like, all right, it hurts for a couple of weeks. But, I mean, I mean, I had a more physical job than he did at the time, you know, and so I had to because I couldn't like pick nothing up. I mean, he just got to wander about on a training pitch.
My thought is, why was he flying? I mean, I know when you get a Brazilian butt lift, you ain't supposed to fly for like 2 weeks or something because your ass gonna explode. So because they open you up and there's air in there and it's like air pocket. I'm not a scientist. I don't know how the shit works, but I know that if you have a major surgery and then you fly too soon after.
You've had it done, Jacob. You knew way too much about butt lifts right there. You've had it done.
That's a different stream. That's on a different channel of mine that I
run. I tell you what, if people donate a bit more money, Jacob will show us his Brazilian butt lift.
I'll show you what happens when you fly too soon after a major surgery. Made my ass explode.
Come on, you tight. Stop being like Daniel Levy. Let's kick the stream off tonight. This is the evening stream. Everyone's been at work. We're winding down. Let's get some money in there, even if it's £1. Even if it's £1, hit up the super chats, hit up the Just Giving link, which is pinned to the comments and is also in the comments below. Let's do this, people. Come on, let's not be tight. Let's do this.
And every dollar you give, Savva's going to give $1 to match you. So, I mean, that right there alone should incentivize the people who are here every day saying Savva's in the mud, Savva's in the mud. If I was someone who's coming in here trolling Savva every day, I'd give at least $5 just because now Savva's got to pay $5 too. A little extra trolling that's Premier League trolling level. Kante, the surgery thing, I worry
it's not letting
that
me donate £250,000 for some reason.
The Kante surgery. I did want to ask Mark, just talking about the surgery lastly, real quick. Did you travel or fly or anything? I'm just curious. I've never had the gallbladder procedure. I'm just worried that maybe that kind of surgery could affect you if you fly.
I'll tell you a true story. Right now, mine, I've been diagnosed with the gallstone thing, and I was on the waiting list. Now, I'd booked a holiday a few months before. I had my operation done the weekend before I was meant to go away on the Monday, and I still went on holiday. You know, I had to take it a bit easy, but I went on holiday. You know, I never flew anywhere. I drove, but it was a bit sore. That's still kind
of tough on it, though. It's got to be uncomfortable.
It was a bit sore. It's a bit sore, but it's just one of them things. I mean, personally, having been through this surgery, I honestly think he's just playing on it, and he just wants to be in Italy with his family. I don't blame him.
So I'm a little bit. I like diving into not just conspiracy theories, but like all of the macabre stuff. I enjoy all that. So for me, when it's very coincidental, in a conspiracy theorist mind, that it's very coincidental. Oh, you just had surgery. Oh, we just flew to Milan to play in a game, which is your native country, which is where your family still lives. And this is also where you're just going to choose to not fly back with the team. You're going to stay there to continue to rest, which to me, health comes before football. Health comes before anything else, because if he isn't well and he dies on our hands, he's going to wish he stayed home with his family. And you know what I'm saying? So I see both sides of it. From his end, is like, I'm home, I'm with my family, I need to rest and get better so I can help the team. But also I see it as like, the writing has kind of been on the wall. He hasn't been happy here. He doesn't think our ambitions are there. He doesn't. So it's hard for me to sit here and believe that it's just a major coincidence that a couple weeks after he has his surgery, we happen to be in Italy and he happens to want to stay and he happens to not be feeling well. It's a lot of happens.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think it's probably prudent to say, isn't it, Marlon, that look, everybody.
Look, that comment.
Yeah, but look, I think we've got to acknowledge that different people have different bodies, and I think we've got to, this is a guy that, according to reports, is an absolute workaholic that doesn't sleep. Look, I don't know. It can affect us all differently, but for me, what I read into it, and this could be completely wrong, is we're looking at a guy that currently isn't signing a contract, Marlon, or I'm not saying he's had it put in front of him, but either way, he's currently not the manager of Tottenham Hotspur next season, right? As it stands.
Good.
I agree. But listen, he's currently not the manager of Tottenham Hotspur next season. It just feels, from a cynical point of view, that this is a nice, easy way to wind away from the difficult questions of, is the contract happening? Is that too cynical, or do you think this is innocent? Do you think? I mean, what's your take on it, Marlon?
I think there's a lot of factors, and I think actually what Jacob was saying there, it just happened to be that he was in Milan and maybe not coming back. But we've also got to remember he's lost. Is it 3 people he's lost this season as well?
Yeah.
I think it's taken its toll on him a little bit. I think there's a lot more, and I think he does. I think a lot of people have told him he needs to step away from football for a bit. And Spurs is a stressful job anyway. Let's be honest, it's a stressful job.
It's stressful being a fan, let alone managing.
Y'all think he's in any group chats getting trolled? Like, Kante, good job today. All other Spurs fans in every group chat getting trolled every week.
I think there's more. It's a catalogue of things, and you probably are a little bit cynical and thinking, but at the same time, I think it's just a case of this. I personally wouldn't have been able to cope. I'll be totally honest with everything that's happened to him this season, and then plus the operation on top. I personally would want to take some time out. His family have probably told him. I think his coaching staff have told him, you've got to take some time out. And Spurs, and maybe Spurs have looked at it and gone, yeah, you probably do need to take more time away. Because after the Leicester game, he didn't look right. I'd openly say he didn't look right, and he didn't really want to answer any questions. And then against AC Milan, he wasn't trudging up and down the touchline like he used to. Because there's always that passion that he's got. It just felt like he wasn't still. There was a lot going on in his mind. And look, if he's here next year or if he's not, personally, I like Kante. And again, I probably.
Is it the free flowing? Is it the free flowing attacking football that you're?
So I'm going to say something here. Do you know what? I've probably been hiding behind this a lot, and I'm probably going to say something here that I know a lot of people won't agree with, but I'm probably one of the few that actually doesn't mind the football, and I know I'm probably one of the few that don't mind the football. I think I don't find it as bad as everyone else is, and that's just me. That's just my personal opinion. I know a lot of people go, it's crap, it's this, it's that. But I don't find the football as bad as what most people do. And that's probably where I'm not a big Conte out kind of person, because I don't really care. As long as we are getting the results kind of thing, I'm on that. And I've looked at this season and I've tried to weigh it up in a weird scenario. But it's just, there's so many things. There's so many things that could be playing a factor. But like what you've all said, if you lot don't want Kante here because you want to play attacking football, I've got no qualms with that. I'm just like, you know what? I'll just move on to the next manager. But I've never wanted a manager out. I don't think I've ever wanted a manager. I didn't even want Nuno out when he was thingy. I've always gone. Their hands are tied behind their back. It is what it is.
And Nuno was just happy to be there.
Yeah. Do you know what I think it is, Marlon? Do you know what I think it is? For me, it's not that I'm so actively out.
Yeah.
I think I'm probably like Coover in this regards. Alf Martin has said, did I see a super chat? Sorry, there it is. Sorry, apologies. Alf Martin, big up, said, hey, big up all. This is thanks for the coaching tips. Alf, I hope your coaching is going well. You need any support, just reach out to me, my man. And thank you to a couple of people who have put in some Just Giving donations. So that is PJ Berlin, Anonymous, Christian, and Anonymous. So we're now up to £772 in the Just Giving and in the live stream so far. In this one, we've made $8.41. So please keep digging deep. Honestly, I know this sounds silly, but it really does help me, and I'm sure everyone else keep going, to know that people are actually adding and building up that pot. It really does help us get through, because as I said earlier, 24 hours in a row is a tough gig. I'm telling you, it's a tough gig. Mola, I think the thing for me is people like me and Coover that didn't want him at the club in the first place. I think That and Mark, it makes it slightly different. Where it's like I said from day one that there was no point in being here because he's a winner, and that's not what we do.
Yep.
It just doesn't help me personally as a fan. Only me, Marlon. I'm not speaking for anyone else. Just me.
Of course.
I represent Savva football. For me, it doesn't help that I just don't like his football.
Yeah, and that's your preference, exactly.
Yeah,
and I'm not gonna sit there and go, you're completely wrong, because like the majority, you probably are right. But I'm not someone. I'm like, look, I enjoyed Poch days. I enjoyed Redknapp days. To be fair, my most favorite days was under Martin Jol. The way he completely transformed this club. He doesn't get enough credit where it's due. But you know, Glenn Hoddle probably changed. I think when Glenn Hoddle came in, he probably changed the football completely. He tried to play the football that he wanted, and then it's kind of escalated. But at the end of the day, I think I'm in the scenarios. I'm kind of like, you know what? Another manager will come in. It'll probably be the same problems. As long as it ain't, the only football that I've probably not enjoyed is Andre AVB. But he done so well for the club, and a lot of people won't accept that. But his win percentage in that first year, in his first season,
was very good.
Yeah, and there's only two managers. No, there's only one manager. Well, two managers now. There's only two managers that beat his points total. That's Kante, I believe, and Pochettino done it twice. and that's saying something, I think.
Well, it's funny you should bring up Big Martin Jol, head coach. Wasn't a manager, was he? He was head coach. I remember that.
I loved him. He made me fall in love with Spurs, and he made me believe in Levy. And I'm not.
He brought football back to us, didn't he?
Yeah.
I'd love to talk to him on the phone every night just to hear his voice. I loved the way he talked. You know, just loved it. It was brilliant.
I'm like that with Jacob.
Yeah. Guys, so I wanted to move on to my next topic, which I've got down here, which was the top three managers for Spurs in the Spurs. Jesus Christ! It's only hour 9. It's only hour 9. The top three managers for Spurs in the Premier League era. Oh. Now, I'm guessing that everyone's, and this will be down to preference, right? I'm guessing everyone's is going to be slightly different. So I'm first going to ask everyone in the chat. There's 125 of you. So please, anybody in the chat, what's your top three managers in Spurs managers in the Premier League era? Premier League era. So don't put Terry Venables in from the FA Cup days, you know. Let me start with... I'll tell you a mine are, and then you guys can go, just so it doesn't seem like I'm copying at the end. Personally, my favourite was Harry Redknapp. I really, really enjoyed that era under Harry Redknapp. Win, lose or draw, I just thought it was good to watch. I liked the way he kept it simple, flying wingers, attacking midfielders. I loved his honest assessments of the game. I loved the way we went and attacked teams much bigger than us in the Champions League. And he gave, for me personally, some wonderful, wonderful memories, followed by Pochettino for obvious reasons. And after that, I would have to say Big Martin Jol, because as you said, Marlon, this guy started us going on that kind of upward trajectory that led to Redknapp and that led to Pochettino. So for me, that would be my three. But let me come to you, Kuva. Where do you sit with this? Who are your top three managers in the order, and why?
Well, it's got to be Nuno at the top, hasn't it?
Yeah, big up Nuno.
No, but you already know me, mate. Pochettino all the way, number one for me.
Yeah.
Because not only was the football so stylish, it was that only time in my entire life where I thought we could win the league was under Pochettino.
Yeah.
And that includes a great 1980s side we had. We were more of a cup team then. Few third place finishes and things like that. But we never really challenged the likes of Liverpool and Everton back in the 80s, or Villa at the start of it, or even Forest before that. But that run under Pochettino, chasing Leicester, until we had that game against West Brom where it all fell away. What a ride that was. I was loving every moment of it. I I just want that feeling back. Like we can do this. It's an amazing feeling. It's addictive. It's a drug. I don't see anything like that anymore. No, absolutely, all that hope's gone. But if we're talking about just managers, got to have Harry Redknapp in there at number 2. Great attacking football. Forget all the tactics. It's all about you're a good player. Get out there, express yourself, do what you want to do. We're going attack. That's all he knew. Great stuff. Love that. Real trust in the player's ability rather than barking out orders constantly about shape and transitions. Yeah, barking.
Good banter. Good banter.
And then it's got to be Martin Jol for third place because, like I already said, he brought football back to us. We had some disgusting football before Martin Jol came back. Really rescued this club. Gave me a belief in what we're supposed to be doing again. I cannot stress just how good his stint was in charge of us. It was transformational. Well, just come off the back of things like wonderful Jacques Santini turning us into the 0-0 specialist team and parking the bus. It was horrendous football. We struggled on the Hoddle despite him being a club icon. Martin Jol, relatively cheap budget for what he did. Good football. Got us believing in the team again. It was a good time. All 3 of those managers had their downfalls, but all 3 of them, I can back them fully. I was enjoying myself there.
Yeah, it's and that's why for me now people talk about fall from winners and stuff. It's just not fun. And I believe those eras, even like Mark, I'll come to you next. I definitely know who your number 1 is. I definitely know that. But those times were fun, right? Like I remember under Redknapp, there were a few games, obviously, where we got battered and there were, but I always felt like we were going to be in a game. I always felt like we would try and score. We would try and go forward. Who are your 3? And I'm coming to you next, Marlon.
Well, obviously Poch number 1. And I honestly think he'll be back in the summer. Thankfully, we might actually see some good.
You are desperate for that to happen, aren't you?
I love the man. I've still got the We Are Tottenham TV T-shirt upstairs with his magic, on it. It's been stored away at the moment, but it'll be back out in the summer. No, but when Poch was here, I mean, you got to remember. I can remember the Arsenal invincible side, and I remember like Arsenal winning the leagues. The amount of crap, even living in Somerset where I live, the amount of Arsenal fans texting me, like tagging me in things on Facebook. I know it was constant. But when Poch was here, it just stopped. And then suddenly it was me tagging them in things. It was, what I know it's been 7 years in a row now we finished above them. But it's not all been Poch, but that started with Poch. I was proud instead of like going in the pub with my Tottenham shirt on and like sitting in the corner and putting my coat on after like half time because we were like 3-0 down. I was proud to be a Tottenham fan. For the first time probably since '91. When we won something.
Are you not worried, though, that the whole Poch coming back is going to be kind of like after the Lord's Mayor show, where it's not as good as the first time, and now your memories have been a bit soured? Does that creep into your thinking?
Of course it does, because we all know who the chairman is. I mean, he screwed him over once, So, I mean, but you look at all the supposedly good kids we got in the academy, like your what's his name? Oh, it's amazing. Divine, and like there's a couple of them in there that's meant to be really good. In the, you can see that Poch will develop then. Conte don't give a stuff about them. none of them will ever get in our first team unless we get a major injury concern, like half the first team's out or something. You know, they all get crocked at the same time. Then we might stick some kids in, but you know, I mean, look at what Poch done with Dele Alli. You know, we bought him for $5 million, and he was outstanding until Fortnite come out, and then he sort of fell off the cliff.
Until Fortnite came out.
Yeah, I mean, he was all right before then.
All right, so without the loving for Poch, who is your second and third?
Well, it's the same three you've already mentioned, like Harry Redknapp, just for the fact what he done with Gareth Bell, because you got to remember when he was left back, we never won a game for, was it 20 odd games, and he was like, and he chucked him on when we were 4-0 up, and he said, if we lose this, it's definitely your fault.
Just quickly, people, right, we are nearly 9 hours deep. We're going to get some energy. Come on, let's get some donations going. We had some brilliant donations from hour 1 to hour 8. It's been very slow in this hour. The link is pinned to the chat. I'm also putting it into the comments now, and you can do it via a super chat as well if you would like. It's up to you which avenue you choose. All the money will go to the charity either way. As soon as, well, I'll pay it out and then YouTube will pay me out. So thank you, Tarns. 26 said, what's the link to donate? I've just put it in the comments. Please, let's see if we can get a little flood of donations coming in to really help me going. The wife has just bought me a lovely, it's one of those drinks where you drop an isotonic tablet and it gets you a bit, you know, yeah.
A little fizzy.
It's called poppers, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
She's just
I don't know what
drugs.
That is.
Some drugs.
Yeah,
so come on.
Little bit of adult time again going to happen later, isn't it?
Listen, my aim is we are on the Just Giving side. We're on £772. Let's try and get that alone to 1,000 as quickly as possible. And on the YouTube side of things, we are now at $14 for this stream and $347 for the last stream. So we're just over £1,200 of donations, which I think is fantastic in 9 hours. But please keep it coming, even if people in the chat don't like donations, such as this guy who told me he didn't like donations. Please, let's see a little flurry of them coming in. Okay, sorry, Mark. So it was Poch,
Harry Redknapp.
Yep.
And it's got to be Martin Yo.
Big Martin Yo.
It's the three managers that we played our best football. It was all out. It was all out. All right, we lost games. But like Martin Yo was another one. Like it was just attack teams. I mean, that is supposedly, we haven't seen it for ages, but that is supposedly the Tottenham way. I can't remember the last time we saw that, but like allegedly it is.
Yeah, I mean, Marlon, obviously you're going to pick Conte number 1, but I'm joking. I'm joking with you. It's amazing, right? For all the people that come into my stream all the time and tell me off, and Conte's a winner, he's the best manager we've ever had. I don't think I've seen anyone pick him in their top 3.
Not for Spurs. Even though he's not even in my top 3. He's not even in it.
I'm just saying. Who you going for, Marlon? Who you going for?
So number 1, Martin Yo. He, for me, like just when he came in, originally, I think the story is Arneson wanted to bring him as the number 1. Levy kind of blocked it and went, we can't. He doesn't have enough experience to be a number 1, so that's why Santini came in instead, and Martin Yo would be number 2, and then obviously. Santini got homesick and all that, and that's why they went, you know what, we'll just go with what Arneson said to begin with. But Martin Yo took us from that mid-table team to where we are now, and that's what was able to help Poch in the later years, because he took us over that threshold. Number 2, Poch for obvious reasons. You know, he's the only one I've seen a title charge under, so it has to be. But my 3rd is a bit left wing, and I'm going to go for Jerry Francis.
Oh, Marlon. Oh, Marlon, you've just punched Kuva in the face metaphorically. He hates it. This is brilliant. This is what we need. This is what we need. Why Jerry Francis? Go on.
So
go.
I remember when he came in, we were crap. We were crap. And I remember he came in, he changed a lot of things. And I remember us going on this long unbeaten run. And when I can't remember how old I was, but I was pretty young. And I just remember, like, I've never seen Spurs do this. And he was probably the first one I went, you know what? He's actually got us playing okay. I'm not getting thrown abuse at when I'm going to football games and stuff like that. Brilliant. And that's why I'm picking Jerry Francis. I'm sorry,
do you know what?
I'm sorry.
Do you know what? Before I go to Jacob, hang on, I feel like this is...
And just another thing before I go. The reason why as well is because a lot of us are Enoch and Levy out, right? But every single one of us has picked their managers in the top 3. So they can't be and that's the scenario I'm going with. And I know, but we've all picked their managers. So are they doing that much wrong?
Oh, hang on. So you're saying so because none of us have picked a manager from 92 through to 2001.
Yeah. What have they done wrong? You've all gone and picked managers and said that we'll play decent football. So if Enoch went and picked a decent manager, for talking purposes, they do get it right sometimes, according to you lot, because the top 3 have all been the same.
Well, we'll come on to that in a second.
How many of the Premiership years have been under Enoch, though?
But there was time before that, and not much in comparison. Yeah. But one of us has picked a manager before Enoch.
Guys, I've got to listen. Like in a presidential debate, I'm going to give.
Just a second. Let's get things right. Marlon.
Yeah, go on.
You see that door behind you? You know what to do, mate.
I've got to say it. We've got to bring some debates to this, and I'm telling you,
fair enough.
When all pick Levy managers,
you must have been pretty young at the time. How young were you?
I must have been about 10, 11. I can't have been that old.
Fair enough. Yeah.
How old are you now? How old are you, Marlon? How old are you now? I'm
in my late. I'm going to be 40 in a couple of years.
He's got no excuse, Coover. He's my age, and I saw Jerry Francis. Just before we get Coover's...
Yeah, but Marlon still seems young.
Well, with that choice, yeah. But no, to be honest, I just had to throw... Look, I Redknapp was probably the closest, right? I'm not going to lie. But I just remember having, as a young kid, I remember the Jerry Francis days, and that was the first time I could go into school, apart from against the Arsenal and United fans as usual, but I could go into school and we will win certain games and this, that, and the other. And I just remember, all I remember about this day is him going on this complete unbeaten run for, I don't know how many games it was, and it's always stuck out in my memory. And I
do remember what you're saying. I would like to give Coover the opportunity to tell us why Jerry Francis...
Hang on just a minute. Ed M's comment just a few seconds ago.
Hang on, Ed M. Yeah,
if you're all pick Levy managers your top 3, you're all Levy in.
Right. Just quickly, let me get some super chats. Foggy Foam, and then we'll introduce Bobby K. We'll introduce Bobby K to the chat. And Rob G, who I believe is your cousin, Bobby K.
That's right. That's right. You know how we brown folk are. We travel in packs, baby.
We're allowing people of all different colours onto the show, Bobby. It's absolutely fine.
And we're like, if you saw him in person, he's like this light, like he's got that Spanish brown kind of to him. So we're thinking of making like a Bollywood version of. Yeah, we want to do like a Bollywood version of 50 Shades of Brown.
Yeah, I'm more of a cinnamon. I'm cinnamon brown-ish.
I'm normally a lovely shade of Greek, but I'm so pale. Anyway, listen, let me get to these super chats.
Come on, man.
Foggy Foam has said, please, next season, no Dyer, Sanchez, Davis. Enough, man. Listen, I completely agree, and thank you so much for the super chat. That money does all go to charity. Hollywood Hotspur just donating some money to the charity without saying anything. Thank you very much. That is much
the money
appreciated.
doing the talking.
Yeah. We've had, how has no one said Ramos? He was the last manager to lift a trophy. we're talking at the moment about the best free managers in the Premier League era for Spurs, and no one has mentioned the one who's won.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting, Savva, because Marlon said no one mentioned Kante, and then now Nicky Mo's saying no one's mentioned Ramos, those are two of my choices right there. He just hadn't came around the panel yet, so unfortunately, I haven't been here to my picks are gonna. I mean, it's tough because I want to say Jose as well. I love Jose Mourinho. Make of it what you will. I think he's quite the character. I think he's the kind of coach that I could play for. The type of manager that would really just tell you the truth. Not really, kind of like Conte. He just doesn't sugarcoat shit, and I appreciate that. Did he have success here? No, but.
Let me come back to Jacob in a second. Sorry, I've got a little flurry of super chats and a very big donation in the Just Giving page. Mile High Hotspur, thank you very much. What do you do, Mile High? Don't tell me, actually. Big up to the panel. Much love. Savva, what a great cause. Respect, brother. Listen, thank you. Listen, it's not me. It's everyone. Listen, I can't do this without, especially my main wingman, Kuva, who I'm sure will see a lot of the 24 hours through with me, even if he's pretending he won't. Kieran McDonald has said, I've defended Conte all season. No more. No more defence, guys.
Kieran, give up.
All I wanted this season was that FA Cup. I don't know what the F stands for, about top four.
Fudge.
No point, Fudge. No point if you can't win the Champions League. Levy out, Conte out. Thank you, Kieran. And a big shout out to Tarns26, who has just donated £50 to the Just Giving page, taking that total to 822. Tarns, thank you very much. Please keep giving, people. It's Friday night. It's the prime time. Keep digging. Jacob, I'll come to you, and then I'm going to go to the 50 shades of whatever Bobby K said. I'll get in trouble for it.
You could get. Yeah, I could say 50 Shades of Brown. You can.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, with Marlon in here as well, we definitely got 3 shades of brown going.
Definitely.
The worst thing about it is when you look at, like, if you look at how white Kuva and I are, no offense, Kuva, we are like so white. It's like, I feel like I've gone on holiday, everyone else is tanned, and I've just turned up in my little whitey tighties and got no tan. It's embarrassing.
You got to see this too. Like, we're expecting 20 centimeters of snow. This is me and Bob at our lightest.
Yeah. In the summer, this is the winter fade, man.
It gets darker. So this is as close to your shade as possible.
One of us alone could do 50 shades of brown just through the course of the year with all the weather changes.
Right. Wait till we get some sun up in here.
Wow, Jacob, take it away. You're free top Spurs managers in the Premier League era.
Well, I'll keep it short and sweet because I don't think I have as much history under my belt, admittedly, as Kuva or Mark or Marlon or Savva. So I'll keep it brief. But the manager who was a manager when I became a fan was Mauricio Pochettino. He delivered some of the greatest memories, I think. Second, I was honestly, the way I felt about this Antonio Conte signing, now I guess the story is still being written there. So if I had to put second, I would still say Conte and or Jose, depending how this thing shakes out with Conte, just because of the type of manager they are, not necessarily because of the results or the things that Jose got us to a final. He got sacked 5 days before because he said, I don't care about Southampton. I'm going to play a weekend squad. And he got the sack. So to me, that's just he got us right there to the dance. Just Daniel Levy didn't let us in. Well, he did let us in, but he accompanied us and was like our chauffeur. And it's like, you don't have fun when your mom's watching you at the dance. Like, Mom, stop looking over here. I'm trying to dance. And it's just, so that's me. And then third, I'm going to say Ramos because he was the last manager we had in 2008 to actually lift a trophy with us. For me, that's kind of my motivation is the type of manager and your results. So at the end of the day, he's the last manager to win a trophy, so he's got to get on the list somewhere. That's just how I feel about it. I haven't been Steve D. I know says, "Oh no, Jacob." Wow, yeah. Like I said, admittedly, I haven't been here as long, so I can't be like, oh, back in my day, I saw this one manager, and he was just so really good and vibrant in the way he worked with. I can't really do that. I can only say, hey, I enjoyed Pochettino when we hired Jose Mourinho. I was extremely excited for him. because of what I knew he could do, which was he delivered. He got us to a cup final. He was about to give us the first trophy in some odd years. So to me, that's not his fault. He got the sack. He's still a great manager. But I also put Kante in there because I like the style he can play. I think he could get us there if he had just a little bit more of like a confidence thing. And then the gallbladder, his friend's dying, you throw all that in there. But third has to be Ramos. So that's for me.
Let me cut Rob. G, nice to meet you. Hope you're well.
You. Yeah. You want to ask me?
Listen, what?
I'll give you my three. It's George Graham, Martin Yole, and probably Mourinho. But really, George Graham kind of picks itself because, I mean, obviously he's the one that I like the most.
I was actually going to say to you, Rob, what do you make of all of us fans sitting around talking about managers that nearly won something for us, got us to a final, but we never got over the line?
You know, I asked my cousin. I was like, "Are you sure you want me on this? Like, I don't think your fans are going to really want me here. I mean, I've spoken to Coop before, and I was like, do they want me to come in and talk? I can at least talk, you know, respectfully about just football in general. And from what I see from your club, I mean,
better.
My heart does go out to you guys because it's really the fans who are ultimately sitting around suffering, who pay their tickets, pay for their jerseys and merch and everything else, and they're the ones who are ultimately suffering. Like, I'm sure as a Spurs fan, you know, you don't give an F about a Beyonce concert, you don't give an F about a WizKid concert or the go-kart track. You want to see your team win games. So if it was happening to my club, you know, I'd be furious because I again would be like, where's the money, where's the investment, where's the direction? And a lot of that, you know, we did kind of go through, obviously, as an Arsenal fan. Now you're starting to see a bit of fruition going through from the last 3.5 years of pain, where you're like, hey, stick with us. You're going to go through the mire, but there is a light at the end of this tunnel. That's what you kind of want to see. As Spurs supporters, let me ask you guys, do you see a light at the end of this tunnel, or do you think it's just going to keep spiraling out of control?
It's not a tunnel, it's a well.
Hold on.
It is a tunnel, but it goes into the ground.
Just all picked Spurs managers your top three under Enix, so there must be some light at the end of the tunnel for you lot. They must be able to pick someone else for you.
Is it a managerial thing, right? Because the managerial thing is only one component of it.
Yeah.
No, of course. Just quickly, we'll come back to this, Jacob. I know you need to shoot off.
Yes, I just want to say bye. Donate. Savva's going to match the money. Whatever you put. If you love Savva, if you hate Savva, either way. If you put $1, he'll put $1. You put $5, he puts $5. That's a fucking man of his word. That's a dude you want taking care of things. So big ups to you, Savva. I'm not going to plug nothing, but I will say you got my message there. So I'll definitely be redirecting people your way later on. I'll be back later as well to help you out during the overnight hours. I guess they say what is it, that there's old tales that the witches and the wizards, they all come out to play after 3 a.m. So once it's over 3 a.m. in the UK, it'll be about after my dinner time. So I'll be joining the madness at that hour, and I'll help you see through some of the night. So I'll see you soon.
I'll be still going. Don't you worry about that. Yeah. The new stream will be starting at 4 a.m. Marlon, I know you need to drop as well.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. What we've done is we've replaced you with some Canadian people. So, doing it.
Yeah, big up Bobby K. Big up cousin. Sorry, I wish I could have chatted with you longer.
Rob, Jacob, Kuba, Marlon, and that's Mark Cousins up here. Yay, Marky.
Also, I hope I hope y'all fall down the table very soon. I hope y'all fall down the table very, very soon.
Everybody.
I need somebody to help us out. Someone help. We're calling on an angel. What does the song go? Calling on an angel. Anyway, see y'all.
Jacob, wait. Before you run off, could you do me a favor? Who's that player that we have that's in the midfield that's injured, that's South American guy?
That is the one and only Rodrigo Bentancur.
One more gosh,
man. Hey, we're going to miss that guy. It's too...
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
I appreciate you coming on. I really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Figure out, buddy.
Everyone that's left, just please keep smashing the donations in, even if it's £1. £1 is better than no pounds. Please hit the donations. Please like, please subscribe. Let's get this flying around YouTube, and let's do our best for countries that need our help.
Quickly. I'm just gonna go quickly.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Much
So,
love.
great thing. Well done. I'll try and come back in the morning, but actually, yeah, everyone, please donate. I'm not gonna plug my channel because it's not the time to do it. But as everyone, make sure you are hitting Savva up. This is a great cause. And yeah, to be honest, most of the stuff I said in the last hour, I've been winding you lot up. I'm half about
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
I just wanted to create some stirring, but yeah. No, good luck, and yeah, hope to see you on the other side.
I'll carry the stirring on for you, Marlon.
Yeah. Will you do that,
baby? I got you, baby. I got you, baby. Nothing but love, man.
Yeah.
Always good to see you, man.
Cheers.
Man with $1 million smile.
Yeah. Wow. Bye.
Cheers, Marlon.
Let's mix up a tiny bit. We've got an Arsenal.
What about my 3 Spurs managers? I
forgot we hadn't come to you. I thought we'd moved on. All right. Come on then, Bobby.
We're Indian. We take our time, man. We move slow, man. We take our time. Don't worry. For me, Martin Yole, Harry Redknapp, and then Poch. Yole, because that's where that was the point where we started getting football on telly over here and stuff on a regular basis. They started playing more attractive football. There was almost a desire for me to start wanting to watch football, make sure I tried to watch it. The football was great. He's just a lovable guy. He's my favorite because I liked Tottenham. I had a passion for them since '92. I supported the club, but I was basically a plastic fan. I couldn't tell you half the players that were on the team. We had such limited information over here. Dial-up internet. Only rich Indian folk like Rob's parents could afford it, and we had so
if you remember Napster, would I just be downloading music? Like, let me see what's going on in the UK, and you would hear, obviously well, it's 2 a.m. No one's calling. May as well just figure this up on dial-up.
That's it, man. That's all it's about. So
is that when you had to unplug the telephone?
Yes.
To put the internet in,
yes.
And then if anyone wanted to make a phone call, they'd unplug it. Your internet would just do this and not.
Yeah. Dude, you
That's
know how long it took to download
my parents go to bed to do it because I was like, well, I can't let them know what I'm downloading. I can't let them know that I'm checking other stuff, and they ain't going to use the phone after 9 o'clock because my parents would be long in bed. So I'd be like, now's the time to unplug the phone, and I could start using the computer.
3 megabyte download and take you 35 minutes, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
I'll finish quickly. Martin Yole, Redknapp, and
Punjabi. Sorry.
Hey, you had your moment, man.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I didn't bring you here to steal my time, man. What the hell, man? We'll talk about this later, okay? I'm calling your mother. Redknapp, just because Harry Redknapp, man. I just love what he did for players individually, how he made them better people, better players, and stuff like that. He's just lovable. And Poch, only because under Poch, my kids really found their passion for Tottenham. So Yole reignited mine, Poch ignited theirs, and now we suffer today. Okay.
So that's 2. Who was so Harry Redknapp the third?
Harry Redknapp was the third. Yeah. I always like Redknapp. It's just Harry Redknapp, man. I'd take him back today, right?
Quickly, a super chat from Kevin Mulgrew, who has said, thank you, Des Walker, Alan Nielsen, and Jonathan Woodgate for all the memories.
Big up Des Walker.
If I'm not wrong, then I'm just trying to cast my memory back. Well, all 3 of these.
How back are we going?
Well, we're going back to 1991 with Des Walker. All 3 of these goals, were all headers, right?
No. I was at Wembley for the Nielsen one.
Yeah, that was a header.
That was 99. Yes, it was. Sorry. Yes, it was.
Yeah, Nielsen. So Everson ran down the right with a burst of pace we'd never seen before, crossed it in, and then keeper palmed it out. Woodgate was the free kick, but was Des Walker's own goal a header? It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There you go. We've always been set piece specialists. There you go.
Yeah.
Why are we surprised at what we're doing this year? Kevin, thank you very much. Really appreciated. And thank you for the donation that's just come in on the Just Giving page from Biggie Singh. Thank you very much.
Biggie, yes, Biggie. That's Biggie from Punjabi Spurs. That's our boy.
Thank you very much. It is much appreciated. Keep it coming in. We are currently on, my maths is shocking right now.
It's okay. We are here. We do the math for you.
I'm just on over we are just over £1,200 at the moment after
Nice. Very
9
good.
hours.
Very good. Very good.
Congratulations. Good job.
Let's get this at least by midnight, which is 3 hours away. Let's get this to £1,600, people.
Savva, I brought you a secret weapon, buddy, for donations.
Yeah, what'd you get?
Yeah. No, the kids don't work anymore, so we went up a notch here. Oh, please donate to the cause.
No.
Please donate to the cause. It's for a good cause. I got buddies in Turkey. They need food.
It's
They need
Teddy
help.
Sheringham.
It's Teddy Sheringham. Come on, Teddy. Come on. Look at the damn camera. Would you make eye contact? Pretend you like.
Tell me you have called it Teddy Sheringham.
It is. Yeah, that's his name.
Please tell me that's true.
It is his name. Yeah, that's his name.
That is awesome.
It is a pretty awesome name. I can't deny that. It's pretty great.
That's his full name registered at the vets, buddy.
And Shannon saw a picture of him sleeping in your slippers you sent the other day, and she was like, his eyes are crystal blue.
They're gone green now.
Are they really?
They've turned. Yeah, they've already. I know you like sitting there, but let's just give them. Can you actually? I guess it's really hard to tell with the light, but they're still bluish, but they are going green. Okay. I'm sorry. Here, go back on.
Adorable.
Yeah. So remember, it's all for the kids, and the pussy always helps donations, right? So
right. Well, with that in mind, let's see some donations flood in.
Oh, glad you said donations.
Let's see some donations flood in. Let's talk. We've got Arsenal fans in here, and we're going to talk about something we don't normally get to be a part of. We're not a part of it, but we're going to be a part of it by proxy. Let's talk about the title race. Are Arsenal going to win this title? Because I think as Spurs fans, for about 6 months now, we've all been going, they'll drop away. They'll drop away. They'll definitely drop away. They're not bloody dropping away, by the way.
Keep the faith.
Rob, are you not going to win this title? Are you confident, or do you think City will eat up the ground?
So we just chatted about this, me and Bob. I do believe that we will. I know we've extended that gap to 5 points. The biggest hurdles, I think, are going to be the last 10 games, because the majority of our away games are really difficult in comparison to City's. We've got Newcastle away at St. James. We've got Liverpool at Anfield, and we've got Man City at the Etihad. So it is a daunting task. I don't think it's insurmountable. Yep. And in the way we're playing, I think there's a lot of confidence built back into the team after that blip in January that we had. But no, I am confident. And I said to Bob, I was like, listen, if I can't have the faith as a fan that we're going to win the title, the manager has the faith. I'm sure the owners have the faith. The players got to have the faith. We as fans have to exude that faith as well. Whether we win or lose, we've more than exceeded expectations so far, right? Just by competing and being in the conversation. So for me, it's been a hell of a ride. I think we can take it all the way. A lot of football left to play until May, but no, I'm confident. I know that's not what you want to hear.
No,
not at all.
I would expect Arsenal to be confident. I mean, look, it's one of those seasons where, and look, I've said it and I'm wrong. I've said, yeah, don't worry, City will put a run of 10 wins together soon. And it looked like they were just starting to do that. They then beat you at your ground, and we're all thinking, this is the moment. Then you went and won your next 2, 3, and then they went and drew with Nottingham Forest. And it was like, oh, City, what are you doing? Bobby, are you as a Spurs fan accepting that this is edging closer for Arsenal, or
No.
do you think City could? No, okay, all right.
No.
Wow.
No, I love him. I fucking despise them so much.
Yeah.
It's like when we just wrapped up our quick show before we came over here, and me and Robbie, there was a guy actually in the chat saying, how do you expect Spurs fans to if the fans don't have this hatred in the rivalry, how do you expect the players to? I'm like, man, we're talking about football, dude. Settle down, kind of thing, right? But I still do absolutely hate them. I love him, hate them. Any kind of success to them is even a bigger black cloud on us. What's worse, Savva, is seeing we're in a downward spiral, man. There's from the top all the way down. Right down to some of the things, that were being said about what's being produced at the academy. There's really no agenda over there kind of thing, because every 18 months the manager's changing. So what are we prepping these at 8, 9, 10, 11-year-old kids? We don't even know what they're prepping them for their future, because every 18 months their future almost changes as well. And it's kind of sad that we don't have the foundation to build. And I have to give credit to Arsenal, because they took a gamble. They went and got a former player to come in and take on his first real managerial job after being a wingman to what is arguably one of the best managers out there in the world in Pep. And he came over, was absolutely, I'm going to say not terrible, but not accepted in the Arsenal fans were calling for his head, but now all of a sudden they're praising him and throwing roses at his feet as he walks down the grounds and everything, so am I a little bit envious of that? Yeah, I am. I do think that I really, actually, I hope that they drop off soon. That's
just quickly, I'll stick with you, Bobby. Just quickly, I mean, Visual has said City will drop points against Drawcastle. I've not heard that before. I like that.
I like that.
Can you see that happening, or have Newcastle slowly but surely? They massively overachieved being where they were. Right, that was well ahead of where anyone thought they were going to be. The cup final has now been and gone. For me, that can be either a positive for them or a negative, Bobby, in terms of they've now got one game a week. So there's that, but they're just not winning games. Can you see them getting anything at Man City?
No. I think for as much as we know City obviously is not being their usual self, I think this is where they'll turn it up again. It's hard to say what will become of Newcastle, though, because do the players have enough faith in how? Is really what it comes down to now that they're playing once a week. Because let's face it, they invested wisely. They invested very, very wisely. They bought players in key positions that they needed to address to, and that's true. And especially that guy over there. That guy over there is going to my phone.
Yeah, even Arsenal fans nodding along that they're going.
Very true.
It still wouldn't have been as bad as us if we won the Champions League.
Oh God, we'd
still be harping on about it now.
What do you mean? We still harp on about it, and we didn't even win it. We didn't even win it, and we talk about it now. Sorry, Bobby.
No, all good. I don't think that Newcastle is going to completely drop off. I think they will push for that top 4 because it's above expectations for them. Like Robbie kind of touched on the fact that they're sitting at the top of the league and expectations were not there for Arsenal to try to even win the league this year. But now that they're in that position, they're sitting on that perch. The expectation should be there from the players, from the manager, from the fans and everything like that. So with Newcastle almost overperforming, shall we say, they should have expectations. And I am concerned that they'll push us off the top 4, out of the top 4. But I think City is going to come out, and now that they know that there's that 5-point gap already, and they're as crazy as it is with so many games still being left. This is already a crunch time. Everybody's looking at what points could possibly drop and what it could cost them. So I think Man City is going to come out all guns blazing and really, really push them, because Newcastle, let's face it, they leak goals. They have. Didn't they have was it a 3-3 draw or something with City, or 4-4, something like that? The first game, was it not?
Yeah.
And it was really back and forth.
One of the first games of the yeah.
It was early, I remember, and I was just surprised at the score. It was a back and forth, just boom, boom, boom. Great game as a neutral. But I think City leaked goals then, but they haven't. I don't think they've leaked that many again. Yeah. They've tightened up a lot back there, and they've got they've got 3 squads, man.
Yeah, now with Diaz there, I mean, the pressure really is on them. They play before us tomorrow, so they'll absolutely, considering we won midweek, they'll absolutely not drop that game. Our only chance, quite frankly, of them dropping is if Newcastle just go in and Eddie Howe sets up like he did at the Emirates, and he just plays low block, 10 behind the ball, looking for that point to get them back, and hopefully the defeat in the Carabao Cup hasn't dented their confidence enough to basically just spiraled them out of the top 4 and into maybe the top 6.
It's funny because everything you say, I'm thinking the exact opposite from a Spurs fan perspective. Like,
Well, I think the thing with Newcastle getting beaten in that League Cup final is the losing team of the League Cup final tends to go on a bit of a bad run after that.
Bad run. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't doubt it. The confidence must be shot. They didn't, for about 20, maybe 30 minutes of that final, they looked decent. But then, Man United, quite frankly, I don't even think Man United played that great.
No,
I don't really think they got out of that second gear, and they still put 2 past them to win it, right? So, without guys like Callum Wilson or other guys Bruno Guimaraes, I think is still maybe out for them or just getting back. Isak seems like a big waste since he's been there. Almiron's dropped off. I don't know where they're going to get, they need strength in midfield. So I was shocked that they got rid of Shelby in the January window. So I don't know. Considering their financial backing, I'm surprised they didn't do something big and drastic. But maybe it was just let's just see how it goes this year. But in the summer, I can see them doing something big and making a statement purchase to be like this year we're going to go for it.
Yeah, I still think with a lot of their transfers, it's because they research them so well. They look in the backgrounds of the players, character of that player. Has he been rocking the boat in the previous club? They've got really good team spirit there. They said it even when they're near the bottom of the table. The team spirit was still there. They had a sort of belief in each other. The talent was lacking at the time.
And St. James is a fortress, right? Like you go St. James, it's one of the grounds where, you go in there and you feel the fear and you feel the vibrancy from the fans, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where they came from just a couple of seasons ago, just getting to a cup final.
Yeah,
unheard of.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. I think as well with Newcastle, I think that the key thing is that they're doing it slowly. The billionaire owners went in there. They haven't done anything drastic for me.
Yeah,
they've done it. They brought in a manager that lower teams down the league could have got in Eddie Howe. They bought in sensibly in terms of when you look at Trippier, when you look at Botman, Guimaraes, good players, but none of them were like 100 million or something. And it was after the final that they lost, and Amanda Staveley came out, didn't she, and said, "Don't worry, soon we'll be winning everything." Now, whether that's a threat or whether that's a a business plan, it should send shockwaves through the rest of the league that's their ambition and it doesn't need to be rushed. It doesn't need to be
Savva, how crazy is that that for her to come out flat out and say, "Don't worry"? What does that tell the fans? We have ambition. Yeah. We have a plan. Yeah, we are going to get something done. Whereas all of us, at least the 4 of us, are sitting here going, "What's happening next?"
Yeah, wouldn't you love to hear that from your owner to say, "Don't worry, fans. We've got a plan. You will be here again." We do hear that, Robbie.
We hear that from. Yeah, the very first thing they said to the fans was, "We aim to win the Premier League in the next 10 years."
Yeah.
Why don't we?
And a realistic target, not we're going to win it next year.
Yeah.
They obviously have a business model and a plan and everything. But to Robbie, that's what I was going to say. Robbie, we are making our ownership's coming out making great announcements. Beyonce in-house bitches. Car is coming. F1 racing. Woo-hoo. Get your swerve on.
Speaking of which,
because if we don't make you sick enough with the football, get in an F1 car and we'll make sure we make you throw up. It's awesome. What a nauseating experience from football all the way to the other entertainment aspect.
Buddy, I'll tell you, Beyonce tickets here are $600. I heard of some people in the U.S. who are paying astronomical amounts. They're flying off to Sweden to go check out a Beyonce concert because they're like the flight plus accommodations plus tickets are cheaper than going to check it out in Canada or the U.S.
Wow.
So you tell me how that works.
Wow.
But back to the football.
I don't need to tell you, Bo. We got the legend Daniel Levy got her booked.
I don't care about Beyonce, man.
Just before we talk more football, guys, just quickly, Crocodox, thank you very much with the super chat. Hi all, hope the charity stream knocks it out the park. What would be your all-time Premier League Spurs disaster 11? It needs to at least guarantee 2 parachute payments. I mean, we can absolutely do this right now. just quickly before we do, please keep getting the donation. Let's not let it rest. Look, we are currently on £874 from a just giving point of view, and £470 from a YouTube point of view. So if we can at least get that 823 on just giving to £1,000 in the next hour, that would be amazing. Just £1, £5, whatever it might take would be absolutely appreciated. But Crocodox, thank you very much. Guys, I mean, do we want to do a Premier League Spurs? I guess
easy. It's easy. Take Kane out. That'll do.
Yeah.
Wow. Harsh realities, isn't it, Cooves?
I think we should part this and do it a little bit later. I don't think it's fair on Rob, to be honest, if we're picking an all-time Premier League worst 11 of Spurs players.
He can name any Spurs player he wants, and it'll be right, because we don't win anything.
Deary me. I mean, look, I'm going to park this Crocodox. I'm going to come back to this in a little bit. I will come back to this. Guys, I want to pick up on...
hang on. Before I forget it, I've got to say it. We should have remembered to try and coax Mr. Box Office on by having a all-time Spurs bang average 11.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mr. Box Office has got the link. He's been invited. He hasn't responded. Let's see if at any point he turns up and gives us a lesson in entertainment and truth.
Don't worry, Savva. You got Bollywood Box Office in the house right now.
That's all we need.
We'll just have to pretend we're really genuinely talking about we should be on for winning the league next season. We've got a really talented squad. That'll bring him out.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me. Yeah, look, I mean, let me ask you, Mark. Look, it's difficult, isn't it? As a Spurs fans, we're in that position where we have such little success that we're now actively supporting other teams, such as Manchester City, to go and beat Arsenal in the Premier League. Isn't that a sign of just how far they've gone in a short space of time versus how little progress we've made in that time?
Can I just say, when Arsenal got to the Champions League final and they played Barcelona, I went to a pub in the town that I live with my Arsenal friend, and I wore a Barcelona shirt.
Right.
Just to say. And I walked in this pub and there was about 50 Arsenal fans in there. Yeah. So I left immediately. I had one quick pint with me. I had one quick pint with me coat on and left.
That was a terrible game. Terrible game.
I feel the same when I see Robbie in his Arsenal shirt. I'd leave.
Was that the game where did Lehman get sent off?
Yes.
Okay. So because Sol Campbell scored, didn't he?
Yeah. He put Arsenal 1-0 up.
That's right.
And then Ronaldinho turned it on.
That's it. Was it Silvino? Not Silvino. Belletti? Was it a right back who scored for them, like a fullback?
I can't remember. I know they lost.
Someone like a Belletti or... Oh, I've got to look it up now. What shall I type in? Arsenal lose Champions League final.
Yeah.
With LOL at the end.
Yeah.
It was. I remember watching, and within the last 20-25 minutes, Ronaldinho just. I'd never seen anything like it. He just ran through us like a hot knife through butter. It was crazy.
Yeah. Well, anyway, going back to all this,
I knew I was right.
Is it
Belletti?
Belletti who played for Chelsea?
Well, now you're asking. Hang on, let's check that out. So Belletti, I think he may have gone to Chelsea at some point. Yes, he played 54 games for Chelsea. Yeah, good knowledge. Good ball knowledge.
Yeah, I just spotted it in chat and thought I'd go for it.
Nice. Hey, didn't Belletti score the winner? I gotta make the screen bigger.
Hang on, didn't Belletti? Yeah, Etu scored in the 76th minute, and then Belletti scored.
Yeah, Etu and Belletti scored. Yeah.
Etu. He weren't watching that game. I remember I watched it with a Barcelona fan too, and he was jumping around my brother's house, and I was like, "Yo, this guy needs to leave."
At your brother's house?
Yeah, that's where we watched it.
Yeah, that would have been great.
Yeah, but anyway, going back to like the Arsenal winning the league thing, I got friends, Arsenal fans, so I say half friends, and like I haven't heard from them for years. Now, for nearly every day, I'm being tagged in something on Facebook, tagged in this, like WhatsApp messages. I'm like, for God's sakes, isn't it? And so I pray that Man City come back, and it's a sad state of affairs that we got to pray for somebody else to do something that we should have done when Potts was here.
I feel your pain, Mark. I 100% feel your pain. I didn't hear from Robbie from the last 3 years, and now we're doing a show together.
It's
Bob hates it when I go to a show to watch the game.
Absolutely. I think Adam's like 6 times you've watched the game at my house. We've won 1.
Yeah, I know. I love it. That's why I was like, "Hey, you want to watch the game? I'll come to your house." You're like, "You're not coming in."
No. Last time you said that, I said no. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I did, because that was when you beat us 3-0, wasn't it?
That's right.
It's funny though, guys, isn't it, that everyone's so upset about these allegations about Man City and they've cheated and they've done this and everything should be removed. And right now, as Spurs fans, it's like, I don't care what you've done. Just don't let Arsenal win the league. Just go and win another title.
Yeah. It's a sad state of affairs when we got to pray for somebody else to do it.
Do you know what? I'm so sick of like the money bags Man City that I'm almost going to the point where I think perhaps it would be nice if somebody else would just bloody win it.
Even if that's Arsenal.
If I take my Spurs hat off and just go for logical sort of footballing reasons, but Spurs hat is on, so come on, City.
Sorry, I'm going to clip that after the show. Sorry, what? Coover says he wants Arsenal to win the league. Unbelievable.
If I take my Spurs hat off, it's just I don't like the fact that City can just run away with things.
Buy it, yeah.
It's bad for football.
I think us as fans, quite frankly, we shouldn't. I mean, regardless of the fact that I'm an Arsenal fan and somebody else is in the top. If you think about, even for you guys, if they have been found cheating, that robs you guys of a trophy as well over the course of the last 4-6 years. So you guys 21. Again take this season out of it and the fact Arsenal win. Do we really want? I saw one of the chats come in and football tribalism and everything else. But should it really be, hey, we're rich enough, we should just go in and buy what we want and we want to buy this title? Is that really the true nature of sport? Like even in football, or even if you talk about Olympics, like why are you doping just to win? Does winning really mean anything then if you're, financial doping or physically doping or cheating, right? Because what is the point of this then? Yes.
Let me ask you a question. I think, do you know what? When the money first came in, and this might be controversial, right? But when the money first came into football with, let's say you could go back to Blackburn, right, Coover and Mark, and say from what Jack Walker did, but properly it would have been
that was the Sky money, right? That was the Sky money, wasn't it? When Sky started.
But properly we're looking at the Abramovich era, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Back then I think it was oh my God, what's happening? Someone's coming in and buying everything. Now, as much as I look at it, City, Arsenal, United, Liverpool, everyone's spending huge amounts of money. Now, away from the whole cheating thing, which, again, I don't think anything will come of it, if I'm really honest.
Me neither.
Of course not.
Everyone's spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions that it's got to the point where it feels like it's the norm rather than people buying success. Like Bournemouth in the last window, we're going here. Villa,
Southampton,
Forest.
The very fact you can have conversations and somebody will go something like, "Yeah, he's only 30 million though." Jesus Christ, 30 million.
Yeah, it's like, only.
Yeah. Money has absolutely destroyed the game. I think.
Savva, you could even go further back. You mentioned Blackburn, but if you're talking on a world stage, you could even go further back into narco soccer. When you're talking about Colombia and investing money in that type of way, just as almost a money laundering scam, right? Yeah. So money has always been in football, and you figured these financial fair play rules were to level the playing field because a team like Burnley is not going to financially compete with a team like Man City. It's just not going to happen, right? But these rules seem to be arbitrary. So who's to say that a PSG or somebody else can't just come in and be like, or even look at Chelsea right now, be like, oh, you want this guy? 600 million we'll spend in this. You know, for me, it's just funny because they spent 600 million and they're worse. Typically, that doesn't happen. But the fact that teams like a Spurs or like an Arsenal or like a
careful what you wish for, Rob. I reckon they'll be above you next year. Be careful what you wish for.
They'll be about. I think they'll just. And again, does that really mean anything to a typical traditional fan to be like, well, you bought it? Did you actually earn it? You spent 600 million. How could you not win it? It's the same way I think a lot of fans are looking at them now, where you'd be like, you spent 600 million and you're in 10th. You have to get Champions League. You spend 600 million.
Yeah, but Rob, I think there's a difference between the fans' expectations of what that money meant versus the owners. I think the owners have recognised that club was in a mess and they needed a rebuild. And most clubs that do a rebuild, not like Spurs, but most clubs that do a rebuild, it's over 4, 5, 6 windows. Like you guys of Arteta, what Chelsea have tried to do is almost do the rebuild in 2 windows. The problem is, as fans, we go, deliver right now. It doesn't matter how much money they've spent. The number is irrelevant. It's still humans and feelings and bedding players in and building an ethos and finding a team. But for fans like us, it's funny to see, but they will get it right because all of the players they bought are all like under 24 years of age. So they will get there eventually. But just quickly, just a few things I want to quickly read out. Steve D, I don't know what that means, but thank you. No, thank you very much. I don't know what that means, but do appreciate it as always. We will talk about the Wolves game in a little bit, and we'll also talk about whether or not anyone thinks Man United could steal the show.
They're in it.
Yeah, I think they could do it. I think
hang on. Yeah. We'll talk about it in a minute. Let me get these chats. Matthew, I don't know what that means. Why am I being salty about Arsenal? I don't think I've said anything bad about the club.
I'm a lot more salty.
And then this one is a lovely message to receive, just sitting here, saying, Savva, has anyone ever told you you look like Tom Hardy? I'll take it.
Does he mean like Tom Hardy, or does he mean Tom Hardy, or when he's got the Venom suit on?
I don't know. Probably more likely.
He's probably from one of those movies. He'd be like, one of those movies where Tom Hardy wears a mask throughout the entire thing. That's mean. I just met you. I probably shouldn't have said that, but that was
no. You shouldn't say that because Savva is like one of the hottest guys in the Spurs YouTube community, and he's pretty much my direct competition. It bothers me when people praise him.
One of. You mean one of like the hottest guy in YouTube?
No, one.
Where's that list of the top hottest 3 YouTubers? Like you guys were doing the managers.
Yeah,
where's that list.
Yeah,
I got a question. Who the hell is Tom Hardy?
Mark, I missed you, man. I love Mark.
You must know who Tom Hardy is.
He's the guy that plays Venom in the Venom movies. Have you watched any of them? He played
the Cray twins
in Legend. Yeah.
He's
Bane in Batman. Bane in Batman. He was also
Bane. He's been in millions of things.
He's the pilot in Dunkirk, Mad Max, Fury Road. He's got a pretty good.
I only ever watch Coover on YouTube. That's about it.
You'll have to forgive
That's
Mark.
24 hours a day work.
I was going to say, I don't think he's on YouTube.
It's round about my neck of the woods, and we're still struggling with the invention of the wheel and discovery of fire.
Yeah. We've only just got electricity down here.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me with your accent. Don't worry, I could tell that a million miles off.
Yeah. You know where I'm come from, innit?
That guy.
Get off my land. Oh, there he is.
I'll take image. Look at that. If Savva, can you just stand up and then it'll be like you guys are side by side.
It's not that far. He's got thicker hair.
That far off,
photo,
No, and his ears stick out more. Savva, put your fingers behind your ears and just push them out a little bit, and that's it. You're Tom Hardy, mate. Oh my goodness, twins!
Or Warrior.
Warrior.
He was in Yeah, he did Warrior. We've got similar six packs, me and Tom Hardy, but other than that, I don't see any other similarities.
I know who Oliver Hardy is.
Yeah, him. So pretty much the same.
I get it.
There we go. Arsenal fans getting really upset with me because, listen, all I've said about Chelsea is this. If they manage to click, I don't think this year was the year that they have to go. We talked about this before. I don't think they're under any pressure this year to get top four. I don't think that would have been the remit with all the changes going on. We don't understand as football fans just how much has changed there in 9 months. New owners, new technical directors, new scout, new manager, 14 new players, and people go on, win every game. It doesn't work like that. And I know
but part of it is also on them, right? Because they try to microwave their progress without actually building it progressively, whether it be, bringing in Graham Potter and slowly bringing in guys to galvanize the squad. They still got Lukaku out. They still got Hudson-Odoi. They're going to have a squad of like 60 players on massive wages. So what are you supposed to do? So for now, I'm laughing, but I don't think Graham Potter's, we had a chat about this. If they lose to Leeds, I don't think he makes it to the end of the season, which again, then they're just going to be chop and change.
He stays.
I
bet he stays. Bowley is these American guys, Rob. Come on. Bowley's the kind of he's built winners. Look at all these other franchises, man. Look how they were losing, and he rides it out. He keeps faith, and he doesn't go cutting managers, man. That's one thing. He's not Abramovich.
But if you think about him,
I think he'll give him the year. I do. I would bet.
The closer they get to the relegation zone, the more likely it is he's going to get sacked.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, dude.
Of course,
they're not even 40 points yet, Bob. They're not even at 40 points yet.
I don't think he's getting the chop, man. Not this year.
When people like David are saying, never heard Savva say a bad word about Chelsea, I think anybody that streams with me will know that as a Tottenham fan, I remain very, very humble at all times. You will not hear me putting down Man United, Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool, City, because I hear Spurs fans all the time belittle these clubs that might dip below us, and then the next season, they're winning trophies, we're not, and then we look like idiots. So, no, I won't belittle clubs. I won't say bad words about clubs that will... Listen, Chelsea are the most decorated football club in this country for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Right? So, yes, let's laugh that they are 10th in the league for 1 year. But we've seen them do this before, if you remember. And both times that's happened, the first time Mourinho came in, remember, they'd finished like 8th or 10th, won the league the next year. Then Conte took them over, won the league the next year. So forgive me for knowing my history and for
Don't forget, with AVB, they fire AVB. They go on to win a Champions League. They fire, who was the guy before, their last guy, Tuchel, and then they go on to win the Champions League again. So they do know how to, chop and change and buy and win, which is why you got to laugh at them now because of the state they're in. But I agree with you. I don't think it's going to last. But I also don't know how sustainable it can be, because how can that not be a breach of FFP to just go drop, $1 billion within, 2 years, right? It just, to me, doesn't make any sense. But
age of the players, isn't it? It's a loophole.
It's a loophole.
They've done nothing wrong.
No, it's true. But I mean, on the flip side of that, you now got some of these players, like who knows if Enzo Fernandez is going to be any good? Who knows if Mudrik's going to be any good? You got this guy for 8 years.
Oh, it's a real risk, yeah.
It's a risk.
If they
so
fail,
player power is going to be a real thing at Chelsea, right? Because you could look at a Graham Potter. I'm surprised a guy like a Mudrik or Enzo isn't going to Graham Potter right now. Be like, I'm here for 8 years, man. I'll outlast you. I'll outlast you when you come back.
Right? I think what we've got to take into account here, Rob, right, is if it was our clubs, right, it's easy. When you don't support a club, it's easy to look in and absolutely berate them. If it was our clubs and it was a manager we liked or whatever, we'd be saying, like, Jesus, give the guy a chance. Like, every game at the moment, Chelsea have like 5 or 6 new players, right? And they don't just gel like that. He hasn't had the summer with them. I would say, yeah, if Chelsea are like this time next year, I will turn around and go, what an awful job this new owner's done. But you can't get a new manager, new technical director, new scouts, new owners, 14 new players, and expect to have a brilliant season. It's common sense to me that they're building for the future. Now, on your point, Rob, not all of those signings are going to work out. No one has every signing work out for them. But Enzo Fernandez is a top midfielder. He'll be just fine. Fofana's a very good young defender. Chili's a very good young defender. Absolutely. You've got James and Chilwell. Nkunku is joining them in the summer from RB Leipzig.
Next year, yeah.
I think give them a bit of time, let them mould, and that's when we'll know. Not this year.
I agree. They could be very, very dangerous. It's a very dangerous precedent to set with a lot of these guys for, again, 40, 50-man squad, 8-year deals. You got very hefty wages on guys like Kai and Lukaku. And then what do you do with guys like Mount or Kante or whoever? From an Arsenal perspective, us picking up Jorginho has been fantastic. The one thing I will say about watching as much football as I do is when you see a Chelsea game, you see no signs of progression. Zero at all. You see no style of play. You see no tactics. You see no. You guys would know when you play. You're like, quite frankly, when I watched that game, I don't think you guys were that good. I think Chelsea were just so good, god awful. Be like, it would be hard not to beat them. So for me, you're just not seeing the progressions. For me, it's not even about the money. I mean, the money is super irritating. If it was my club, I'd be like, yeah, man, this is amazing. But if you were watching that style of play and be like, yo, after $600 million spent and we're worse, you're not seeing any progression. These guys look dog doo-doo, like terrible.
You can say dog shit.
Yeah, dog shit. And even the other guys that were staples, right? Reece James, where's he been at? Where's Mason Mount? Where's all
he was injured for quite a bit though. He's just coming back, is he not?
He's just come back.
He's just coming back. Chilwell and him are just coming back.
Where you'd be like, these are your guys. These are the Chelsea guys that last year won or the year before won the Champions League.
Yeah.
And you're
Rob,
not
can I tell you
anything from them.
Can I tell you this is the funny thing. I'm going to bring up two opinions that are based off of absolutely nothing, or from a guy that's played 5 games maybe in the Premier League. This is what football fans do, right? First of all, Enzo Fernandez. If you watch Enzo Fernandez, right, and think he's an average footballer, then I seriously worry about your ability to tell a footballer, right? This is a very, very good footballer, right?
Very great in the World Cup. Very great in the World Cup.
He doesn't have the legs, stamina, or the physique for the Premier League. What does that mean? What does that even mean? How does this, Dunkelsdorp, how do you possibly know that? In the games I've watched him for Chelsea, right, against West Ham, he was absolutely brilliant and got man of the match.
Agreed.
Right? He was brilliant in his, he was very good on his debut for them. And everyone after I talked to it was like, oh, you could see he's a player, the way he collects the ball, shields the back four. The problem is what we're doing is we're getting players who have played 4 or 5 games like him, like Mudryk, and already going, no good. Now, if they played for our teams, we'd all be going, well, they've only played 4 times, right? But this is what we want to do. Enzo, listen, I'm telling you, Enzo Fernandez is a top footballer. You can watch him for 5 minutes as a midfielder, and you can see how he's 20 for a start. He's 20 years of age. Up there, you watch him. He runs the game. Very good player. But this is what we do. We want to knock players so quickly because of the price tags attached to them that is not their fault. It's not his fault. He cost 120 million.
Yeah.
I think we did that as well with Pepe. We spent 72 million on him. He's doing did very well in Ligue 1. I mean, you can count anybody doing that. Look at United and Sancho, look at some other guys. You just be like, they don't dictate the price that you pay for them.
Exactly. Exactly.
So I get there's a big burden on their shoulders. Me personally, I mean, just because of my hatred for Chelsea, they can just hold that where they're at. But
Yeah, sure.
you're right. In the future, they could be dangerous, which is why I'm, while they're on the down, of course I'm going to laugh at them. But next year is a completely different kettle of fish, right? Everyone's going to strengthen. You can't imagine Liverpool are going to be where they're at next year. You can't imagine United aren't going to strengthen, or City aren't going to strengthen. Newcastle won't strengthen. Hell,
Exactly.
you look at
We
teams
won't.
like Brighton or Brentford or Fulham. Like even the way they're playing now, depending on where they go to, last year it was West Ham in the Europa or a conference. Now you're thinking they've fallen off, but made huge investments. So there's nothing to say some of these ancillary teams won't also strengthen as well as the traditional big six.
Of course.
So it will be scary days. It will be scary days next year for sure.
What we've got to take into account as well, as football fans, we're all very quick to say what's happening right now or within a month period. But if you look at where the league is now compared to where it was last year, no one was predicting these things. Everyone in the summer was saying Man United, it will take 10 whole years to get them challenging. Look at United. They've lost 2 in 32. Right? Yeah. No one was talking about Arsenal for a title, but football fans don't learn. We say things very, oh my God, like this comment. Sorry, I love bringing up a comment. This comment, right? Cucurella, Mudryk, Fofana, Madueke, Enzo, all overpriced. In football, though, what does that even mean, right? A player is worth what a club is willing to pay.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it isn't about it's almost not about their ability. It's about Chelsea wanted Enzo Fernandez at that age before anyone else gets him. Go and get the deal done. Now, was he overpriced at 120 million? I think they're all overpriced. All these footballers. We paid 60 million for a Charlison. Right? We paid 60 million for a bloke that hasn't scored a goal in the Premier League yet. So I just think people need to relax, settle, and in a year's time, look back and say, was probably a bit hasty there about everyone. Liverpool as well.
I think Bob Spurs got the right attitude to it when it comes to transfers. It just says, I don't care what their value is. It's not my money.
Exactly. Exactly. I think we're, listen, it's very good to knock other teams' players, right? It's very easy to do it. But I guarantee I'll have a bet with anyone in the chat that Chelsea win a trophy before Spurs do. I'll have that bet with anyone. You're on mute, Rob. You're on mute.
I'll have a bet that my local team wins a bloody trophy before we do.
Exactly. Which is why I don't belittle teams, Mark.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think, again, to echo your points of, I think they're worth whatever someone's willing to pay. And, you can't blame a Ukrainian team. You can't blame Benfica. Be like, they're going to give us 120. When you think about how much money there is in the Premier League versus all the other leagues combined, especially in this January transfer window, why wouldn't Benfica cash in on 120 mil? Why wouldn't Sparta, wherever Mudryk came from, spend 88 to 100 mil on him? Of course, they're going to want that money. They don't care, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But so I agree with you. They are overpriced, and I don't think we're going to see the end of it, right? In the summer, we've been linked with guys like Caicedo and Declan Rice. If they're worth 120 million, someone's going to pay it. If it's
what they say, 150 for Bellingham.
Someone will pay it. City will pay it. Newcastle will pay it. Someone will pay it.
Let me ask you guys then, a player like Declan Rice. I think Declan Rice is a very good midfielder. No more, no less. I'm not going to go all crazy about it. He's a very good midfielder, box to box, puts in a tackle. He can make a pass. He's a good midfielder. How much do you reckon West Ham are going to ask for him this summer?
100 mil.
100 mil.
They're already asking 100, aren't they?
It'll be north of 100, right? 100 north. Right? So what's overpriced mean these days? We're talking about £100 million for central midfielders that aren't even game changers.
Yeah. You're also getting the British tax. You're also getting a bit of the British tax on there as well. But I agree with you 100%. Realistically, if he was anybody else, you'd probably say 50, maybe 60. Would you guys pay for Basuma?
27.
I think we paid 25, 27.
Yeah.
27. That's a steal, quite frankly, for CDM. If he was English, you would have paid 50, right?
Yeah. But he only had 1 year left, I think. He only had 1 year left. That's why we got him so cheap.
Yeah.
That's another factor. That's another factor, right? How much time has he got left on his deal?
Yeah.
And how long are you going to sign him for, and so on and so forth. So you're right. Like, what does overpriced mean? And I think I saw one of the chats, 100 mil is the new 50 mil. We're living through a cost of inflationary crisis or cost of living crisis, but there still seems to be money in about for these players. It's ridiculous. But again, these players are worth what someone's willing to pay. If we ain't going to pay 50, someone will pay 50.
That's the thing. I've never understand, guys. I mean, Kuva, why are sorry, 1 second. Copy link. There we go. Sorry, I'm just going to put something in the chat here, guys. So one of my sponsors, Secure IT VPN. They are offering a deal on all their VPN services, and they are also going to sponsor. They also have done me a very good deal just now that for anyone who signs up to them, they will give me 100% that money, which means I can put it to the charity. So I'll put it in the chat. If anyone if anyone is interested to go over, please go over to, there it is, securitvpn.com/Savva. And I believe that Dan Brown is in the chat from Secure IT VPN. And Dan, if you want to post something in there about the services and about what you're offering, please do that now. And equally, please, we haven't had a donation for 35 minutes now on any platform. So please keep getting the donations in. Help keep us going. We're about to enter hour 11 of 24. So
very good.
Yeah. Big up,
11. Kuv, have you done the whole 11 already so far?
No, we're only about to enter the 11th hour.
No, but I'm saying, have you been here since the beginning?
Yeah, no, I think I missed the first sort of minute or something like that.
Oh, jeez. Sometimes, man, I wish you could be more reliable, bro.
How dare you?
Yeah,
I wish you could be more reliable, man.
Big up, man. Big up.
Kuv, let me ask you.
Did the whole 24 hours last time Savva did one of these.
He did.
Whole 24.
Okay. Still feeling that one.
Took 24 days to recover.
This is. Do you know what? Just quickly before I say what I was going to say to you, Kuba. Absolutely, some bloke. This is what I love. When everyone tells me, "Oh, it's the Premier League. It's different to other leagues." 70% or whatever it was, I saw the other day. 74% of the league is foreign, right? So these players coming over can't be that bad, right? Because the Premier League is revered and yet is made up by 3/4 of foreign players. So this whole isn't built for the Premier League. Was Modric built for the Premier League? David Silva, they told me, was too small for the Premier League. Look at Trossard. He's not the biggest lad in the world, is he?
Look at Martinez at United.
Look at Martinez.
Yeah, he's only
beginning of the season, World Cup winner. Everyone, Jamie Carragher, I remember, was like, "This guy's too small to be a center back." Look at this butcher now. Like, I'll be honest, I'm gutted that we didn't pick him up, but I'm happy with Zinchenko. But no, I don't think size is really the barometer of a good player. But yeah, or your nationality, quite frankly. I mean, I don't think that's a barometer if you're going to make it in the Premier League.
Yeah, absolutely. Kuva, I was going to ask you, why as football fans do we care so much? I use the royal we. Why do we care so much what other clubs pay for a player? Why? Who cares?
Football Manager.
It must be.
That is what's done it. People are used to sort of, playing in the head. This is how to manage the team. Here's your budget. Fantasy football, that does it as well. You've got to spend to get a certain squad in, but you can't go over a certain limit. People are sort of equating the financial side of it to being a part and parcel of the game now. I don't think it's a good idea, but that's what it is. People have interests in it now. Some people were quite happy to big up exactly how well clubs do in a transfer market as a barometer of success as well. I think it's madness. It used to be about trophies. Apparently, it's much more complicated than that now. Has to be about sustainability or managing your FFP or generating your own funds. everything to sort of take away focus from what's actually being played on the pitch.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of it, to be honest. I keep thinking of walking away from it to, Premier League football generally, just support non-league stuff, because it seems like the game seems more honest. This is just all money. The passion's gone out of it. The heart's gone out of it. You can see people playing for money and just an easy payday, lavish lifestyle. Don't really have to put yourself out for games. It's all very comfy. Very few teams really are. I think very few teams living up to the expectation of the fans.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. The passion as well in the lower leagues it can't be replicated, right? Like it's just for love of the game, for love of the club, for love of the the community. I don't know if anybody here has seen Welcome to Wrexham, the documentary, but it really gives you an idea of community and what the sport brings to the township. It's second to none. Regardless of what team you support, it's really the passion about. Bob, you might know about that too, right? Like just coaching the kids as well, right?
Yeah, it's different when you can be there, right on the sidelines, involved, actually talking to players and stuff like that. I remember when I went to my very first Spurs game back in January of 19. Josh over at the Punjabi Spurs was kind enough to arrange a little meet and greet with me with Keith Birkinshaw, and sitting there with Keith and his wife and having a pint and him just telling me about football and everything like that. He was telling me basically when he started managing that he remembers times that you would have fans in like the break room kind of thing at halftime, having halftime tea with the players. Like it used to be the norm. Like the players used to be so accessible. Now there's this untouchables kind of mentality, this rock star mentality where they're, not only are they untouchable, but some are almost unapproachable. You hear these horror stories but Robbie, let's face it, it's not just in football. We hear it in every sport now.
Oh yeah,
you go back and you look at the NFL.
Now,
You
right?
look at American football, and you look at you go back and you watch games in the 70s, and fans are sitting there and they're eating and drinking with the players and stuff like that. Players are smoking on the sidelines. Every game, everything has evolved, and unfortunately, I think when these companies and business entities started realizing how much money there is in sport, and they were allowed to come in, that's where all sport started getting ruined. And
it got corrupted pretty badly, right?
Very bad. Well, you and I were talking about, we watched that FIFA Uncovered and we saw how that, do you guys have that over there, that Netflix series, Kuva, Mark? That FIFA
yeah.
Did you get a chance to watch it?
Yeah, very good.
I thought it was phenomenal. I thought absolutely phenomenal. I really was just like, oh my God, this is actually amazing, because it really puts you on the fence as well, that who's right. Were they right to do this kind of thing? Were they right to do that? Would they, when you look at the way they expanded the game through the African nations and stuff like that, and how well the African nations are doing now, and how they're producing players on a regular basis there, right? So it's so interesting, but it just shows you the true power of money. Savva, we're going to dip out, bring him in, bring him up, bring him right up. So we'll use this is the sad ploy where we'll use the pets for plugs, and please donate. Help. We have cats and dogs in Syria and Turkey that are suffering right now. We need your support. Just a pound. Help me get some milk, right? I'm sorry, buddy.
That's all we need is a pound, isn't it? A pound from people. Let's do this.
It's working. Just a second. Kids, you're not eating tomorrow. I'm donating.
Yes. That's it. That's a coup. Good. But you know what? Good idea. Kids, you know what? You're not eating tonight either. How much?
Well, I expect to see something nice. Listen, guys, thank you. I really appreciate you jumping on. It's been fun, and I've enjoyed every minute of it.
Yeah, if I get a little bit tonight,
congrats to you.
Yeah, well done to you, Savva. Good for you for doing this, man. Taking the time, about 24 hours, man, and you guys, the panel, everybody that's been coming in and out, the ones that have come and gone, the ones that are going to come later on. Fantastic. Again, just if you can, throw in whatever you can, man. Every little bit will add up and help.
Yeah, share the link. Share the link out.
Share the link. Share the love, man. That's it, 100%. And I'll try to jump back in later, Sav. If I can't tonight, then I'll join you on my lovely drive to work in the morning.
You two doing your Friday show usually, isn't it? The Cuz thing.
We did a quick one before we jumped on here.
You could bring the cat onto that, and then you can have this Cuz Ted.
Oh no.
What?
No. That's only when I talk to him. Disgustingly.
No,
Disgustingly.
don't
No.
worry. Don't
We'll
worry.
talk about it later. We'll talk about it on spot.
Just fling the cat around. You get subs.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Oh, in that case. Relax.
Terrible.
It was a hat. It was a hat.
All right, guys. Listen, big up. Big up.
Peace
Nice
out.
meeting
Good
you
luck.
guys.
Keep it up, guys.
Take care. All the
Cheers.
best.
You know,
Thanks,
Bobby.
guys. Much
guys.
love.
Thanks.
Cheers. Take care.
Really appreciate it. Really
And
appreciate
of course,
it.
Anytime.
anytime Robbie's about to sign off, this is the thing for our show, and I know he loves to say it. Come on, you Spurs.
Nobody likes to say that.
Guys, then there were three.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Look, just before we move on, please do dig in. All jokes aside about the the pug and the cute cat. Please dig into what you can. We are drying up a tiny bit, and we are struggling to get past the 823 mark the 828 mark on Just Giving. And on YouTube, we are currently at just over 425. So if anyone can donate, please do. So we're just over £1,200 at the moment. We desperately want to get to £1,600 by the end of this stream. So we've still got 6 hours, but it feels a lot longer for us when there aren't donations coming in. So even £1. And please subscribe as well. Listen, my channel is flying at the moment. Hopefully you can help me take that up even further. We are now 40 subs away from 3,500. So that would be brilliant. And yes, Todd is right. God bless the victims and families affected.
Right.
What was that? Did you guys hear that?
I thought I heard a cat again.
Yeah. I'm sure I heard a cat. I thought it was one of you two. You got a cat?
No, well, I have, but it's not in here.
Guys, as I said, Dan's in here from Secure IT VPN. There we go. He can't be any fairer. He said, guys, hope you're well. We will give 100% of your first month subscription directly to Savva for the appeal. So if you want any more information, Dan is in the chat. So please ask any questions you've got. Thank you very much, the disabled team who were in earlier and did donate. I hope your stream went well. Thank you very much. It is appreciated. Guys, let's talk. I want to talk Wolves tomorrow. A strange one for me, this, because we've lost our last 3 away games. So the law of averages says you've got to win one at some point, right? But Wolves are not a bad team, but Wolves don't score a lot of goals. What are we thinking tomorrow? I'll start with you, Mark. What's your feeling telling you? Are we going to stop the away rot and keep up the good Premier League form, or are we going to have a hangover from Sheffield United?
Well, hopefully. I mean, the Sheffield United game was a complete disaster, but I don't expect no more. I don't expect us. I'm like Kuba. I don't expect us to win anything. I've given up with hoping we'll win something. I've given up with all of that now. But I mean, the football's dreadful that we play. Every time you go on about the football that we play, I completely agree with you. It's absolutely dreadful. I mean, if anything, we're going to sneak it 1-0. And that's going to be it. It's going to be a scrappy goal, gets bundled in off Kane's backside probably. And that'll be about the end of it,
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, just quickly before I come to you, Kuva, a Mile High Hot Spurs put in another donation. Thank you so much. Very, very generous, guys.
Yeah.
I really, really appreciate that.
Big up, Leo.
Please keep the donations coming in. It really does help. I've put the link into the chat and it is pinned as well. Give us your thoughts as well. Everybody in the stream, what are your score predictions for tomorrow against Wolves? Kuva, Wolves at home was a really tough game. I thought we were very lucky to come away from it with the win. It was another one of those very poor first halves where Wolves deserved it. And then if I remember, I think we scored from a flick on corner, I think. Perisic whipped
I
over.
think it was,
Kane.
yeah.
Are you expecting more of the same tomorrow? Are you expecting that we go there and dare I say it, we get a response from Wednesday night?
For me, it just feels like it's going to be one of those games where it's one goal will win it either way.
Yeah.
You know, another thriller.
Yeah.
No, I've got no faith in this team, to be honest. But I think we could win it. Then everything will be just fine again, won't it? Then play Milan and we'll lose that. I just think we're building up to getting that full sense of belief again before the Milan game, and then everything's taken away. Because that's what it is. It's a playful sort of torture of this club.
It is, isn't it? I think the key thing for me, Coover, is it's so difficult to predict Tottenham now because we are so erratic. You know, and as we said earlier, I say earlier, this could have been about 11 hours ago now. What we said earlier was, you know, we've got this good, we're the informed Premier League team with, I just think it was just the defeat sandwiched, the Leicester defeat sandwiched in between 4 wins, right? But at the same time, we've lost 3 games away in all competitions. And I just don't feel like I ever know what Tottenham's going to turn up. And I don't know if I can predict anymore, because any prediction I make, I'll get told I'm in the mud. But I just don't know what to think ever, Coover.
Yeah, I mean, look at the amount of times we've lost this season. 8 in the league, both domestic cups, that's 10. Champions League, how many did we lose in the group stages? Just the 1, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah, I think it was 1.
I think it was
and the first leg against Milan.
Yeah.
So that's a dozen losses.
Yeah.
That's not a confident team. There's not a team you put your money on really to keep another team out. I just Wolves are struggling. That's the only thing that's going for us really. They can't seem to score goals very easily. Yeah. Some of their signings haven't worked out. Same as ours. But I'm not in the slightest bit interested. That's the killer bit. I don't think I'm even going to bother watching it. That's where I'm with the club now. At least if it's like a London derby, I can get something sort of get enthused about. But you know, Wolves. No disrespect to Wolves, it's not exactly a glamour game, is it? We've had so many games where we struggle. Look at, as you mentioned earlier in the season, we got away with it earlier. In the season, I thought they outplayed us most of the game. It's just not good stuff to watch. I'm not excited. I'm not hopeful. So yeah, we'll probably go and win it. Get those false hopes up for the Champions League. Yeah.
Absolutely. Just quickly, a big shout out to Carl, aka Audio Artisan, and Anonymous, whoever just posted for an extra £20 into the Just Giving page. We're now up to £843 in that page, and just over, if my maths works, just over £425 into YouTube. So we're currently looking at nearly just under £1,300. So thank you, everyone. We are getting there. Somebody else has just made a £15 donation. Very, very generous. It hasn't told me the name of that person yet, so I will go back and have a look. But if it was you, thank you very much. It really does mean the world. We're nicely on target. We're just under 30% of our target, which after 10 hours is not too shabby. Mark, as a Spurs fan, look, Coover just sounds absolutely defeated, doesn't he? When he talks now, Coover's like, oh, what's the point? And I'm the same. And it's, are you there with Spurs? Are you literally like, even though we're fourth and people make this out to be the be all and end all, are you kind of like, oh, well, we're playing and
when Coover was speaking, I was going to say it's 3:00 tomorrow, isn't it? Is it 3:00 kickoff?
I think it's a 3:00 kickoff tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah,
and so thankfully it's not on the telly, because I don't even look forward to seeing us on the telly anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I keep going back, but all right, when Poch was here, we were on telly an awful lot because we were like one of the top teams. I used to love it. I used to be well up. But now, I don't even look forward to seeing us, let alone going. I've been twice this year, and I wish I'd never bothered.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, in both the games I went to, we won. And it was, what did I go to? Fulham at home, 2-1. And Everton, 2-0. You know, but even the football was dreadful. And we won both of those games. You know, I don't get excited watching us anymore. Not like it used to be.
Yeah,
you know, it's,
that's the real shame, isn't it? I mean, that's why I'm so angry. I
Yeah.
don't enjoy watching my team.
No.
I've loved all my life.
And as for us being fourth, that's more luck than design. I think it's only because Chelsea and Liverpool are terrible at the moment, but they won't be next year.
Just quickly, just to ramp things up. So thank you very much. Dan Brown at Secure IT VPN is just putting a package together for me at the moment to win 4 times platinum hospitality tickets for an AFC Wimbledon game. So if you are anywhere down this neck of the woods near AFC Wimbledon, Dan is generously putting that package together for us. So big up. Thank you. Every little or large helps, whether it's tickets, clothes, whether it's donations. So thank you to absolutely everyone. It really is appreciated. And he is in the chat. So ask any questions you've got about his VPN service, which is great. They are a sponsor, the cyber sponsor of AFC Wimbledon. They work with some other football clubs as well, but I'll let Dan tell you about that in the chat. Napoli lost tonight. Yeah, I saw Napoli lost. I think that cuts their lead down to 16 or 17 points in the Italian league. I'm sure they're going to be all right.
Gaza's Lazio, Gaza still.
But yeah, do you know what, guys? I'm with you. I used to get to the point where I would do whatever I could to find a stream. I'd get annoyed if my stream was lagging because I'm like, oh my God, I want to watch. Now I'm at the point where, if I can't find a stream, I'll just watch Gillette Soccer Saturday and let the scores roll. Do you know, and that's a real sad state of affairs, isn't it? That's where we're at as a football club.
Yeah.
Why don't, guys, other fans from other clubs look in and go, you're 4th Champions League, what are you complaining about? What is it, Kuva, that they wouldn't understand about what we're going through? Is it the longevity of this?
Yeah, it's got to be, hasn't it? I mean, even when we have our relatively great times in the last 20 years, still don't win anything. So all we've got is these points of time when we get close to getting somewhere and the football might be worth watching. That's it. So when we have a prolonged period like now, after the Pochettino's side fell apart, we didn't get the new blood into the team as he was so obviously crying out for it to happen, and the rebuild never happened. So we've festered and fallen away, and now we've gone through a succession of managers that, as far as I'm concerned, don't play very attractive football. That's the kind way of putting it. So we've got absolutely no trace of being successful whatsoever, and it's absolutely painful to watch it too. Why am I going to get excited about this team at the moment? There's nothing. I literally would prefer to do other things. I've already been this season regularly. I'll have the football on one screen. On the other screen, I'll just play a computer game or something entertaining. It's better than doing this. Or, put on Soccer Saturday, like you said. Maybe even put on somebody's stream. Like a bit of Irish Hotspur or something in the background for their commentary. That's usually worth a laugh when things are going bad. Just because it's raw emotion coming out of there, and it's more than you see on the pitch. Yeah. So I think some of the fan commentaries are better than anything that's happening from the team at times. You're right. It's the fact it's prolonged now. This has been going on for a few years now. So why get excited?
Do you know what's good to watch, guys? I don't know if you've seen it. There's a YouTube channel called like Fans Reactions or something. And So they do a Spurs one. So they normally they put Henry on because when Spurs concede a goal, Henry loses his mind. They've had Sean and David Harris on there. Just all these different people that when a goal goes in, that I don't know about you guys. I'm not a screamer or a shouter. When Spurs concede, I'm like, other fans like Henry falls off his chair. Sean's grabbing his hat and he's getting frustrated, but the reactions are brilliant, and those videos get 90,000 views or something. So it's better than the game. It's better than the game.
It is. I wish I still felt like that about the team. I just don't. That's what I'm annoyed about.
Nor do I.
Feel dead inside.
Yeah.
Just quickly, Dan from VPN has sent me through some details. Just fucking spell appreciate it. Okay, so for anybody in the chat, what we'll say is I'll do a draw at 11 p.m. So all I need people to do, you can win if you would like to win 4 platinum hospitality tickets to watch AFC Wimbledon versus Swindon Town on the 22nd of April. So next month, 22nd of April. And with that, you get a 4 to 5 course meal, a welcome drink, a halftime drink, a padded seat, and he's going to try and sort out a meet and greet with some players as well, and also a signed home shirt. And the football will be better than watching Tottenham Hotspur play. Yeah. So that is a very, very generous offer. Thank you very much, Dan. All I need you to do is this, and I will put in a draw and select a winner. All I need people to do is put into the chat hashtag AFC Wimbledon. Hashtag AFC Wimbledon. We will then generate a winner. And then hang on, don't do it yet. Don't do it. We have 1 second. I've just realized what I need to do to make that happen. Sorry, 1 second. Probably would help if I did my StreamYard giveaway, wouldn't it? 1 second. StreamYard giveaway tool. There we go. StreamYard giveaway tool. Blah, blah, blah. Where is it? StreamYard giveaway. Is it going to let me in? Choose a broadcast. Part 2. Hashtag AFC Wimbledon. Right. Okay. So if don't put it in yet. Now you can do it. If you type in hashtag AFC Wimbledon, you could win the 4 tickets, and I will generate. And just to show everybody that this is legit and I will not be making it up, have a look at this. Present, share screen, Microsoft Edge. There we go. StreamYard giveaway tool. There. So if you can see that on the screen, you can see here what this does. It tells me how many people have entered, and then there you go. You can see it's going up as 2 people have put in. When I go to draw, I press draw and it will give me one of your names. There you go. They're getting in. And also, I will caveat this and say that I will do that draw. When we get to £1,000 on the Just Giving page. And again, to prove to you how close we are for that, because I hate being told that I'm making things up. Here we go. Can you see that? On the Just Giving page, there we are. We're sitting at 853. So if we can get £147 more across the 147 people, funny enough, that are in here, plus hashtag AFC Wimbledon, you can win a trip for 4 people to watch them play on the 22nd. Hospitality, 4 5-course meal, halftime drink, meet the players, signed shirt. And thank you, Dan, at Secure IT VPN. Thank you very much. Sorry, I talked loads there. Kuva.
I just tried to do it. I can't do it on my phone because I'm on here.
Oh, sorry about that, man.
That's
sorry,
all right, man.
Sorry. The disabled team also coming with a donation, saying the donation is from at Lee Statham. Savva, he subscribed to. Thank you so much. I'm really liking all the love and support. I feel we've learnt from last time, Kuva, what to do and what not to do on these things. Please drop a subscribe as well. Guys, if we do win tomorrow, let's get back to some football. I need a breath. No, hang on. There's another super chat here. Sorry. Loves music. Thank you very much for another super chat. You've been very generous tonight. And said, in my job as a manager of a team, if my team is not motivated or performing, it's down to me and me alone. Live by the sword, die by it. Poch, please. Another Poch in person. Yeah. Guys, if we do win tomorrow, surely we are absolute rock solid favourites for top 4, aren't we? If we win that tomorrow, Forest at home to come, surely we're rock solid favourites, aren't we?
You would have thought so. You would have thought so.
Talking about Spurs, and you start off with surely, that means guaranteed not happening.
Yeah.
And rock solid.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me. Just quickly, how many people? We've had 11 entries. Come on, people. 4 tickets to see a professional game with. Come on, let's do it. Hashtag AFC Wimbledon. That's all you've got to type in.
If it was Swindon versus AFC Wimbledon, it'd be closer for me.
I did think that.
Yeah.
I can assure you, Dan, the football will be better than anything that Antonio Conte serves up at Spurs. I'm sure of it. But thank you, Dan. Very generous. Please, you've got the link as well in the chat, guys. Please click on the link if you would like to get one of his products. That would be absolutely brilliant. On a serious note, that would surely put us in such a good position for top 4, wouldn't it?
You'd think so, but this season's been all dependent on others around us, really, hasn't it? Because you don't go 2/3 of the way through a season, lose 8 games, and think, "Oh yeah, this is definitely top 4 nailed on now," isn't it? If it wasn't for the likes of Liverpool and Chelsea falling away so dramatically, I think it would be a bit different, wouldn't it? Because we could be sitting in 6th place, going, "We got no chance of getting in top 4 again." It's points on the board. They matter eventually, don't they? If we keep chipping away at it, it'll happen. That's it at the end of the day. Doesn't matter how well we're playing. If we keep sneaking 1-0 wins, boring the place out, top 4's on the cards. But what's good's it going to do? Same as always, I strongly suspect. We'll be praying for an easy group in the Champions League again, just to get through and fail in it again.
And then struggle to get through that.
Yeah, and then be struggling for top 4 again all next season.
Yeah,
when other teams will have picked up.
Yeah,
I'll just something dramatically got to change. I don't think even scraping top 4 this season's not going to do it. It's just more money we're going to waste.
Yeah, and let's face it, it's what Levy wants anyway, because he only wants Champions League, and that's the end of it.
Yeah. It's running a football side purely from the financial aspect.
Yeah, of course it is.
He's good at that.
Yeah. There was something, it was either on Twitter or Facebook, you get 2 million for the FA Cup, and you virtually get that for winning 1 game in the Champions League. You get
true.
Yeah, and if we can get past AC Milan, it's 10.5 million. 10.6 million or something we get just for getting into the quarterfinals, whatever we'll be in.
Yeah, my feeling is for the Champions League, our goal is always get through the group stages.
Yeah.
Anything else, bonus.
Yeah.
But I just can't get motivated for any of it now.
No.
I think that the way we went out of both domestic cup competitions was just unacceptable. You just absolute thrown it away. I mean, that's the shocking bit. That was the Forest game was even worse than that Sheffield United game.
Yeah,
Forest game was an abysmal performance. One of the all-time low points in being a Spurs fan.
Yeah,
absolutely. Guys and girls, only 11 people with a chance to win 4 VIP tickets. Hashtag AFC Wimbledon. Get it in there. It's great. I love going down to a lower league game. I think it's brilliant. Great atmosphere. You know, you get banter with the players. I think it's great. You're going to get fed. You're going to get some drink. And then Dan, on top of that, in the next stream, which depends who's awake, between 4 a.m. and 12 p.m., has kindly donated 2 hospitality tickets for Swansea City at home. So Swansea City v Preston at home in April as well. So What a guy. But listen, put in. There's only 13 entries. 13 entries. This is a chance to win for free an AFC Wimbledon. You know, we're talking London, so get it in there, guys. Nexus said you could also always auction the tickets off in here, Savva proceeds to the fund. Yeah, I think we want to just make sure that we keep everything above board, and you know what I mean. I just can't. I haven't got the time to do that, to be honest. Vishal is always concerned that I wear black clothes. Worrying. I don't know why you take such an interest in what I wear, but yeah, I do wear
in mourning for the football.
Yeah,
in mourning. Yeah, that's it. Look, so
you notice we all got black on.
Absolutely. Yeah. Tarns has gone in with a chance. Nicholas Collison. Oh, Nick's got in with a chance. Just smash it in. I'll even put myself in. I'm putting myself in. Ready? You can see that I'm putting in AFC Wimbledon. If I win, I'll just donate them anyway. But AFC Wimbledon. AFC Wimbledon. There you go. Get it in there, people. Get it in there. Get down. If you've never been to a lower league game as well, get them in, man. It's absolutely brilliant day out. Oh, yes. So, guys, after that, look, we've got Milan. We've got AC Milan. I thought we were really poor in that first leg against them, if I'm honest. I thought we had quite a lot of the ball at times, but didn't really probe, no attacking, no shots. And this was against an AFC, and I've got AFC Wimbledon on the mind. This was against an
AFC Milan.
AFC Milan, yeah. This was against an AC Milan. Oh, he's back. Look, he's back. Here he is. He's back. He's had some adult time, as he called it.
No adult time. No adult time.
Yeah. We're just talking AC Milan, Barry. We have, they had a lot of injuries, a lot of suspensions in the first leg. Some of those players are going to be back. Kuva, they're not a great team, but we're Spurs. What are you expecting from the second leg at our home ground?
I'm expecting an Italian team to have the knack of managing a game and just see it out.
Think the place out.
I'm actually tempted to put money on it being a 0-0. I think we offer so little. We're so predictable. I think they'll deal with it.
Yeah,
they don't need to go for goals.
Do you not think we'll be able to, they'll get a boot up the backside and a rousing speech to get them through against an Italian team at home under the lights?
You'd think so, but I like I said, I have no confidence in this team. I see no spark happening in the attacking third of the field. I think especially now with Bentancur missing as well, Decky's way off form, Sonny's off form. Where are the goals coming from? It's only Harry Kane, really, isn't it? Sometimes you hope for Højbjerg going forward, and to be fair to him, he's had a good season. He's been chipping in with goals and making some things happen, but can't do that all the time. I just think they're going to come with a game plan, sitting back, smothering us, cut off the supply to Kane, game over.
Yeah,
AC Milan have never won in England.
Never
in the Champions League or whatever, the same tournament.
Never.
AC Milan against English clubs, they've never won in England. Yeah,
it's always a first time, isn't that?
Yeah. There's never won after Wednesday.
No, Leeds beat them 1-0 in the Champions League in 2000, 2001.
Wow.
Portsmouth drew with them 2-2. Everton 0-0. Man United 1-0, Spurs 2-1, Chelsea 2-1, Ipswich beat them 2-1.
Wow.
So that'd be 1-0 to Milan then on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last if you're talking like the last, I guess in the 2000s, they lost 3-2 to Liverpool. They drew 1-0 with United. They lost 3-1 to Arsenal, 3-0 to Arsenal, 0-0 with us, 4-0 to Manchester United. Yeah, so
just quickly, with regards to giving away the AFC Wimbledon tickets, please be in this country and please be able to get there. If you do live in America or Canada or Spain, I wouldn't advise. I wouldn't advise trying to win the tickets because you need to get here.
If I win it, I'm going to pick somebody out to give the tickets to.
Oh, you're so nice, aren't you? You are so nice. Just to make people aware, we've had a few donations that are anonymous in the Just Giving link. We are now £108 away in the Just Giving in the Just Giving page. £108 away from 1,000 on there. Plus, we're nearly at 500 from the YouTube donations. So we're just under 1,500. But I need 108 more pounds into the Just Giving page. And at 11 o'clock or whenever that time the £1,000 rolls in, I will do the giveaway. Not before. Let's have an incentive, people. Even if you stick a £5 in each or £3 in each, we can get there really, really quickly. And I will stick the link back in for where you can do the Just Giving. Barry, what are you expecting from AC Milan? I know that you're saying that they've never won in England, but this is Spurs, and we have a habit of seeing off bad records like that and helping people, don't we?
We do, but look, we're going to be fine. It's going to be okay.
Why?
The positivity's back. I've just because it doesn't matter. I might as well be positive and deluded about it. Danny Kyriakou can call me deluded all he likes, but I don't care anymore, man. I've been so pissed off with these results, especially Sheffield United. You know, Coover mentioned Nottingham Forest. Manchester United, my 40th birthday, I was at Old Trafford. I got to watch that shower of shit. I don't care anymore. Emerson Royale's just got called up to the Brazil squad. So come on, we're gonna.
Has he?
Yeah.
Right, we're ending the 24-hour live. What?
Yeah, Richarlison needs the supply to score the goals, doesn't he?
Is Richarlison being called up as well?
Let's have a look.
What? What? The world's gone mad.
Why has he gone mad? No, not at all. It's not gone mad at all.
Well, hang on. You've definitely gone and had sex. You've come back well happy. Like
no. I definitely haven't gone and had sex. The painters are in, so there's definitely not any of that.
Oh, right. Oh, really? Oh.
So guess who's been left out of the squad?
Who's been gone? Who's been left out? Big up Gav Mack from Mad Sports Network.
Hey, look, if the painters and decorators are there, just take the dirt track.
Oh, stop, everyone. Stop.
Hey, look, it's post 9 o'clock now. We can say what we like now.
Oh,
so 3 players have been left out of the squad. Neymar, Martinelli, and Alisson have been left out of the squad.
Hang on, Neymar, I think, is injured.
Yeah, he's always injured around the time of his sister's birthday. Really,
yeah, it says Neymar was injured in the French League game last month and is out of the Champions League clash. Martinelli's a surprise admission, and Emerson Royale is in the squad.
Wow. Let me ask this. Gav Mack, as an Arsenal fan, another realistic Arsenal fan, and big up to yourself, mate. Long time no speak, apart from WhatsApp earlier today, so about 12 hours ago. Martinelli, why is Martinelli not in the Brazil squad? Is he not doing it for Arsenal, or what's going on there?
He didn't really play much in the World Cup either. But then when you got Vinicius Jr., it's a little bit difficult, isn't it?
But not making the squad?
Yeah. In my opinion, since the contract talks and whatever, he hasn't really been turning it on. His last 2 games, he's looked all right. But prior to that, he was a little bit lackluster. So that's probably why. They've got a plethora of talent in Brazil, haven't they? So players are going to miss out. Alisson is the best goalkeeper Brazil have seen for over 2 decades, and he's not in the squad. So, probably just giving some minutes to other people.
I mean, listen, I think the world's gone mad. If Richarlison's making that squad and Martinelli isn't, I can only imagine the Brazilian manager doesn't watch Tottenham and Arsenal play. But then
again, like you can also, it's a little bit like with England, isn't it? Maguire is going to be in the squad and is going to start the game for England because he might not be turning it on for club, he might not be doing anything there, but at the same time for country, he seems to be doing it. And maybe Martinelli hasn't really been doing it enough in a yellow shirt for him to warrant going in the squad or even starting.
Over João Gomez at Wolves and Paqueta at West Ham, surely he's better than those two.
Yeah, I think so. Unless Arteta said, mate, leave him out.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm okay with that. But no, really and truly, in terms of talent, in terms of ability, he should be in the squad and he should be pushing for a start. But then again, if you are starting your best, then you're going to start. Vinicius Junior. Also, I don't know where the games are being held. Are they going to be played in South America? And if so, and they're friendlies, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it a case of, well, we're only going to take him, but
it's been played in Morocco. It's been played in Morocco.
That's not even bad. You could do Morocco, like you could fly there in a couple of hours. So that then surprises me a little bit. Like if sometimes I remember it used to happen with a few Argentinian players, especially with Aguero. It's like, oh, okay, well, are you going to play him? No, he might get 20 minutes or 45 minutes in this game. Well, don't bother taking him.
Yeah.
So it might be a case of that, but we're just speculating here.
Absolutely. Listen, guys, I want to bring up a conversation. I'm gonna bring this conversation up because Chris has joined us again. So big up, Chris. And I want to get everyone's perspective on something. For me, Chris is going to tell me off for this. For me, is killing football, and I want to get a good debate going, and I want everyone in the chat to let me know as well. And thank you to whoever just donated $20 to the Just Giving page. We're now £80 away from being able to do the giveaway, and £80 away from £1,550 being raised already. Not even halfway through the 24 hours, which scares the hell out of my eyes and my soul right now. But we'll keep going. I want to talk about the dreaded VAR. Now, Chris, if I'm not wrong, you are a qualified ref. Is that correct?
Actually, technically, no. But no, I was a referee for 15 years.
What level were you, Chris?
Well, I only got up to level 5, but perhaps more importantly, I was referee development officer. So I worked for 5 years full time in referee.
Your RDO,
training.
You didn't push yourself to 4 or 3.
No, I mean, I wasn't as good as my colleagues, but B, at that stage, I was more about helping others, right? So some of the guys I trained, for example, on Football League now. So when I was doing that job, I was looking after hundreds of referees, but I had access to all the top guys, right? So someone like me, I was a tutor at the FA. So you would learn from the very top guys, and it would be me who then passes that training on sort of at a local level. So hopefully I know what I'm talking about, but
which FA was it, Chris?
Sorry?
Which FA was it?
That's all in the past, mate. I'd rather just leave and move on.
I was a referee as well. I was a level 4.
Yeah,
that's why I'm intrigued.
Yeah. Well, it's a while ago now, but people don't often, and just to frame any refereeing conversation, right? I'm happy to answer anything that anyone wants to ask if it's genuine. If it's just a kind of referee bashing session, then referees are shit, and then
I'll defend you, mate, because that's
not going to go anywhere. But if anyone wants to understand like how refereeing works and got any questions on the laws, but we're going to kick off with VAR, right? So
I have many questions, and they're not referee bashing. I don't consider VAR to be refereeing. Chris, I've said to you when we WhatsApp, I think I've got everyone's WhatsApp number in the world. Like I feel like I just constantly WhatsApping people talking about football. My wife loves it. Chris, you know my annoyance and my frustration with VAR, right? And I'd love to know what everyone in the chat thinks. I just can't understand how it was brought into. I think the correct terminology was to make sure. I'm sorry, go Doolally over here, for anything that was clear and obvious, right? And it now feels that it's used for absolutely everything that happens on a pitch. Everything is slowed down. And the biggest thing I don't ever get, Chris, is this, and I don't know if this annoys anyone else. An incident will happen, right? and the referee's standing in the middle waiting for VAR to tell him something. He's sending players away and going over all this, right? 2 minutes passes by, and then you see him run to a monitor that he could have run to at the beginning to look and make a decision. What is going on during all this kind of melee? Why?
Yeah. So, oh dear, where do we start? I'm certainly not going to defend some of the protocol as it currently stands, right? And that introduces some of this kind of weird scenario where you see stuff like that. But the protocol is currently what it is. So we had a bit of a farce in the game the other day, didn't we, with this red card that Stuart Atwell showed in the Chelsea game.
Yeah.
And it seemed like an obvious criticism, what you just said. Why didn't you go over initially before showing the red card? Having to wait X number of minutes, show a red card, and then immediately run over and go, oh, it's not a red card after all, seems ridiculous. That is the protocol as it stands. I'm not going to defend that protocol necessarily, but the argument would be that I think the referees should be able to go over it if they want to, right? And just go, you know what, I haven't got a good enough view of that. Let me go and have another look. As it stands at the moment, they can't, and they have to make a decision before VAR can then say, right, you need to go and review that. And the reason why that is because if VAR said before they've made a decision, look, it's not a red card, so don't waste your time, effectively VAR becomes the referee at that stage, and the referee doesn't need to make decisions. So they want to avoid that happening. But I think, look, I agree that the protocol of the way it works could do with some improvement for sure.
So let me ask then, others in the chat. So, by the way, Mark, I know you've got to go, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Go.
Right.
Thank you for all your time. It is much appreciated.
No
Thank
worries,
you
man.
so much for spending
Get Cooper to send me the link, and I'll be back on in the morning.
Perfect. I'll be here. Don't worry.
Yeah. But you ain't got my number, have you?
Yeah, it's all right. No worries, mate.
Yeah.
Everyone in the
send it
world
over for the next one. I'll be on in the morning.
Perfect. Thanks, mate.
Cheers, lads.
See you soon. Cheers. I mean, Kuva, Gav, Nick, what are your honest opinions of VAR? For me, it's just slowed everything down to the point where no one celebrates. Every decision is being nitpicked when then it can't be clear and obvious if it takes 2 to 3 minutes to make a decision. That's only me. I think it's killed celebrations. I think it's making football boring. What do you guys think?
The reason why I was sort of like grilling Chris is I refereed for 10 years. Got to a semi-pro level, did some half decent games myself, and that's why I was sort of like grilling you. I'm not trying to throw you under a bus, Chris, or anything like that. But I remember, in fact, it came out on my Facebook status probably from about 7 years ago. I said, if VAR comes in, I'll probably chin off refereeing. I've never been a fan of it. Things work well in different areas. The thing is, with factual information, it is good. With when it comes to subjective decision making, then I don't like it. I don't like it because I can give something which, in my opinion, I feel is a foul, still in line with the laws of the game. Someone else may think otherwise. And when I was on the development group, when I was refereeing, we used to look at clips. There'll be, like 10 clips of decisions, and we'll see different angles. This is before VAR, and there'll be me and a load of other level 4 referees. That's like sort of like supply league level, one below like Northern and Southern League, regional leagues and that. There'll be us lot in there, and my coach was Kevin Friend, former Premier League referee, and we would all be looking at things and the room would be split.
Yeah.
Unless it was a factual decision, like an offside, for argument's sake, ball over the line, not over the line. Everything else pretty much is subjective. Even handball to a degree is subjective. Did he,
to a degree,
is his arm in a natural position? Is it in an unnatural position? Was it ball to hand? Was it? Do you see what I mean? So then I might give it and think, fuck me, that's 100%. That's a foul. But then, Chris might give it. And then you'll probably be thinking, oh, well, me and Chris, we're qualified referees. But then you have a look. And Savva, you look at it and be like, I don't think it is for me. So then, if it's subjective, you
don't
can't
you think
go in
more
there
than
and
anything, Gav, I think it's made so many people not actually know what a handball is anymore. No one seems to know what is a natural position. Defenders seem to defend like that with their, if I stand up like that, with their arms behind their back, which is not a natural position to defend. And the worst thing that I think VAR has done is it has made every single fan cry and shout out for every time the ball bounces around the box, VAR, handball, and it's like, there's no flow.
Well, this is one thing that I suggested years ago, even before, like at the beginning times of VAR being spoken, and I've said it on pods with you, Savva. I've said it on my own pods. I've said it on my old radio show that I was doing. Challenge flags. You know, I love my American sport, but challenge flags. Honestly, each manager gets 2 challenges per half. You lose it, you use it, and it's wrong. You lose it. So, like, and that could be for anything. You know, I think that's a foul. All right. Oh, I'm going to throw a challenge flag. Next time the ball goes out of play, let's have a look at it. No, it's not a foul. You lost your challenge. I think that's how it should be, and that's for everything. And once that ball crosses the line, you can argue the toss. But if you haven't got any challenges left, tough shit. We go back to the centre spot and we crack on. I'll give the decision as a referee and I'll allow myself to still remain in charge and in control of the game. I genuinely believe that's what should be. But it will never happen.
Absolutely, Nick. Where are you with this? One of the things that drives me crazy is I love football because it's, things can go wrong and it's quick and it's fast paced. One of the reasons why I don't really watch American football or rugby is the constant stopping and starting. And football now feels to me that it is that.
Yeah, look, I think it's the uncertainty, right? So if you look at the obvious question is like, yes, you've got it, you've got it in rugby, you've got it in cricket, you've got it in tennis, but they are stopping, but they've got to the point where they're able to make decisions a lot quicker, right? But what it also does is that everyone in the stadium or the ground or the arena knows exactly what's going on. They can hear the conversation between the officials. They can see the visuals on the screen. And I think that's where it's got confused, because you celebrate a goal, then all you get on the screen is VAR checking for offside or VAR checking a penalty or VAR checking something. Then you're waiting to see whether or not the ref's going to go to the monitor. 9 times out of 10, he goes to the monitor, the decision's overruled. Or you then get a thing to say VAR check is over. So it's all very clunky, and it's not smooth. And you'd have thought, actually, from all of the sports that have used it for so long, whether that's with cricket, they've got kind of the reviews and everything else. And if it's wrong, then they lose it and everything else. You would expect it to be better by now. And I agree with you. It is. I think that's the part that's doing it. And for example, like you said about the handball, right? And what we were saying a minute ago, in the fact that me and you, Savva, might think it's a penalty, and everyone else might think it's not a penalty. The Aston Villa one, where he was on the floor or looked like he was falling down, and it hit his arm. Well, the pundits were saying, well, you can't give it if he's falling over to stop himself from falling over. But actually, he didn't fall over. So was he falling over or not falling over? So do you know what I mean? But I guarantee you, if the ref had pointed to the spot, they probably wouldn't have overturned that decision of giving the penalty. But because he didn't give a penalty, do you know what I mean? It's just, there's, like you say, there's too many interpretations. It's not black and white. It's not factual, right? Offside is factual.
Subjective. That's the thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying before. Exactly. It's a subjective decision. It's not the ball crossing the line. Is it not? Has it crossed the line? Has it not? Is he offside or is he not? And there's people, I can see loads of people in the chat going on about, it's a toenail. You should be 6 inches. I'll tell you what. Okay, let's say 6 inches, 15 centimeters, right? That's how thick the line is. What if you are then 15 centimeters and 1 millimeter over.
Yeah,
You've got to draw the line somewhere. Excuse the pun.
They do,
but like they do, and that is what it is.
Well, they don't.
I still believe that I still think that the Martinelli goal against Everton, I think that's offside. I don't understand. I don't understand. When you see the line, I can't even see where the green bit is. I'm quite.
What happened, Gav?
I'm quite surprised by it.
But do you remember? I mean, I'm saying a couple of years ago. This might have been a decade or so ago. I don't even know how old I am now. They introduced that they were going to start giving the benefit of the doubt to strikers. So
no. That's all talk.
Well, but hang on. This is what hang on. This is what was released
as well.
But this is what was released. They were going to give the benefit of the doubt to strikers so that there was more goals, more entertainment. Now it seems like all we want to do is make every single goal have controversy. Like some of the lines I'm looking at and going, oh, right, so my shirt there is gently leaning over. So what? Like, what, Chris, what are we doing? Why have they done it? Does it make football better?
A couple of comments, but first of all on that, I think Nick might agree with me that look, it is in the guidance that you should give the benefit of the doubt to the attacker. But in all honesty, and this is where we can give you some insight into what happens in referee meetings. In referee meetings, we would say no surprises and defensive refereeing and stuff. So actually, in reality, the games we're doing, we'd probably err the other way because people will forget the flag going up when he's just onside in a local game where you haven't got replays. Yeah. But they ain't going to forget the goal that goes in when they think he's offside. So that's the way that most of us would referee because we don't want controversy and we try and avoid that. So it doesn't really filter through the game, this benefit of the doubt to the attacker. The one thing I'd point out, well, two things on the conversation we've had so far. The whole handball thing we've discussed, I don't think it's anything to do with VAR. You're still going to have the same debate if VAR is here or not. Is it handball? Is it not? You just got a referee make it.
That's not true, is it, Chris? That's not true. So, for example, right? We've seen it now where players are not even looking at the ball. So someone takes a shot. I'm facing this way. The ball's coming behind me. My hands are where they are. It's hit my hand. That's a handball, right? If that's given or not given in the old rules of just the referee going, yeah, I didn't see anything, go, right? You have your moan, you get on with the game. Now what they're doing is having about 25 different views of it, right?
I think that happened anyway, Savva. You got to remember, why did VAR come in? Because it wasn't the refereeing community clambering for it. The level of criticism of referees before VAR came in was out of control. It was vindictive. It was nasty. Week in, week out on Match of the Day, they would get torn apart. And some of them were poor decisions, right? There's no question about it. But the attitude that pervades the game in being able to criticize people, managers, players, it's in the media, that is what led to VAR coming in. And the referees were not the ones at the forefront going, we want VAR in. And it's ironic now that I reckon half the people, I'm not saying you, I don't know individuals, but I reckon half the people now who are saying they don't want VAR were the same people probably criticising the referees, because we did have 20 replays of everything. We didn't have VAR, but we still had that same forensic analysis. This putting your hands behind the back that Eric Dyer does, that didn't start with VAR. That was happening beforehand. That's the consequence of the laws of the game, not of VAR.
It started in Spain, that sort of stuff, because they went through a period of it doesn't matter whether it's accidental or not. Every time the ball strikes your hand, it's a foul and a yellow card. In La Liga, it was that way. Honestly, the amount of cards are getting dished out.
The replays you're talking about, though, Chris, for me, again, this is just me, and I never wanted VAR. I loved the fact that there was some decisions you got, some you didn't. There were talking points. Great. Now it feels like it's exactly the same, but with loads and loads and loads of stoppages in every single game. So, for example, with the whole, is your hand in a natural position, right? First of all, I'm a huge believer that it's just become so overcomplicated. Your hand has to be somewhere, right? I think we, as human beings, we acknowledge, right, that the hand is part of your body and has to be somewhere. Secondly, as a defender, like I agree with you, it didn't start with VAR, Chris, but as a defender, Now, so many times I'm seeing top defenders that a cross is about to come in. They do that with the arms behind their back. And I'm thinking, that's not how they're taught to defend growing up. They're taught to be square onto the player, show them the line. And to do that, your arms are naturally, do you know what I mean? If I stand up here, your arms are naturally going to be in that position, right? They're not going to be like that. You don't defend like that. And now, anytime the ball hits the hand, it's penalty.
I'm going to say, I'm going to try and change that a little bit and say I don't think it's anything to do with VAR. And I think why we are where we are with handball, and I think offside as well, is because when there was some ambiguity in the laws, football as a whole does not accept the referee's opinion very well if it's not for their team, right? And the level of criticism and abuse was so over the top that the lawmakers, IFAB, decided to try and be prescriptive and define things to the nth degree, which is why you have this kind of length of the jersey on the arm and stuff like that. That is what leads into this kind of nonsense really around handball and around offsides, and why things become so complicated, because they're trying to define and write the law to cover every possible scenario. And that just, it's not a task that's possible. And I guess in refereeing, you have those two main criticisms of referees, I suppose, are people want consistency and they want common sense, but the two are mutually exclusive. You can't, my common sense and Nick's common sense are completely different things. So the only way you can have consistency is this kind of, if it hits the arm at all, no matter what, deliberate's irrelevant, it's a penalty. But if you go down that line to get the consistency, everybody goes mental, because you end up with a kind of ridiculous goals being disallowed. You remember the Lucas handball at Sheffield United? Yeah. What a farce of a decision. But that was correct in law at the time. It's mad.
And also the one where Fulham should have beaten Spurs a couple of years ago. Same sort of Lamina in the build-up handball. You know, that was a
Declan Rice one.
Declan Rice. That's a farce. You know.
But this is where I get really defensive is, look, a lot of fans don't know the laws. That's just life. But where the referees get criticised and actually the referees are doing the correct thing according to the laws of the game, you need to separate the two out, right? So you can criticise a referee for making a poor decision, fine, but don't criticise them for making a decision that's correct in law and it's actually the law that you're unhappy with, because some of the laws...
I get that.
But that's what annoys me. Most fans don't make that distinction.
As I said, my issue isn't with referees. For me, I've always been of the opinion that, you know, referees will make mistakes. We all make mistakes in our jobs, in our lives. They will make mistakes. What I hate is just how slow it's become. Like you used the Chelsea example earlier, right? For me, you know, it was... whether people will think that should have been a red card to Ziyech or not, I don't personally. I think that the game's gone so... It's for wimps now, isn't it? If that's a red card. But bar no bar, right? For me, it was, how long did that take to sort out?
Funnily enough, that's not a great example, because actually the vast majority of that was not about VAR. The vast majority of that was that they'd spotted a incident on field that they thought was a red card, but they had lost the man who committed the offence.
Fair enough.
The vast majority of that was waiting, albeit this is sort of VAR, was waiting for them just to confirm the identity. Where that was, it was a bit of an extreme incident, a bit of an unusual one, but where it was a complete nonsense. But this is the way it is.
Yeah. Just quickly, VAR has just confirmed to me that people have stopped donating in the last half an hour to the Just Giving page. Donate to the Just Giving page, please, 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 or super chats, whichever one you would like. Let's keep this moving. Otherwise, we're just people streaming for no reason for 24 hours. I've put the link in the chat. Please, please, please. 152 of you. Everyone putting a $5, everyone putting a $10. We're making some serious cash for a really good cause. Sorry, Chris, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I just, where it was ridiculous there is the vast majority of the delay was waiting for the guy to be identified who they're going to send off.
Yeah.
And VAR has to let him go and show that red card and give him that information, knowing full well that the second he shows the red card, they're going to go, well, I don't think it's a red card. Go and look at the monitor. So it was a it was a bit ridiculous. I would say there's a comment just been made by Tarns26, the next one down 1102.
Yeah,
I would 100% agree with this. 100%. I think it would be
I'm in agreement with that, because this is something that they tried out in the Netherlands and it worked. When VAR first was trialed in the Netherlands, it works like clockwork. And to be honest, I've always been anti-VAR, but the way it worked in World Cup 2018, I was like, you know what, actually, I think it could work. It comes straight to the Premier League, awful. In the Bundesliga, I think it works well. In A-League, this is where Jared Gillett made his name originally, because his final game, he was mic'd up throughout the whole thing, and you can hear him talking about things in certain situations. Like, he said something like, do I need to give a yellow card to sell it? And when he said that, it just resonated with me. And when I was refereeing at the time, I was like, yeah, you've got to do that sometimes. And sometimes you've got to arm gesture, and you have to, even though you are mic'd up with your assistant referee, the people, like fans, don't understand that you're mic'd up and you are in constant open air dialogue with the assistant referee. But in order to sell the decision, go over to the assistant referee and have a conversation, stood there next to him. It's like, I'm talking to you throughout the whole thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
but like, in order to sell it to the fans.
Sorry, I got a question. So why was after half time, why did he take his earpiece out when he was talking to Højbjerg? Were we assuming he was explaining the decision about the red card?
It could be a situation of, I'm trying to talk, I'm trying to concentrate and try and get what I'm saying. It's a bit like, I don't know if you ever wore like a talkback mic.
Yeah.
Or, you've got a producer in your ear telling you what to do. You've got to go into the break in 15 seconds, going back to the break in 15 seconds. I'm trying to talk and I'm trying to get it out. I can't fucking... I'll shut up. Right, okay. Blah, blah, blah,
yeah.
Okay, lovely. Back in the air. Off you go.
What about this, guys? This is quite interesting, actually. Football, for me, what I can't stand is we've got into this era now of so many people surrounding a referee for every decision. And for me, what I'd love to see, and I'm sure it's not the rules, I mean, you guys will tell me better, but I'd like to start seeing, right, say one more word, red card, like to show them a lesson. But
this is something that this is annoying. This is one of those things that is implemented from the bottom up rather than from the top down. Because when you are in your local park or a supply league ground or even at like a Conference North or South ground, there's not as many fans there. Everyone can hear what has been said. It's easy for you to turn around and say, do you know what? There's a yellow card up your nose, or there's a red card up your nose. But then as soon as you go home that night and you're watching match of the day and you're watching players going, fuck off, ref, this, that, and the other, calling referees, this, that, and the other, and nothing being done about it, it just allows players of a low level to think like, well, fuck it, if they're doing it, I'm going to do it. And then it's almost impossible for us to sell, but we're the ones that are at a lower level that have to implement it first. So I think there should be a time where we go through that and just literally bin everyone. Literally,
so I'll tell you, give you some inside info there. Current boss of the referees is Howard Webb. He took over in December. Before that was Mike Riley. Before that, going back about 15, 20 years,
fit, by the way,
was a guy called Philip Don. Philip Don used to referee in the Premier League, and he took over as the first kind of boss of the professional refs. He was quite strict. And one year, I'm guessing, I don't remember exactly, 2003-ish, something like that, they did bring in an edict to referees to be much firmer. And at the start of the season, there were a flurry of red cards. Rooney was one, I think, away at Fulham, off the top of my head. And you got to bear in mind the politics that sit behind this. So it stopped very quickly. And it stopped very quickly because all of the Premier League clubs who basically form part of the PGMO, who run the referees, they were not happy. All of their star players were suddenly getting suspended. Sky weren't happy because the product was devalued because Rooney wasn't playing, so-and-so wasn't playing. So that edict to referees of be strong on foul and abusive language, it's a red card, we don't want to see it at all, that got binned. So, and that's not the referees doing that, that's because the clubs have so much say.
Of the possible solution, I think, is like partially embracing for me what Brian Clough used to be like with his players. If they argued with the referee, he'd drop them and fine them. Now, what if we had another card for referees, like abusive language or something like that? So they're not being suspended from games. Just hit them in the pocket. You find a week's wages for that. That'll soon cut it out as well. People are giving away substantial amounts of money just because they're not keeping their mouth shut. And you could do that multiple times in a game if you need to.
I don't think a player would care. I've lost 200 grand this week because I was effing and jeffing.
I tell you what I think underpins all of this. I'm going to say something potentially a bit controversial. I'm interested to see what Nick thinks. This all fundamentally comes from, in my view, the Football Association do not support referees well enough. The punishments for abuse to referees, attacks on referees, physical, verbal, are a joke. And they always have been. The respect campaign that we've had for God knows how many years is just...
it's not a campaign, it's a program. Respect program.
Yeah, we were told to call it a program.
We're not allowed to call it a campaign anymore.
But it's all just lip service, isn't it? Because when it really comes down to it and the referees really need backing, the FA fold like a pack of cards.
Facts. It does. I've seen it happen. I've been in situations where I've been racially abused for giving a free kick in a different direction than another. And I've walked off the pitch, I've abandoned the game, and I've had a quiet word in my ear. It's like, should we do that? The players then got 150 quid fine and a 6-month ban, but then being seen in the paper playing on a Sunday morning in a different name, and I've got no support. I've been given zero support for it. Been given no compensation or anything like that. I'm not saying I'm asking for money for it. I'm not, but to have zero support off the back of it, things like that are the reasons why, some of the reasons why I was like, you know what, I'm not doing this anymore.
And I think this actually, I know people who are just watching Premier League football don't really maybe give this the thought, but this is the crux of the issue is actually grassroots. Because there's such a shortage of referees. Referees leave the game in droves because they don't get supported. And ultimately what that does is it dilutes the pool, right? So the actual quality, as you go further and further up, there's less and less to choose from. So if we had loads of referees at grassroots level, the quality of those getting promoted to level 4, level 3, etc., would be better. But we just don't have that. So the ultimate effect of the attitude at grassroots is that you get poorer referees than you should do at the top level.
I think, and also the other thing that really works. So there's two things here. So I've played rugby. When I was younger, a lot younger. But the whole difference between the referee in rugby and look, this is when we're sat there playing, and 25, 30-year-old men, and it gets quite fiery at times. But when that referee says something, everyone on that pitch listens. There's no one going up to him. He'll say, right, at the start of the game, if any issues, you come through your captains come to me. If someone tries to go outside of that, you say, captain, come over here, speak to him. If you want to say something, speak to the ref, you call him sir. You say, sir, what about this?
It's too late for that
and
now.
He'll say, okay, and you say, okay, fair enough. I'm not arguing. I'm just asking the question. And then he'll kind of point it out. And that's where. But what you get now is what you see in the Premier League. You see the kids doing it, right? And
this is what I was explaining before.
My wife's son is only 10, plays under 11s, and I see him on a Sunday, and afterwards I literally tear him apart. I see him, or I'll say it during the game. Something won't go their way. Oh, ref, what's going on? What's going on? And I'm like, whoa. Don't start, these 10-year-olds having to go at the ref. And this ref is obviously 16, 17, because that's, because that obviously he's supporting and he's probably plays in the youth team or whatever at the club. And you see that filtering down, whereas actually, and you get it from the parents, and the parents are at the linesman, and the linesmen are, and you're seeing it, and all the kids are seeing it. And it just doesn't. I don't know how you stop that, because it's too
late. It's too late, because when I first started refereeing, I used to go into the changing rooms and say, like, look, this is what I want, this is what I don't want. You know, captains, you talk to me, blah, blah, blah. And then I got told off by my RDO at the time, referee development officer, saying, don't do that.
I would have said the same.
But why? I'm going out there. I'm not demanding respect. I would give respect when respect is due, and I will also receive it in the same way. I want to manage the game in that way. If we turn around, if the RDO said to every single referee, active referee, every Sunday morning or every Saturday afternoon when they go out and do their game to do exactly the same thing, we would see a change. We would see a seismic change in things happening from level 7s, level 9s to level 7s to 6s to 5s upwards. We would see it, but it's too late. Football has been around for 200 years. In rugby, that's what happened at the beginning, and they kept it and they ran with it straight away. In football, it was allowed to disappear, and it's gone way too fast to try and bring it back now. And like when I used to, because I live in Northamptonshire, and I used to go down to Bedford Modern, like a private school, and referee some of their school games when I first started. And because they're predominantly rugby lads, a lot of them would play football, and the same sort of thing would happen. They'll be effing and jeffing to everybody. I'll blow the whistle. What was that for, sir? Oh, it's for this. Oh, okay, sir. No worries at all. Fucking come on, you fucking back to their players. But to me, the ultimate respect. And I was like, it weirded me out quite a bit actually, because like I was not expecting it to happen in any way, shape, or form. But you know, as I said, like it's gone way too far. Someone mentioned earlier on as well about mics and that. I don't think they should mic up the referees. I don't think they should mic them up at all, because I know players will talk a lot of shit, and a lot of referees will give a lot of smack back, and I know that for sure. However, it should be open when they are going to a decision with VAR, a little bit like cricket, a little bit like rugby, a little bit like American football, where, you know, right, we're going to be talking to the VAR room. Let's have a discussion. And when that has worked in the Netherlands, and it has worked in the A-League, and it's enhanced the standard and the respect levels to officials. But we're just some guys on the stream talking about it. It's not going to happen.
Can we not just scrap the officials in the VAR room? For me,
VAR.
Big up,
Thank you. For VAR has been massively overcomplicated for no apparent reason. You have an official on the pitch. It's a video replay system, effectively, is all it is. Go and have a look at the screen and say, you know what, actually, second look, I was wrong. I'm going to change my own decision. Why have you got someone else in a room saying...
I'm not against that. I'm not against that. The only thing you will have, though, I think that's fine, basically, but it will delay the games even more, because the referees will not want to be the referee who doesn't go to have a view on the video when he could, and he gets it wrong. You don't want to be that ref.
For me,
it would lead to them reviewing everything themselves, because they don't want to get anything wrong.
No, because you still work within the parameters of what they're able to review at the moment. They have certain things they can't review.
But they'd review it all. They'd review it all, because as referees, we don't want to get stuff wrong.
I think it would be the same thing. So, for example, if it's like a free kick outside the box, they can't review that. Do you know what I mean? If it's a penalty decision, then they have the right to review that. But what you do is you say, go and have a look at the screen. We're going to give you one replay, 30 seconds, make your mind. Have you changed your mind or not? Done. That's it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because like, there's been games where when I've done, you've probably done the same, Chris, where you've hit the whistle in your head, you're like, yeah, that's a foul. And you just look at the reaction of the players from both sides, and you're like, oh, I don't know, you know. And the other way around as well, where like you haven't given it. Like for instance, even something basic like, oh, the ball's going out of play. As far as I'm concerned, that is a goal kick. I know it's a goal kick. It's going. And then all the defenders are starting to walk back towards the court, towards their own goal. You're like, well, in my head, that's a goal kick, but everyone thinks it's a corner. So fuck it, I'm giving a corner.
Can I give a suggestion just off the back of that? And everybody, welcome to everyone who doesn't know Devo. Devo is also part of the Mad Sports Network. Another gooner. We've had way too many gooners on today. But
the furious about
Savva, they've actually been all right, mate. If I'm honest,
it's almost as if we're doing well again. We're all come out of the woodwork. It just
yes. Some of them are. Just quickly, listen, I really should do this. First of all, thank you very much to Bharat Jan, who said, well done, Savva. Small donation to get you closer to your target. Thank you very much. That's much appreciated. And Ray's come in with a massive donation. Thank you so much, Ray. Much appreciated. Let's keep it going, people. Honestly, I can't begin to tell you how much it helps. I think Kuva and I are now just entered the 12th hour. It takes it out of you. So don't get me wrong. I'll have a lull, and then I'll burst back in when I go and get some whiskey or something. But please keep smashing the donations in. Keep putting them in either on Super Chats or on the link I'm putting into the chat right now for the Just Giving page. We're just over £1,600 all told, looking to get to 3K. And as I've said, once we get to 3K, I will top that up with my own money. So I can't be fairer than that. Can I just make a suggestion, guys? And Ray, thank you. That is a massive Super Chat. So thank you for that. Why can't they do this? Why can't they, if they feel there's something that needs to be checked, why can't the fourth official who's standing on the side look at the screen and go, I don't see anything immediate. Like, I don't see anything clear and obvious. I.e., I think that's what people hate, Chris, right? Is when they're watching it back over and over and over again, you're thinking, right, we've had 3 replays, 4 replays, 10 replays. It's like, well, if you have to watch it from different angles, it's not clear and obvious. Carry on. That is, I think, what winds a lot of people up.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to add to that quickly if I can. I think when one of the chat channels I was in, somebody had an idea about that a while ago. Just have in the VAR room, one screen showing things at normal speed, another one at half speed, another one say quarter speed. You have one look for 5 seconds at the first, 5 seconds at the second, 5 seconds at the third, and if you can't overturn the decision, you stick with it.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't mind that in principle, but I think what will happen ultimately is you put time limit, say 30 seconds. There's going to be cases where the definitive conclusive angle comes up after 32 seconds. And then it's like, oh my God, it's so obvious. But so that's inevitable.
But they're getting it wrong now. They're getting it wrong now.
Because
it's
that's
taking 5
the
minutes.
TV. There's so many angles, Savva, that they're waiting for the TV companies to give them.
But this is the point. If it's clear and obvious, you shouldn't have to look at multiple angles. This is
not the case though. If you just take diving, I mean, it looks from one angle, it looks like definitely someone's been fouled, and then you look.
Colin Mawani in the World Cup final. That's a penalty all day. You see another angle, and it's like Russ. Referee has made the best decision probably we've ever seen.
Can the argument to be that maybe VAR should be being used to improve the decision making, rather than looking at it as we should be getting it all perfect now? Because some things are just not possible with some subjective, some of it.
I think, for me personally, I think we're taking the decisions away from the official on the field and giving it to someone in a room. And I don't think that should be the case. I think the ultimate decision should be the referee on the field. So let the referee go and have a look at the screen. It's your decision. Do you overturn your... And then at the end of the day, if you got it wrong, you have to be held accountable for it. I think
they should mic it.
I think what we're doing is we've got people in a room who, in Lee Mason's case, and yes, this has me as a bit of gooner, is in there asleep. He's sleeping. He's looked at it and go, oh shit, he's not offside. But then the officials on the pitch is being completely taken out of their hand, and that's a game-changing decision. I don't think that should be the case. I think if you've got a referee and the linesman on the pitch, allow them to officiate the game. It should be their decision and no one else's. So referee goes to the screen, have a look. Do you still think you were correct in the first instance? Yes or no? It's your decision. At the end of the day, if you got it wrong, you're going to be held accountable for it.
I totally agree that what we've got at the moment is an absolute, in my personal opinion, an absolute farce where VAR can only ask the referees to go and review the screen if they believe an error has been made, because that is making the whole going to the screen entirely pointless, really. My belief is that if they look at a video and think, is there a chance the referee might come to a different conclusion on the video replay? Let him go and have a look and let him make the decision himself. This kind of, already as the ref, you're walking over to the video. You're only walking over because the guy in the VAR room thinks you're wrong. So you're under pressure before you've even seen the video to change your decision. I think that's ridiculous myself.
But then if that's the case, why doesn't the VAR person just say, you're wrong, overturn it? Like
that's what happened. That was the VAR.
That's what happened at the beginning. And
that's
it was
exactly
like, why did
what
it go
happened.
to the monitor?
And everybody moaned about it. So that's why they changed it. And they said, well, we'll leave it. We don't want this guy in the Stockley Park making the decision. So we'll let them go and see the monitor, and the referee can have the final decision. That exactly was the scenario, Savva, when it was first came in.
So doesn't that go to prove then that whatever scenario you look at, there's still so much wrong? Like the number of offside decisions baffle me, where, you know, how clean do we want these offside decisions to be? Like, I mean, what is the actual rule? Is it the armpit or the line of the... I mean, it's ridiculous. You score goals with your head or you score goals with your feet. Why can we not just say, is it clear that his feet or head... Bearing in mind, if you're running through on a through ball, if your head's offside but your feet aren't, it shouldn't matter because you score with your feet, not your head. Why are strikers being punished? Last thing I'll say on this, Chris, right? And anyone who's played football know this, right? Anyone who's coached. When striker coaches are coaching their forwards, they coach them to play on the shoulder of the defender, right? To bend and arc their run round. Now, you can't bend or arc your run in case your shoulder or armpit, whatever, is...
Read the line. Be
what
better. You're quick enough. You're quick enough to beat him. Read the line. I don't agree with that one, Savva. Sorry.
No, sorry. Listen, sorry.
You still see players doing their bending and arcing their run. Players go too early. Defenders are also clever. You know, look how many strikers were able to get through Arsenal's back line in the 90s. They defended so rigorously. You didn't need assistant referees back in the 90s of Arsenal because that line didn't move. It didn't break.
How about a player like Jermaine Defoe? Imagine what he'd be like with VAR.
Well,
he was offside.
I ran the line at Tottenham in a reserve game once, and he told me to fuck off because I flagged him offside.
Yeah, Barry Hales did the same to me, but Barry Hales was nowhere near as quick as Jermaine Defoe. He was about 10 yards offside every time. I mean? Some players can read the line better. This
offside thing, though, I honestly, I don't think this is the referee's fault because you go back to how do we end up here? Go back before VAR. The lines are already being drawn. They were just being drawn on Match of the Day. So you have this kind of the referees.
That was after where we all debated it, not during a game, which makes fans in stadium sit there for 3 minutes going.
What happens was the decision is made on the day on the game. Everyone leaves that game. It's flagged offside, whatever. You get to Match of the Day that night. The lines come out. His toes offside, and then what happens next is what's caused VAR. It's not like, oh well, the referee's made a mistake. The vitriol that was aimed and the attitude of some managers. Look at Arteta now. I mean, what he did the other week when Simon Hooper was refereeing, Simon Hooper made a standard signal that we all make as referees, which is this, which is basically just says you're going to have to take the free kick again because the ball was moving. And he's on the side doing that. He's a dickhead. And he should have been on an FA charge for that. The disrespect that breeds in the rest of the game causes all of these problems.
Just a quick word on that. Is Mourinho also a dickhead?
For some of the attitude, yeah, but I've never seen anybody mocked on the side with that kind of a gesture.
Mourinho has been doing it for years.
He was celebrated for it. Some of Klopp's interviews, I think, are a disgrace when he loses and his aggression.
Yeah.
Pep is the same. Conte is the same.
What's in common? What have they got in common? They're all winners. That's what they do. Do you know what I mean? They bring the siege mentality that everyone.
There's a million and one managers who do that who aren't winners.
Alex Ferguson used to do it with the.
These guys turn everyone against them, and they get this kind of siege mentality.
This is pervasive. This is at every level of the game. This happens.
Sorry, I want to just go back to Arteta being a winner. First of all, I want to know what that means. What's
the FA Cup, didn't he?
Well, no, he has won the FA Cup. But what I mean is you could clearly see from when he came in, and we've had this discussion, Savva, many times, you can see the fact that what he's done with the mentality of the players that we've had at Arsenal, the difference is night and day from when he got there to what they are now.
I'm just being facetious.
But why does being a winner mean that you have to be disrespectful?
No, I'm not saying you have to be disrespectful, but what I'm saying is the way that he speaks in the media, his passion on the touchline, rival fans hate it. He's never in the technical box.
I
It's
don't
taken
hate it
forever.
from a rival fan. I hate it because his behaviour is disgraceful.
Okay, Chris, name your manager who doesn't act like that.
Oh no, there's many that don't.
Eddie Howe would never.
Eddie Howe would never do that. For example.
You haven't seen Eddie Howe start like throwing
like
shapes
that.
and whatever on the touchline.
Not like that. No, I've never.
Not like that, but he does.
I've never seen him do that.
He was doing it in the Carabao Cup finals last week.
Nuno never did it. Nuno never moved.
I tell you one who was good.
Not for you lot. He didn't. No one wants to twerk for Spurs. Let's be honest. But
well, 1 second. Dude, don't come in and start winding up my chat. You know I know who you are. Calm yourself down. Yeah. Chris is giving reasonable explanations to things.
It's a go now.
He's saying what a snowflake.
I know who this guy is. This is the guy that slags me off in other people's chats, then comes in here and starts talking about minerals and nonsense.
No, look, there's a vast amount of managers that act and react in those same ways. Yeah. Klopp's another, So like,
what about this? What about this, guys? Has big bucks and gambling had a role in VAR coming in?
Can I get the first answer on that? Because I'm also head of trading at a betting company. Nothing to do.
You should be careful, mate. Yeah,
you're a busy man.
Nothing to do with that.
No comment, Chris.
Good
no
question,
comment.
No, it is. Yeah. Look, I think the overriding factor for me is this, right? I feel like we're trying to find reasons to disallow goals more than we are actually trying to find reasons to let a very simple game flow. Football for me is a very simple game that's being overcomplicated by 1,000,001 rules that didn't used to exist, right? Listen, I get it, right? From the point of view that the refs would used to get stick. I get that, and that's something that needs to be stamped out. But for me, I thought when VAR came in, by the way, I didn't want it. When VAR came in, it was going to be used for certain things. Now it just feels like every decision needs to be checked by VAR. Like every time a goal goes in now on Sky Sports, they go, VAR will check it, of course. And you're like, why? What was wrong with that? We can see from here there was nothing wrong with that goal. No, VAR is going to check it. It's like, why? Can't it just be for really controversial decisions?
I was quite happy with the introduction of VAR because I thought if it was used correctly, it would kind of erase some really big mistakes that were being made. And I think in today's modern game where there's so much money involved, if that decision is the difference between the team being relegated and a team staying in the league, then I think that's the correct thing. That's the correct way to go. But obviously VAR has gone completely the wrong way from where I thought it was going to go. But I think, for example, look at the Ben White incident against Leicester. Arsenal fans were kicking off, what's he done? When you look at it, he held Danny Ward's hand. Yeah, he had to punch with one hand. That's the correct decision. That VAR was used in the correct way. But I think people kick off no matter what VAR does, whether it's right or wrong. And that's where we get to this stage where everyone's like, VAR shit. At the end of the day, VAR is a video replay system. Do you know what I mean? It's giving people a chance to make the right decision. Where I think it's gone a bit wrong is that you've given too many people the chance to make that decision. It shouldn't be the fact that there's some people in a room making a decision for a person who's on the pitch. I think that's where it all goes a bit skew with. I think if they were to tweak it, it could be used properly. But the problem is I think they're going to make it go so it's going to get to the point where it's just not conceivable for us to keep using it and they'll just scrap it. I think that's the way it's going to go.
But guys, if you're a forward, right? I say forwards because they score the most goals. If you're a player that scores a goal, have you seen now half of them wheel away whilst looking over at the line for everything? Like the passion's gone, the kind of celebration has gone. And you know what? I went down to watch Dartford play the other week in the Conference South. You know what? It was brilliant. Every time the ball went in the goal, the fans celebrating it was a goal. It was like the game flowed. There was, apart from a big brawl with about 5 minutes to go, the game flowed, right? And I just thought, this is so much better than Premier League football that we don't have to sit in the stands and go, oh, well, they're going to take 3 minutes now to work out whether that bloke's toenail was slightly in front of a line. Surely there's got to be a better way than VAR, isn't there? Surely.
I was wondering a while back with the state of technology. Are we at the point yet with those little sports vests they wear under the shirt where you got all the scientific data being analysed afterwards again? Are we at the point now where we can have sensors put into those things, so you can literally do the offsides based on that?
I like that. I was going to say you've got sensors in them anyway, haven't they? To GPS, isn't it?
They'll take away a hell of a lot of the time away from these VAR offside decisions.
You'll see next season that they'll introduce the semi-automated offsides, which you saw in the World Cup. So they're a lot quicker. I think they track, I might get this number wrong, 27 points on the body, and it's automated. So it will happen much quicker. So I think that will improve it. I also would say that, look, Howard Webb has been in this job 2 months. I think he will do a much better job. And actually, I know you guys, you're not following refereeing news like maybe me and Nick would, but if you draw a line in the sand from when he started to now, the average time of the VAR decision has come down hugely. So I think he's already having an effect. He's effectively sacked Lee Mason. I know it was mutual consent, but we all know how that conversation went. It was, if you don't leave by mutual consent, we're sacking you. So he's already made a big difference, and a lot of confidence, because I knew him pretty well back in the day, that Howard will make a massive difference. He's all about communication as well, and opening up this kind of VAR decision making that's not open to anybody. So I reckon it will improve a lot in the next 12 months.
But look, I don't know, Nick, Coover, I don't know what you guys think. For me, I've loved certain technology that's come in. Like, I think goal line technology that came in that was an absolute was brilliant. Instant, absolute. I just hate that every game now there's like stoppages. It feels like every 3 or 4 minutes the game is being stopped for something to be checked. And that's not what we grew up with football. Football was fast, it was furious, it was grown men, it was moaning at the ref and the ref arguing back, and you know, go away, you didn't get the decision, go away. It was talking about it on Match of the Day. Now it feels like we're still talking about it on things like Match of the Day, and we're still getting decisions wrong, but we've lost the ebb and flow of the actual 90 minutes of football. Like, football games now, 3 o'clock kickoffs seem like they're finishing at about 10 past, 5:15, because there's so much time added on. It's not for me. I'm going to be honest, it's not for me, guys.
Yeah, I'm the same. Anything that breaks up the free flowing nature of the game, I think it's a bad thing.
Can I just there's a comment that Ken's just made in the comments there about the automated use offside in the UCL with Kane's offside goal. That again was this is always going to happen. There's always going to be really unusual sets of circumstances which are going to be an extreme. And what happened there was that the ball went backwards, which in offside doesn't make any difference. But the automated offside isn't configured for that. And almost like 99.99% of offsides, the ball's played forward. This one was one where it's played backwards. So it did take ages, but they got the correct decision in the end, right? So yes, it took 4 or 5. I was at the game, took forever. No idea really what was going on in the stadium. But you go and ask Sporting Lisbon whether that was worthwhile 4 or 5 minutes to wait.
Yeah, but
we'll let you know in a couple of weeks.
Well, the solution to that then would be simplify the offside rule, wouldn't it?
Maybe. I think it's kind of a circular argument, because it would be a lot easier if the rules were simpler. But the reason they're not is because people didn't accept the referee's decision. I think this is all part of the Twitter, Facebook age, right?
Yeah.
Everything is criticised, and you know, back when most of us anyway, there's a couple of younger guys in the chat now, but most of us grew up, we didn't have any of that. And there wasn't this vitriol of every single game poured over from 20 odd angles with super slow-mo, and then thousands of people calling the ref whatever in Twitter.
Isn't VAR just adding fuel to that? I don't think it's actually helping that. I think VAR is actually dividing more than ever.
Maybe.
It's strange as well. I mean, I only played non-league, but I mean, we're still at a level where we needed officials, and there was, proper relegation promotion and things. And even playing the YMCA, I remember times when, well, not times, but it was a regular thing. Referee and the linesman would come on. You applaud them on, you applaud them off. And there was respect throughout the game. Shake the hands, managers shake the hands. And I just always remember this one season going promoted from one division, getting promotion, and it all changed from this nice atmosphere to suddenly you'd see managers shouting at referees, the abuse level increased. It's because it dawned on me then that the higher you go up in the game, that the more pressure is on people because there's money involved then suddenly. And so it comes out of the ref, and it's a really difficult one to get a lid on because, like I was saying, when you're talking about the vast amounts of money involved in like things like the Premier League, we drop out of that. It's massive for a club. People can go under despite the parachute payments.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult situation to be in, but at the end of the day, VAR or not, we should be able to respect officials, shouldn't we?
I tell you, the crux of it ultimately is that there is a limit of capability of a human, right? To go out there in a really fast game, it's just a very difficult job. And football do not, as a community, as a society, don't accept it. They don't accept that the ref, it's not possible to be perfect. It just isn't.
Agreed.
But the lack of acceptance of that leads into all of this trying to make everything perfect. And you're just never going to get there. I'll tell you one thing, though, a little bit of insight for those of you who don't referee. I imagine Nick's going to agree with me because I thought this when he was talking earlier on. Unless it's blatantly obvious and someone boots it out over the bar and no one's near it, you know what? We're not that often 100% sure in what we give. It's all about gut feeling, and we're talking about replays and stuff. Everybody wants it to be black and white, but probably 90% of my decisions in the game, I'm 80% sure, 85% sure, and you're basing it a lot on hunches. It's just impossible to be 100% sure of a lot of the things. And that's why a lot of refereeing, believe it or not, is kind of educated guesswork and from experience, really.
And also a little bit of luck in regards to how long's left. I did a Rushden and Diamonds game, and it was about a minute and a half, coming towards 2 minutes of injury time. I was adding 2 on, and the ball ping, went out. Everyone's appealing for it. I had no idea. I was blurred for half time. and the skipper Butch was like, Gav, you didn't know which way that went, did you? I was like, nope.
I remember an ex-referee that talked to before, and he said the same sort of thing. Sometimes didn't have a clue what had just happened, and he just looked for the player reaction. Yep. And if he saw somebody look like they're trying to get away with it, go against them. It just said, you just go with that. That again, gut instinct, isn't it? If you're reading things well, players do have a habit of giving themselves away in a lot of situations.
Oh, yeah. Not every. Or you just realise you're at Old Trafford and you just give it United.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. But then that's where Chris was saying, like in pre-matches, like especially like when you first start doing games and when you're in a team of 3, it's not just you on your own. Like when you have got your 2 assistants with you or whatever, you do your pre-match chat about how you referee the game, how you want things to run, and then you turn around. The last thing you say is, "Yeah, no surprises." If I'm over, like on the edge of the 18-yard box, on the opposite side of the pitch that you're on, and I'm looking at everything in the box, and I'm not giving anything. I don't want to see you trying to flag a plane down, saying that this and that's happened, because no one's expecting you to come in on that, because you're too far away. I'm here on it. I'm looking at it. I don't think it's a penalty. No one else is crying about it. Let's just crack on. So it's an element, don't want the element of surprise.
I want to use Devo's comment to segue to a different conversation. Just quickly before I do, thank you. We are now £70 away from 1,000 on the Just Giving page, and we are over £575 on the YouTube page. So thank you to everyone so far. Please keep going. I know it's late, and Kuva, don't worry, we are 21 minutes away from half time. So all good. Don't worry, I'm not expecting you to do the full 24 hours, by the way, Kuva. I want to use
challenge accepted.
Yeah, I knew it. He did this last time.
No, probably won't this time, to be honest.
Listen, if you're a chicken, I can't help it. Anyway, listen, the Man United comment, I want to segue back into a football conversation away from refereeing for the moment. The biggest game in English football, they call it, Man United.
Chelsea versus Leeds.
You're funny. Liverpool, Man United at Anfield this weekend. Man United have lost like 2 games in about 32. One was to Aston Villa and the other one was to Arsenal. Right, there you go. Look, oh, we're Arsenal. Look, I'll put my hand up. What are we thinking about this game? Because the Liverpool are a very hit and miss, but Man United, but they're very, very good at Anfield, and they've lost 1 game there all season. Are we expecting a Liverpool revival? Is this going to be a kickstart? Not a kickstart because they actually picked up their form, but are we expecting this to be a thriller, or are we expecting Man United to go there and hit them on the break and win? What are we thinking?
I think, hit them on the break and win. I think when you look at United recently, Leicester peppered them for a good 30 minutes of that game, and then United managed to run away with it. Newcastle had the better of the game in the Carabao Cup final, and then United managed to weather that. I mean, they kept them at arm's length, let's be honest, but Newcastle have problems going forward at the moment. Liverpool seem to be finding a little bit of a stride. Salah's doing well. Núñez has come in and done well despite not looking great. He's doing all right. Gakpo starts to find a little bit of form. I like him for comedic value. I think he just kind of does his thing, doesn't he? But he finds the net. That's what
Gav hates him, doesn't he? If I remember rightly, doesn't Gav hate him?
Darwin Núñez?
Yeah.
Dead baller, man.
I think he's good. I like him.
He scores goals. That's what he's there to do. He's going to score goals. But I've got a sneaky feeling that United are going to do what United do and sneak this one somehow. I think they'll weather a bit of a storm. They'll get a jammy goal going forward, and then that will kind of play into their hands. Liverpool will come at them even more. United will end up getting a second. But I think a lot of it depends on the midfield battle with most Liverpool games. It's going to be a different kettle of fish. Casemiro in there. Fred's looking great at the moment. That against Milner, Henderson, you're thinking United win that midfield battle all day. It's whether or not they can, get Salah in the game and really stretch United to the point where they're going to be dangerous, because that's where Liverpool are at the most dangerous, when they could kind of overwhelm you with those forwards. But United's under Ten Hag defensively, they look great. Their shape's great. Luke Shaw's playing the best football he's played in a United shirt. He looks like the Southampton left back again. Wan-Bissaka's looking good again.
Sometimes.
Yeah, Wan-Bissaka's looking good again. Everyone's going on about Martinez best CB in the league, which I think is bullshit, but he's been great. De Gea, if it weren't for him, they lose against Leicester. You know what I mean? He's back to that kind of form. So I can see United. I can see United winning it.
Barry, first of all, Danny Kyriaku's telling me you're deluded. I'm just saying.
Well, apparently Danny Kyriaku is fucking the next Fabrizio Romano, but we'll leave it at that, Danny, shall we?
Oh, brilliant, Barry. Liverpool. Listen, normally, in this stream we talk about any games we want, but normally I wouldn't be so bothered about Liverpool, Man United. But this is a game that massively affects Tottenham, because Man United are. Somebody will tell me, or I could get the league table up myself without being lazy. So the table is Man United are 4 points clear of us with a game in hand, and Liverpool are 6 points behind us with a game in hand. So this is a massive game. From a Spurs point of view, do you want Man United to win so that it doesn't allow Liverpool to come up behind us, or do you want Liverpool to win so that Man United are still within touching distance? What are you going for?
For me, it doesn't. Oh, sorry, you're asking somebody.
Oh. Yeah, I want United to win, because they're just hanging on to that with Arsenal, Manchester City, and knowing what Manchester United are like, and the way that they going deep into a season and everything else, and the way they've completely turned around their season from, when Ten Hag came in and everyone was calling him Eric 10 games and everything else. Look, it would be a massive. But they obviously they've won the Carabao Cup. They're probably they've got a great chance of winning the FA Cup, and they're still they're not out of the title race yet. So look, I want United to go on and win tomorrow. Do I think they will? I don't know. It's always that game. It's kind of like I mean, obviously not this season because we didn't turn up, but forms normally goes out the window in derbies, right? No matter how teams are playing, Liverpool have kind of had that, but yeah, I think Liverpool will probably be worried about tomorrow more than Man United, because they've just like you said, they've gone on a run. They've won 3 out of the last 4, and they're potentially their season's kind of kicking on. If they then go and get humiliated or battered by Man United tomorrow, or Sunday, then there's going to be all the Klopp 7-year syndrome and all of that kind of noise will start coming away. And obviously, look, for us, from our point of view, from a selfish point of view, if Liverpool can go on a run. If they beat United, they're going on a run, and they're going to potentially that week is going to be critical, right? Where we've got Newcastle, Man United, and Liverpool. That week will decide the top 4, and because it's just going to be, it's still going to be in the balance then, and it's going to be it's either going to be a great week or it's going to be a horrendous week.
Yeah, I mean, Kuva, you were going to first of all, Chris, you've got to tell us who that is, who that was.
That is Millie, my bulldog.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Kuva, Man United, Liverpool. Are we from a Spurs point of view? Are we hoping for a draw? Does it matter?
As far as I'm concerned, we're not catching the top 3. They've all got something going for them that we haven't. So it's a question of that 4th place. Who's going to get it? A few weeks ago, I would have said we got no chance because I thought Newcastle had overcome that period of the season at the start where they were drawing so many games and they started putting a lot of wins together, cruising up the table, looked really good for it. But they're back onto that drawing sort of phase again. A couple of loss there, mixed in against Liverpool as well. And who else did they lose to recently? I've forgotten because they lost 3 now or something, haven't they? No, it's Arsenal lost 3. Sorry. I think it's all about that race between us, Liverpool, Chelsea. Chelsea are clearly out of it. No chance they're recovering this season. Liverpool, that's the one. They're capable of beating people. They could beat United. They could turn up and do it. There is enough talent still there. It's not like it's a completely new squad. A lot of these players, they still got in that squad, damn near won the quadruple. So I mean, it's not completely falling away.
They're in the Premier League. Apparently, they're the only team to have beaten Newcastle. They've beaten Man City. They've beaten Napoli. They have shown moments this year of being. Yeah,
they were even good enough to beat us, weren't they?
They beat. Oh God,
that good.
Yeah, they beat us.
So yeah, I think Who do I want to win it most out of United and Liverpool? If I'm just we're talking about 4th place. It's a loser's position, so it's a runners-up spot. So Man United might as well win it. We'll take our runners-up crap. The consolation prize of Champions League football when we're not very good anyway. We're not going for the title. That's completely out of the question. So it's just really a sort of bullshit token gesture, isn't it? To please the fans for a bit of Champions League football, but let's face it, at the end of the day, it's to please the board for getting that extra bit of chump change in the pocket, and no big glory in that. 4th place is 4th place. I know Alex is going to agree on that. It's just pointless, isn't it? It's not a trophy. So yeah, United to win it, and we'll just sneak in through the back door again, and all's going to be rosy, and we're all fantastic again this season. Conte's doing a great job. Levy, what a chairman. by doing the same thing yet again.
Devo, I was looking at you just smiling away. I did exactly the same. It's great, isn't it?
Oh, look, here we go. Right. So
Here we go.
From an Arsenal point of view, welcome to Mr. Box Office, who's just arrived.
Yeah, man, Box Office. What's good?
Welcome, Mr. Box Office. Boys, from an Arsenal point of view, do you care because you're that far ahead, or do you see Man United? Are they a threat to this league title with the form they're in? 2 defeats in 32 games, or whatever it is.
The form they're in at the moment, it will come to a point where it will crash. You know, they can't. I don't think they can maintain this throughout the rest of the season. They're playing a game every 3 days. A lot of their players are going to go on international break as well. So that is going to get to a point where, you know, they've been doing it for since the turn of the year, pretty much a game every 3 days. It's going to fall apart at some point for them, in my opinion. This game, I just want to see entertainment. I don't actually give 2 hoots who wins this game. Being at Anfield, I think levels the playing field slightly. If this was at Old Trafford, it's a foregone conclusion. So yeah, I just want to see a damn good game of football, and I don't care who wins this game. Genuinely don't. Yeah, both of them are relevant to us this season in the league.
Devo, have you got a condescending answer for us as well, or is it just
no? I think Man United. I think they are in this title race. I think they will finish the season strong. I know they've got a lot of games, but I think when you think of some of the players that aren't really had much of a look in at the beginning of the season and who have come back, the likes of Sancho, you know, those kind of players who could play a big part towards the end of the season. I think Garnacho is a special talent. And I think you may see more of him towards the end of the season. You know, everyone's looking at Rashford at the moment, but Weghorst has been quietly brilliant for what they've brought him in to do. He's not scoring goals, but he's enabling all the others to really play well around him. I've mentioned Fred already. Casemiro has just been phenomenal since he's come in there. I think there's a lot of players there who want to play for the manager. They've got a system that works. No matter who's he's put in that system, it seems to be working, and they're clicking. But this is football. Funny things can happen. Liverpool could go there and turn them over, and that could knock their confidence. The next thing you know, they go on a bit of a run where they're stumbling a bit. So who knows? But personally, I feel as if Man United are going to be there or thereabouts at the end of the season. The only thing that kind of annoys me a bit is how everyone's going on like Ten Hag is, you know, the best thing to ever happen to football, as if he hasn't had 250 million to spend, as well as having £1 billion squad given to him. So I feel this is where he should be. I don't think he's done anything particularly super special. I think this is what we should expect from him, and this is what we should have expected from previous Man United managers. So fair play to him, but I don't think it's like, you know, the best thing since sliced bread.
Liverpool are also starting to pick up a little bit of form at the moment as well, and like they had an indifferent period where they weren't really buying many wins. They were conceding the first goal in a lot of games as well. That sort of dried up a little bit, hasn't it? And if you take away what happened, from the little faux pas that they had against Forest, I think that woke them up, didn't it? Because going into that Real Madrid game, there were a lot of Liverpool fans were buoyed up. They thought they were going to be able to do it. And in the first 20 minutes, you know, they were well on top in that game before they had their little collapse. But I think they put things right against Wolves. Man United, they travel well. They've traveled well this season. But I don't know. If I'm being honest and I'm being serious, I think Liverpool will dominate this game in terms of getting back to how they were a little bit. And I do think Man United will start playing more counter-attacking football. But it's just who they play in that midfield, who's going to be fit, who's going to be available. Because Bacetić, I can't pronounce his name, good player, but he's still young, you know. Then we're just assuming that's going to be Henderson in there as well. Man United, as Devo said,
there's no way Henderson doesn't start this game.
Yeah, as Devo said before, Casemiro it's the first time in a decade that Man United have had a proper DM, a proper guy who does that dirty job that no one else wants to do, which allows Fred to do what he was bought for in the first place. It allows Sabitzer to get involved and do what people like me and Devo know, and like anyone else who watches Bundesliga football, get to see him do what he's doing. Rashford is just unstoppable at the moment, and defensively they just seem to know exactly what's going on. Wan-Bissaka has just turned into, I don't know, like prime Cafu at times this season. You know what I mean? Like he's donning that right hand side at the moment. And who are Liverpool going to put on the left hand side to put him under that much pressure? I can't really see who's going to come in and do a job there. Gakpo, I think he'll have Gakpo in his pocket, and if they're going to put Nunez out there for whatever reason, I think he'll deal with him as well. Salah, we've seen how people are saying he's having a terrible season, but he's still bagged 18 goals in all competition.
He's got 20 now.
He's got 20 now, yeah, of course. He's got 20 in all competitions now, yeah, of course. So, but we're also seeing how he can be stopped. So, I don't know whether they're going to try double up on him. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, I think
get yourself a shot, Savva. Have a shot.
I think it will be quite high scoring, even though defensively Man United have been better. It just seems like that Cop end seems to draw the ball into the back of the net down there. So yeah, if anything, what I would do if I was captain of Man United and at the coin toss, I would say switch ends. That's what I would do. Because that pisses Liverpool off massively. When they have to shoot to the Cop in the first half, I think it makes a difference. It's a psychological thing. I think that's what they should do. And if they do that, I think Man United will be able to do a job and get things done.
Alex, Mr. Box Office in the house. How you doing, mate?
As I said before, because as I said, I had to refresh myself, reset myself, and restart myself. And those three words are big words for Mr. Box Office at the moment, because unfortunately my team haven't done that because they bottled it in the FA Cup. But we jump up and down because we win a game against West Ham and Chelsea and think we won the trophy already when the trophy was on Wednesday. You know what I mean? And you know what's going to happen against Wolves? We'll beat them. And you know what I'm going to start saying? Why do you not do that against on Wednesday, bro? I had to argue with somebody on another stream about Emerson. He said, "Oh, you need to respect Emerson."
Yeah, you do, Alex.
Respect his name, bruv.
Yes, you do.
The guy can't even get past the halfway line and actually cross the ball, bruv. You know what I mean?
Talking about Emerson. We're not talking about Man U Liverpool, Alex. Why are you changing the subject again?
This is the gift that keeps on giving, Tottenham fans.
Waffling,
yeah,
That's
Alex. All I need to say. Because
I need this energy. This energy.
This is the thing. This is the thing. The main event speaking, Nick. Yeah, the main event is speaking. The Festival of Truth and Entertainment is speaking. So you need to put respect on my name, Bob. That's all I need to say. The untouchable, undeniable, and the respectable, like I said, lyrical genius is in the house, Bob. So have respect on my name, Bob, because unfortunately my team don't have it every single time, Bob. And that's all I need to say. Now give it back to Savva to dig a hole for Nick all day long. And that's all I need to say. I'm done.
So that's Alex's opinion on Man United versus Liverpool.
Well,
anyway, Alex, put some respect on Emerson's name. He just got called up for Brazil, mate. So what are you talking about, Emerson?
Also, we should really respect Sheffield United as well, because they didn't even have a first team either. Just saying.
Yeah. So what we're basically saying is the Blades' second string is better than Spurs. Spurs won the transfer window.
Bro, I wasn't saying that, by the way.
They start off all nice.
Yeah.
Bro, I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that. I didn't say that. That's the gift that keeps on giving Tottenham fans saying that, by the way, because they call me I'm in the mud. I'm told. I need to be cancelled. I need to be cancelled because I don't believe in Emerson. I need to believe in Emerson.
I agree.
I need to believe in Skip. The generational talents, bruv. I need to believe in.
Emerson's been alright the last few weeks.
We need to change his name. We need to think about
nominated for Player of the Month.
We need to talk about this guy. We need to talk about this guy.
Alex,
we need to ask one question. We need to ask one question. Where's Virgil van Dijk, by the way? Where's Virgil van Dijk? Where is he? Where is he, bruv? Where is he? Where's Virgil van Dijk? Yeah, for last season. That we'll call him last season. Yeah, the best defender, the England defender. I was told. Yeah. but he flops his lines like he always does. Yeah, where's Sanchez? Where's Sanchez, bruv? Where is he? Where is he, bruv? Where's Richarlison as well, bruv? Yeah, because everyone was jumping up and down when he scored against Marseille. His 2 minutes of fame, and look what he's doing now. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Yeah, where is he, bruv?
That's
you can't
a great
say nothing
question,
to me,
actually.
bruv.
That's a
Because I
great
talk the
question.
truth every single time, and that's it. I'll give
the
it back to Savva to
professor-
say what he needs to say, and that's it. And I'm done.
The professor of truth and delusion. No, Savva, the professor of truth and delusion, when he comes out with Harry Kane's a loser and Erling Haaland is an average John Carew, above average John Carew. You can't talk nothing when you come out with shit like that, Alex.
Nick, we'll talk about that just for people that didn't hear about that in a second and let Alex go again. Can I just say, we have made it to 12 hours through the show. So we are 12 hours to go. Thank you so far to absolutely everybody that has donated, everybody that has given their time. I know, Nick, you've done a lot of hours. Chris, you've done some hours. Boys from Mad Sports Network, anyone else that's been in here, and Kuva, who, other than the first 5 or 6 minutes he missed, I'll pretend he wasn't late for school, has done 12 hours and 1 minute with me. What an absolute legend. Please keep donating. That's what it's all about. That we're doing the 24 hours so we can donate and get as much money as possible. We are currently sitting at £590 in the YouTube revenue, and in the Just Giving page we have got £924. So we are just over £1,500, and we've got 12 hours to go. So we're bang on target for the 3,000. I do need people to dig a little bit deeper. So please dig a bit deeper. And I've bought you Mr. Box Office to entertain you for the foreseeable. Everybody, Alex said last week on a show, sorry, I wonder what that was. Alex said last week on the show that you can't have the whiskey. Alex said last week that Erling Haaland was an average John Carew.
Above average.
Above average John Carew. Then went on to say that Mbappe was just speed.
Who said this?
Lewandowski was, he's all right. And Harry Kane was a loser. And it was the best conversation I think I've ever had in my life. I don't know who wants to kick off with all that.
Who said this?
Mr. Box Office.
Box Office, bruv. Mate. Do you watch football?
To be fair, John Carew terrorized us back in the day.
John Carew,
he was a decent player, to be fair. He was a decent player.
Well, it depends how you want to, if you want to take it literally or not. Because if you talk about him, if you talk about a comparison between John Carew and Erling Haaland in sort of physique, big, powerful sort of players, and then say Erling Haaland is above average. Well, he is above average, isn't he? He's really good, I think. So that technically he's right there. He's above average.
That's true. That's true.
If you just make a comparison with John Carew, otherwise. But
we haven't even seen the real version of Haaland yet in the Premier League, and when we do, it's going to be devastating. If you think that this is a devastating season so far, because
I've watched him a lot. I mean, I'm half Norwegian, so I've got vested interests in the Norwegian players going over.
And if you want to watch any Bundesliga football anyway, to know about any new upcoming players or just general chit chat from the Bundesliga, tune into MAD Sports Network on a Monday night at 10 p.m. And
you using my charity event to pitch your German show, Gav? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
Fair play, Gav. Fair play.
Look, Gav, we had this conversation numerous times, right? Me, you, and Devo, numerous times during the summer. Where do you remember, Gav, the fans that were saying, "Oh, Haaland, he might get 15 in his first Premier League season. He won't get anywhere near Son or Kane or Salah or anyone." The guy comes in, he's got, I don't know, 34 in all competitions.
He's got 26 in the league.
26 in the league in he's 27 in the league in 24 games. He's got 5 in 5 Champions League games or whatever. And the guy still gets trash talked for what he can't do. But can he not do the things that is being asked, Gav, of fans? Because I remember watching him for Dortmund. He did drop deep in link-up play. He did drop deep and run with the ball. I just don't think we've seen it in this City setup yet. What do you make of it?
But the thing with City, there's a lot of players that go there in their first season don't really do a lot, and then we're like moaning about and going, oh, Jack Grealish, prime example for me. I think it's been absolutely phenomenal this season. He's got to give him more of a license to come in from the left hand side, and his goals and assists haven't really added up. But if you watch the game, you actually see what he's doing and how he's influencing the game. Bernardo Silva wasn't all that in his first season. Telling me you wouldn't have him. Nathan Ake, what did he do in his first season and a bit? Nothing. He's like a staple of the team right now, whether he plays at centre half or at left back, and he's been brilliant as well. So it's just what happens. It's almost like Pep wants to bed players in their first season. Zinchenko, great example there. You got bombed out on loan, and he was like, you could leave if you want. He was like, no, I'm going to fight for my position. And he was influential last season at certain times, whether he was playing left back or in centre mid, so that's what happens. Like, people are saying that,
like Charlotte.
Like Charlotte, have happy dreams about Ronan Keating.
If she dreams about Ronan Keating again, I'm going to get really upset. Really upset.
I mean, she could dream about worse, to be fair. Ronan Keating's all right. At least
Ronan Keating.
Yeah.
But look, Gav, anyway. Sorry, to what you were saying, I think this is the key point, right? We first of all, I think it's ridiculous that we're talking about a player that's come in and already got plus 30 goals at the age of 22 in a new country in season 1. But the fact that we do this with every player that comes over, we expect every player to hit the ground running, every player to be amazing. Football fans, for me, don't learn. Like, I feel like we judge everyone like that.
Yeah,
anyone can play that, by the way.
Instant gratification is the name of the game nowadays. Isn't it? Not just football, anything. Got to have it immediately. Life's been made easy, modern conveniences in everything. So I think the attitude goes to the same with our football players now as well. If you see one player do it, come hit the ground running, got to expect them all to do it. Doesn't work that way though. Doesn't change. Managers, chairman, fans, all impatient now. The more success you've been used to, the more impatient you will be if you're not getting it more. It's winning's a drug, really, isn't it? It's as soon as you've had a taste of it, you've got to have more. It's got to keep going. For us, we just want a bloody taste, see what it's like. The taste buds are probably rotted by now, but I think it is a case of I want it all, I want it now, and nothing's good enough until I get it. You do need a bit of patience and things. Football's just never been one for that, has it?
No, I think the thing with Haland is that what he gives City, I think what people don't understand is that his job isn't to, what he was doing at Dortmund, coming deep and stuff. His job is to stretch the field, to give the supporting cast touches of the ball. Do you know what I mean? Stretch the field, keep the centre backs occupied, so that they have to completely just fear the ball over the top or through. So you could get the likes of Foden, Mahrez, De Bruyne, get the ball to their feet so they can affect the game. It's as simple as that. I think if you had him dropping deep, you can have too many bodies in the middle. The defense can push up. They've got nothing to fear behind them. But all they know is if the ball goes behind them, Haaland's onto it like a shot. They fear that. They can't allow that to happen. So you got your ball players on the ball. Someone saying that he's bang average. You can't be bang average and bag 26 goals in however many games he's done it in. He's broken records. If he's had more goals than majority of seasons have over 38 games. The Golden Boot winner had less goals than what he's got at the moment. So you can't say he's bang average. So he scores tap-ins.
Oh, Devo, you're going to get it in a minute, mate.
Why isn't everybody? No, but why isn't everybody scoring tap-ins and scoring 26 goals?
This is what I was saying about Grealish.
What's the difference?
Because last season he was playing left wing. He wasn't allowed to come off that touchline, and the opposition players were doubling up on him. Well, that opens gaps, doesn't it? Exactly for the same reason. Because you're not getting much touch of the ball, you're not doing that, whatever. But there was 2 players on Grealish every time because we know what he's capable of, and that allowed Mahrez, Foden, Bernardo Silva, even Cancelo to come into midfield and add another body at the time last season, of course, to influence the game in a different way. But the difference was that last season they didn't have someone out and out who was going to be bagging X amount of goals, but it didn't matter because they went on to win the league anyway. And this season is the same sort of thing. But like they're scoring goals left, right, and centre. The goals are still coming from elsewhere. What's another mad thing about it. He might have scored 26 goals in the Premier League, but goals are still being had from other players on the pitch as well. So
let's give Alex. I want to hear from Alex because I just love Alex. I love you so much. You know I do, dude. Devo, just quickly, do you need to jump off, or have you got a few minutes, or what are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off, guys. I got work in the morning. I got to be up in 6 hours.
Me as well, Sav.
So.
Alex, please just go easy on people. Yeah, it's late at night. I know you're gonna speak a bit of waffle, and you know we're all gonna laugh at you, but we love you dearly.
Laugh with you.
Yeah, we love you dearly. But I know now this next 45 minutes or so will probably be all you speaking. So everyone else settle in, enjoy yourself. He's gonna bring the truth and entertainment, and he's gonna refresh everyone. And yeah, back to you, Alex.
Savva, well done, brother. I'm gonna say
thanks,
bye.
guys. No, thanks for
Right,
your time.
Big up
See you
yourself.
later.
Take care, guys. Take care.
Take care.
Just before I come to you, Alex, a couple of super chats. Jay Yid, 14, big up, man. Hope you're well. It's a very nice gesture, this Savva. Props to you. Little debate for your current
team of the season, player of the season.
Sorry, yeah, I had to take a second there. Team of the season, yeah, player of the season. Jay Yid, we're not going to ignore this. I'm going to come back to this once we finish this Haland debate. We'll come to this. So I am starring this, and I'll come back. Phil P said Night Shaz. She does not like being called that, but so won't tell her that. Tarns, I agree. The thing is, Pep seems to do this with everyone, and fans don't seem to understand it. He did it with Grealish. He did it with Mahrez. He did it with Gundogan. He did it with Silva. He did it with John Stones. He gently eases them in, and then in the second season, look at Grealish this year. Forget stats. Grealish is playing some phenomenal football, but people who don't understand football will just go, yeah, but he's only got 4 goals and 4 assists or something. They don't get it. And one last super chat. Oh, God, it's Phil P again saying, with Charlotte gone, will Margot keep posting? Gav and Alex, if you haven't seen this, we keep getting a Margot Robbie account posting. She randomly turns up, flirts a little bit, and then goes away, and we don't know who it is. But I like to
looks just like her, though.
It does look just like her. I like to think it's Margot Robbie, but I don't think it is. Alex, can you explain to Gav, who's obviously Gav's got his own channel about German football? Can you explain to Gav why you don't rate Erling Haaland?
I'm all ears. Wait there.
I saw him
wait there.
Tottenham.
Wait there. Stop. I'm getting a chair.
Well, while you're waiting, because at the end of the day, Mr. Box Office doesn't wait for anybody. He's the main event, and he makes his own time, like Conte's contract, which is ticking, by the way. But like I say, I wanted to see him at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. This guy couldn't even get the better of Dyer and Davis, the most bang average defenders for Tottenham Hotspur. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't see it at the moment. He might change my mind over time, and that's it. But at the moment, and I've got even worse takes as well. I don't think it's a great league. I think it's a bang average league. I've got to be honest, because there's no star players. Our Premier League is just a bang average league for quality. Absolutely bang average.
Alex, I agree.
Entertainment wise, it's a fantastic league. Absolutely undeniable. A fantastic league.
I'm not necessarily against that take, to be honest.
But people argue with me, telling me that it's a great league. It's a quality league.
It's the most financially powerful league. You know, like look when Max Cornet was at Lyon, and they were trying to get towards a decent European spot. And he decided to leave there to go to Burnley last season because he's probably earning more going to Burnley than he was playing for Lyon. because you're going to get more money here than you are going to get in any other league. So I understand that.
Absolutely spot on. But listen, this is a take that I just look at it because I'm old school. I'm not a stat guy. I'm sorry, I can't stand people that say XG to me. I'll just sit there and people actually want to argue me. I was on the stream yesterday and they're literally, one guy would say, "Do you understand what XG is?" I said, "I don't care what XG is, because the only thing that really matters to me is how many trophies have we won, Tottenham fans? 0. That's the only stat that really matters at the end of the day."
Can we get back to Haland? I want to get back to Haland.
But my point is on Haland. I just feel, for me, that he's just a tall striker that doesn't if he doesn't have the goals, he doesn't do anything for me. You know what I mean? He doesn't do anything more.
He scored goals in the Bundesliga, pretty much a goal a game. He's exceeding that he's pretty much the same again in the Premier League. He also scores at international level, and he also scores goals in the Champions League against the best sides.
But I think he's got the most. He's got all those players around him, though. That's what I'm saying at the moment.
That's what a team is. It's not.
I know.
Tennis,
I understand that. I understand what you're saying.
What about at Salzburg? What about at Dortmund? What about for Norway? How does he keep scoring that level of goals for those three sides?
How's he bagging against PSG? How's he bagging against?
As I said, I think at the moment, okay, because I don't really know him for his goals when he was at German League or anything like that, or Salzburg or anything like that. Well, all I will say is, from what I saw against Tottenham, at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, he couldn't get better of Dyer and Davis. Yeah, and for me, I saw somebody that was overhyped. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Okay, but maybe over time in the Premier League, maybe you'll prove me wrong. And that's
how's
it.
he not proving
But
you wrong at the moment?
For me, right? I'm looking at the whole package.
Got a hat-trick against Man United.
When did you do that?
He bullied two of the arguably the best, or even at least in the top two defensive partnerships in Gabriel and Saliba. Whether you like Arsenal or not, that defensive partnership is pretty damn solid this year. Bullied them.
Listen, I can't disagree with you on that, but however, he still couldn't get the better of Dyer and Davis, Alex, in that Tottenham Hotspur game.
Can I ask a question? All throughout watching that game, right? All Gary Neville kept saying during the commentary was, "Look at the runs Haland is making. I cannot believe that none of the Man City players are feeding him. He was pulling left, pulling right. Man City overpassed the ball. How is his performance the one in doubt when it was the players not passing in the ball? Is what I don't understand how you're judging this just on that game, but can you not see that was they didn't get the ball to him?
I just think that you can put yourself in the game and try and make them get a message out there. You know what I mean? I understand that they were passing it around too much, maybe, but for me, if you're a great player, you make yourself known in that sort of game. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And I listen. This is only my take because I'm looking at it just from one game as well. But also, you can't really ignore those goals. But also, I'm looking at the whole structure of what he is at the moment as a striker. And for me, like I said, I'm old school. I just look at him as a tall striker. Without, if he didn't have those goals, he's just a tall striker like Duncan Ferguson, and that's it.
Mbappe didn't score against Morocco in the World Cup. Does that make Mbappe shit?
Well, no, but I've got even more take on him.
Okay. Harry Kane.
Strap in, Chris. Strap in.
Harry Kane didn't score against Arsenal last time we played when we turned up at your place. Does that make him shit?
Well, but yeah, no, he isn't. But he makes our team look good. But I'd still call him a loser because he ain't got no trophies. So you know what I mean.
Okay,
so
who do you rate? Okay, who do you rate? Tell me your top 3 players in football right now, and we'll debunk it. Tell me your top 3 players in football right now in the world.
Modric.
Yeah.
Benzema.
What did Modric do against Barcelona the other night?
But he's done it in the Champions League, though, bro.
But we talk about one game, like, because
hasn't Haland done it in the Champions League?
Yeah, Haaland's done it in the Champions League. What did Modric do?
No, has Haaland won the Champions League? Has he won the Champions League?
He played for Borussia Dortmund.
And who's the other player that you mentioned?
Modric, Benzema.
Oh, okay, yeah, good player. Well, against Liverpool, it deflected goal, and then pretty much an empty net.
But he practically won the game, won the Champions League for Real Madrid last year. Now that for me is basically a great player for me. You know what I mean?
Who's your third?
Messi. I'll just throwing that out there because I can't think of. I have to. You just asked me on the spot on that one, so I can't.
What did Messi do in his first season at PSG?
You got a point there. You have got a point there.
This is what I'm saying. You can debunk any argument like that, but you also have to add it and show like what he is doing. What
listen. I understand it, and I do appreciate it because honestly, I've had arguments with people, and they take it well personally. Trust me, when you say this argument to them, it's like, why are you saying this for? You're getting really personal. Why are you saying this for? So I appreciate it, bro, and I get it. You know what I mean? Because I know I'm really kind of throwing it out there, you know what I mean? But this is just the way I feel at the moment with this guy at the moment, you know what I mean? Yeah, but I think that about this for all footballers, mainly in general.
Someone said in the chat that Neuer without arms is a bang average goalkeeper. Neuer without arms is a midfielder.
Just quickly, Alex, what makes me laugh though is we're talking about, I think people forget how young Erling Haaland is. Like, you think this isn't a 27, 28-year-old who's come over here and banged in 30 odd goals or whatever he has done already. This is a 22-year-old that everybody in the summer, everybody I was speaking to that didn't understand or watch German football was saying, Gav, you heard it. You saw it in the summer.
Saw it. Heard it.
He'll get 13, 14 goals if he's lucky. I think he had like 13 or 14 goals in his first 10 games or something, right?
Was it 8 games he got? He took to get
when we talk about when comments are made like all he does is score goals, right? Or he didn't score against this club, that club. You could apply that to any player in world football. Does that mean every time a striker doesn't score against a club, it means that they're not as good as anyone rated them? Like, I've watched Lionel Messi, who's my favourite player ever, right, to do disgusting things with a football, tease teams on his own, win World Cups on his own. I've also seen games where you watch him and you go, he didn't care tonight. Doesn't mean he's not a great player, but Haaland is 22, and I think when we brought those stats up the other day, Alex, you saw that no other player at the age of 22 had the goal volume that Erling Haaland's got across Europe. So what has he got to do? Not that he should, but what's he got to do for you to impress you? Because at the moment, he's on course for between 45 and 50 goals this season, which is just ridiculous. So what's he got to do to impress you? Score against Spurs?
Do better than against average players like Dyer Davis maybe next time, but I don't know if Dyer Davis will be around anytime soon anyway. But my point is, I think the ways that the levels that everyone's talking about him, I want to see him at the levels of Messi and Ronaldo.
But he's 22.
Do you rate Victor Osimhen?
I haven't seen him too much to make a comment on him.
Well, he's one of the best players in European football right now, in world football right now. Napoli lost 1-0 tonight. He couldn't get past Patrick and Romagnoli. Does that make him shit?
I mean, at the end of the day, I respect what you're saying, mate. But I haven't watched him a lot to know. I haven't watched him. I haven't watched Osman, to be honest with you. The only time I could watch him is to go and watch watch clips of him, and there's not really me being able to really get a really good clue of what he's like. You know what I mean? So I can't really comment on Osman. You know what I mean? I'm only going on what other people are saying, really, and I can't really say anything what other people are saying. But what I've seen of Haaland and what people are saying about him, the way that people are talking about him is like he's the best player on the earth. And I just feel like there've been better players in the previous era at the moment than Haaland at the moment. But listen,
Let me
you've
ask you a
got a good
question.
point. You've got a good
Let me
point
ask you a
about him
question,
being
Alex.
22 too. Yeah, go on.
Okay,
Better
okay.
players. Hang on, Gav. One sec. Better players at the age of 22.
That's what I'm making. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I was going to say.
That's what you're at 22. Who was better than what Haaland's doing at the moment? He has 222 career goals for club and country, and he's 22. At 22, Harry Kane had just broken into the Spurs first team.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on Chris Mepham, Jack Stevens, and Marcus Senesi? They are defenders at Bournemouth. What are your thoughts on those?
Again, I don't really watch Bournemouth, so I don't really know that much about them.
Well, they've played against Tottenham, and Harry Kane didn't score against them.
Yeah, listen.
I'm
not going to get into Kane because I've already criticised Kane already.
Tottenham have this weird crux over Man City. They are the bogey team of Man City. They've not Man City. I think was it 4 or 5 games now. Man City have travelled to Tottenham and failed to score in it. Yeah, Man City haven't scored a goal at the new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Am I right?
Yeah, mate. Just
Man
before
City Man City, the best team on the planet.
Can I just say something though? Can I just say something, mate? Yeah. I'm not trying to big up Tottenham here, by the way, yeah, because I'm the biggest critic. When someone calls me Katie Hopkins, you know where you're going with this, bro. You know what I mean? Katie Hopkins of the Tottenham fan base, yeah.
Katie Hopkins.
I'm not gonna go there.
Gav, have you ever streamed with Mr. Box Office before?
I watched the stream that you two were doing a couple of weeks ago. I was commenting, taking a piss out of Spurs on there, but I'll do it in the jest.
But look at this. You get things like this. Look, but most of the goals at the beginning were against bang average defenders. So when the guy scores goals, it's because he's playing average defenders. When he doesn't score goals, he's not very good. You get the feeling that the guy can't win.
Can't win.
Chris, let me bring you in, mate. We haven't talked to you for Erling Haaland, 22 years of age, 222 career goals. He's about to break all sorts of records in his first season in the Premier League. What are your feelings on this bloke?
I mean, for me, you can't. To be honest, Savva, I was one of those who maybe hadn't seen him enough and thought, he might take a while to adapt to the Premier League. So I wasn't necessarily expecting him to come in and rip it up. Kind of hard to argue with his numbers, though, isn't it? And I think, if he's a slightly glorified John Carew or Duncan Ferguson, why were they not smashing the numbers that he's smashing in?
I think this is the thing. Look, I hear a lot about. I'm not saying for yourself, Chris, but I hear so much, and Gav, we've had this chat loads of times, that any player that comes over to England, you hear, but can they do it in the Premier League? First of all, the Premier League is all foreign. Like the whole league is foreign. So yes, more players do it in the Premier League than English players do it in the Premier League. But second of all, I did feel it really. I remember doing a stream, Gav. I think I was in New York. I was street. Do you remember? I was in New York for work.
Yeah.
I did a stream and I just started the channel, and we had loads of people coming into the chat with me and you, and it was, Haaland, 10 goals, 12 goals. And I remember I keep saying to people, have you seen this boy play? Like, he's a boy in age, but he's different. Like, he is different. I don't know. Can you guys liken anyone to him that you've seen in the past? I can't.
Closest thing is Ibra. Thing is Ibra, but Ibra, he won't be able to lace Ibra's boots at the age of that age, at the age of he is now. of Ibra when he was 22.
Les Adams, welcome to the show. Hope you're well, man. You good?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. You?
We got, mate.
Wonderful, Les. We're now in hour 13. We're doing our thing. Les, talk to me just quickly. Let's get this. Erling Haaland. Where do you rate him? John Carew level, or are we a little bit higher than that?
A little bit higher than that, mate. Yeah. I've watched the game. He played Dortmund. He was in his box defending, made a sprint to the top of the field and scored a goal. It's fucking. It's just he's a beast.
He's rapid as well. That's the thing. This is what I'm saying. We're not even seeing the true Haaland yet, and he's still scored all of these goals. It is going to be devastating next year. I don't think he will. It's mad. As weird as it sounds, I don't think he will score as many next season as he has done this season, because he will be more involved in linking up as well as. But I feel like there will be more goals across that front line for Man City, and he will have much more involvement, whether they are classed as assists or pre-assists, as the kids say nowadays, and that sort of stuff. In just terms of the build-up players to what we see happening. We haven't seen him lacing balls from 30 yards, rippling the back of the net yet. We haven't seen him turning inside your man and curling one from the edge of the box yet, which we have done in a Dortmund shirt, in a Norway shirt. We've seen it in the Champions League. You know, at the highest quality leagues, in the highest quality games, he scores in the big games. He scored against Bayern. You know, he scored against PSG.
Yeah, you're right. Again, for Dortmund, Haaland was more than capable of dropping deep and linking up the play. He's not in Kane's class doing it, but he was doing it. He was getting involved. So I think it's a natural progression to get the all-round game, isn't it, for next season?
I think, he was doing similar to things to what Kane's been doing the last couple of seasons. He was doing that last year when he was 2021. Kane is now he's coming up to 30.
But don't you think this is the thing? When I look at this, when I look at this, people judge. By the way, can I just say, massive shout out to Laurie Boost in the chat, who just whacked £50 into the Just Giving account. Very, very generous, Laurie. He said it would have been 100 if I replaced you on the show, Alex. But that's how loyal I am to you, Mr. Box Office. I would not do it for the extra £50. I would not do it. I'm not a whore. All right. Please keep donating. Please smash the likes, subscribe. This is the thing for me, right? Is lots of people keep saying things like, "Oh, they compare Haaland and Kane," and I'm always wary of when we compare players at different stages in their career. Like everyone makes out as though Kane at the age of 22 was the player we see now, the dropping deep, the holding the ball up, the creating, the passing. Kane wasn't that when he first broke into the team. Kane was an out-and-out goal scorer. But yet we want to judge, and I know this isn't you saying this, Alex, because you've got your gripe with Kane as well. But I don't know why we need to do this. Like everyone wants to write off Haaland, right? Let me ask you this, guys. If Erling Haaland played for Spurs for 5 of us and Arsenal for you, Gav, if Erling Haaland played for our club and had 27 goals in 24 games, we would be all talking about Ballon d'Or. He's got to be player of the year. This is the best signing we've ever made. But when it's at another club, we manage to find all the holes in them, all the faults in them.
I don't agree with that because I've been calling Kulu and Bentancur rejects, and look how many people are going on about them. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but they've not hit the Haaland levels, Alex. Have they?
I know, but look, I'm just saying that I've been very critical of my players as well. I've been very, very critical of my players, even when the players that are very, very popular. I've been always very to the point with them. You know what I mean? So for goodness' sake, you got someone. Everybody's championing Emerson, though, isn't it? The next Cafu, I've been told. Bloody hell! But we don't want to go there, don't we? Anyway,
Alex, I think the thing is with a player like Kulu. Like if we talk about Kulusevski, and let me listen. I think Kulusevski's a very good player, But again, I think after half a season, everyone had made up their mind that this guy was world class, was going to win the Ballon d'Or. Not, I'm being facetious there, but, was going to score 20 goals this year, 15 assists. It hasn't panned out that way. He's a very good player, but again, we kind of make these snap judgments on players after like 10 to 15 games. And look, I don't know if any of you agree with me, but I've been really disappointed this year with Kulusevski. I'm sorry. I think last year he looked great. This year, I think he looks very ordinary. Am I being harsh?
He was injured for a long time, though, weren't he, Savva? And sometimes when you come back from an injury, I don't know what the injury was, but sometimes it does take that a little bit longer to step into gear and like start clicking again, though, doesn't it?
It does. With our injury room, you can chip a toenail and it'll turn into an 18-month injury.
That's what Arsenal always go through. Arsenal used to love a soft tissue injury. Everyone else would be out for 2 weeks. We'd be out for 3 months.
Gav, let's put perspective on it, right? In the league, he's got 2 goals in 17 league games, right? He's played 4 cup games and not scored in the cup. He's played 3 Champions Leagues and games and not scored. No, that's not great for a guy that our fans were trying to convince everyone was the best signing since sliced bread. Listen, I like Kulu, but Kuva will know this more than anyone. Gav, you know this more than anyone. I've known you how many years. I don't go raving about players that quickly, and everyone in our club is like Kulu. Let them achieve something. Go and show me some consistency. Yeah, it can't be that you do something brilliant every 7 or 8 games if you want to be called this top players. Les, what do you make of Kulu?
I liked him. Yeah, I think he tries hard for the team. I think it's the other players that they're not showing enough fight. Kulu's trying. I just think it's the rest of the players. They seem to have given up, and they make him look worse than he actually is.
So your take is it's the players around him not allowing him to flourish, or
yeah, kind of, yeah. Yeah, and obviously, like Gav said, his form since he's come back from the injury hasn't been great. So maybe he's struggling with something there.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, where are we at with Kulusevski? Lot of praise. Is the praise? Was it too soon? Did we put on a pedestal too soon, or are we just seeing the effects of a nasty injury?
Tough one. I really like him. I mean, we've got so little in our squad to get excited about.
Yeah.
Last season I thought he was superb, just beating players, and that's what makes you excited, isn't it? It's people who actually beat players. We haven't really got anyone like that apart from him. But yeah, I mean, there's no doubt he was okay start of the season, but he seems quite ineffectual now. I really can't put my finger on it. But then, you know what? You can look at it though it's him as an individual, but I don't want to open this up into necessarily a wider Conte debate, but
let's do it. We've got
players we have who are suffering like that, right? How many players are off form generally? None of them have improved on last season, have they? So is it a Kulusevski thing, or is this a wider issue?
Well, let's have that conversation.
I can say that. I can say why. I can say why. Because we're overhyping last season. Yeah. People were having a go at me because I said I was being harsh. Again, shall I remind people again what happened last season in the Conference League? We bottled it. Yeah. How many games did we have last season after we bottled it in the Conference League? Yeah. 1 game a week. Yeah. Who was fit most of those games? Harry Kane and Son. Who was scoring most of the goals? Harry Kane and Son. So you wonder why we got top 4 last season, which again is not a trophy. Again. You know what I mean? Like I said before, I was arguing with somebody on the last stream that was telling me I have to put respect on the name of Emerson Royale. Don't need to say anymore. The guy that can't cross a ball. He says, I've got an agenda. Please, Savva, please tell me. Please be the voice of reason. The voice of reason. I can't believe I'm saying this. Savva, the voice of reason. Tell me, have I got an agenda against Emerson Royale? Please tell me. Please tell me.
Listen, I'm a firm believer that when people say you've got agendas against players that play for your own club, I've never understood it, because I think every fan of their own club wants every player at their club to be brilliant, right? But often an opinion and the truth gets misconstrued as an agenda, right? And that's the way it is. Kuva, you haven't said anything for a while. What do you make of this? Like, if we put this in layman's terms, Kulusevski, Son, both last season, exciting, very attacking, scoring goals, assisting, look devastating. Both of them this year look shadows of last year. Is this a manager problem, or are they just both bad at the same time?
If we knew the answer to that conclusively, I'm sure it would have been sorted out by now. I think it's a bit of both, probably. I think with Kulusevski, you've got to look at the injury. It certainly had an effect. But then again, had he started off playing the same... Yeah, this is spot on, by the way. If a player chips a toe now, our medical department would fix it by grafting on another player's foot. It's true. They'll find a way anyway. I think as Katie over here was saying, the last season we were overhyping everything, and it became like, the only way is up now. It's all it can be. We got snatched top 4. Here we go next season, but it just hasn't happened. If anything, we've got worse. But luckily for us, the league has got worse as well. Arsenal have managed to sort of get themselves in gear and doing phenomenally well. Whether they see it out to the end of the season remains to be seen. Hopefully not, but they're looking good at the moment. But we never saw... They knew there'd be a drop-off from Liverpool because they can't just replace Mane easily. There was going to be a bit of a blip for them, but wasn't expecting it to be this bad. Chelsea, my God, didn't expect them to fall off the cliff like this. They were struggling under Tuchel, but you thought didn't really see the complete meltdown they've had since.
Laurie Boost is offering me £500 if I swap Alex out for somebody else. Laurie, I'll tell you what, I'll do you a deal.
If only Alex has got a wig, he could come back as Katie.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. No, listen, Laurie, I appreciate your offer was very generous. Thank you for putting the money in the stream. But listen, I love my Mr. Box Office. He's my guy. I stick by my people. I think
overall though, this season, we have got these expectations because we thought it was going to get better from last season. But for me, and I keep saying this, literally the only reason I watch Spurs nowadays is to watch Kulusevski. The rest of it is boring, mechanical, methodical, rigid shape with no imagination, flair, or belief. It's just getting Kane to the ball in the box in the most economic way possible. I don't like this team. I really don't. It's not the team. It's not the team I grew up watching. We've been a long way from it for years now.
We do know, don't we, that Emerson Royale's nominated for Player of the Month, right?
I know. He's had a good month. He's had a good month. Look. You could be bad at what you do normally, and also then go on and have a good time. There's no denying he's had a really good month. Here's an example. I mentioned him earlier on in the show when we talk about the preview for Liverpool versus Man United. What's his face? Wan-Bissaka. He's been awful.
Yeah.
But this season, he's been brilliant. And how many times we've seen the same with Luke Shaw? He's been awful. And the last couple of seasons, it's been fantastic. Sometimes players improve, and sometimes players get better, and sometimes players just have a bit of a purple patch.
Gav, I liken this to when I worked in Malia as a DJ, international DJ, about 21 years ago. I liken it to one of our mates could never pull. He just didn't have it in him. He's a nice guy, didn't have any chat. One week when we were out there, he pulled 2 goals in a week. For the rest of the summer, didn't pull anything. You can have a good. You get these moments,
Purple
right?
patch.
You get these moments in your time where it clicks, something happens. But Emerson Royal.
As for Royale winning, possibly winning Player of the Month, I mean, McDonald's have an Employee of the Month. Doesn't mean a lot, does it?
And still, I need to say this as well. Just because you're Player of the Month, where's my trophy, bro? Where's my trophy? Where's my trophy? I can't see my trophy. Where's my trophy? I seem to be missing that right now. I don't see the trophies right now.
It should equate to at least 1/11 of an FA Cup, shouldn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Where is it? Where is it? Because we lost in one on Wednesday. If everybody forgot as well, forgot that, by the way. Again, and it's the THFC. Mr. Box Office talking the truth again. Professor of Truth and Entertainment speaking the truth again. And again, to that guy that was trying to offer him £500 to get me off the stream, put respect to my name, bruv. Put respect to my name and preach that, bruv. And that's it. And that's all I need to say. Back to you, Savva. And Mr. Box Office is done.
Along the same lines, hyping up players at this club has gone on for a long time. This is why Emerson Royale's getting so many plaudits. This is why Musa Sissoko got plaudits. Stefan Freund, Højbjerg, put him in the same bracket. We're glorifying workhorses, absolutely average players that aren't anywhere near any other top 4 side. None of them would sign any of those players.
The reason we do that,
heroes.
The reason we do that, Coover, is because so many of our players over the years don't seem to give a shit. So when we got one that does, it's like, oh my god, he actually seems to care.
It's like that stunning revelation, isn't it? That actually, we're shit.
And by the way, when he was playing rubbish, he kept on playing as well. But unfortunately for Jed Spence, he wasn't given that same luxury, wasn't he?
It wasn't a Conte player, though, was he? Conte didn't actually want to sign him.
Yeah, well, that's fine. That's fine.
He's gone to Monaco and he's enjoying his life out there. Well, he was until Thursday.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine. But the thing is, though, he's been able to play into form. That's the point I'm making. Well, I mean, we can. It's not deniable. Yeah, it's no denying. He's not. Conte didn't want him. Yeah, but I mean, that's an excuse in itself because, as far as I'm concerned, you're the winner. So you could have told Levy, "I don't want that player." You know what I mean? You're the winner. You're the one that we're the ones that were going to you, by the way, to get you in, by the way, not the other way around. Twice. You know what I mean? Went to appoint Conte twice.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Homegrown quota as well, isn't it?
Well, exactly. Anyone else kind of noticed though a change in tactics slightly with Royale, where all the time he's been trying to overlap, but the last couple of months he runs inside the field, right, and he kind of underlaps and goes into central midfield. I think that helps a lot because he's still crap. Don't get me wrong, but he's not exposed as much to his useless crossing. So I think that's made a big difference to him. But it is effectively still trying to polish a turd, pretty much, right?
We did see him do that a couple of times last season, even, but it wasn't very often. And I thought, is that him just straying off point, or is that a deliberate attempt at the sort of inverted wing back? But since he's been doing it more often this time, I've got to say that's probably a plan, isn't it?
I think Kulin makes him look good. Yeah, and I've been saying for quite a while now. Okay, if you're playing the position you're playing in, you're going inside. Whoa, that's a great right wing back, right centre back, then, isn't it? You know what I mean? As a defensive player, he's a good player. I won't deny that. Okay, but going forward, he's useless. I'm sorry.
He's a right back then. He's an old school right back.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But if you're playing a 3 in defence or 5 in defence or 3 in defence, for me, he should be right centre back. That's what I feel anyway. You know what I mean? Because he will get found out. You know what I mean? Because you can't carry on and get that lucky for too long. You know what I mean? Because it's only been 3 games and everyone's now is going over the top about this guy. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous to be honest.
No, it's as simple as that. He's had a good month, and he's played a vital part in the month. And I think that's okay. But then, right, this is now, you've had your time to bed in, you've had your time to settle in. Now go prove yourself. What can you do between now and the end of the season? Are you going to be able to do enough for me? I'm talking as like from like a third person. Obviously, everyone knows I'm not a Tottenham fan, but like, is that enough for me then to say, right, okay, you have guaranteed this spot. I don't have to worry about this right now, and you are going to take us to a 4th place position by the end of the season. And if so, then can you take that into next season? How old is Emerson Royale?
He's young.
I don't know.
He ain't that young.
23, 24, something like that, isn't it?
That's
always used to
for
wind me up.
defensive players. That's still young, isn't it?
I understand where you're coming from, but the fact is, I'm not defending average players right now. Yeah, I'm tired of it, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
because
agree.
I can't do it anymore. Yeah, he's a foreign player, and you need to be on top form because look at the squad limitations on foreign players. Yeah,
Alex,
so
here's an example. Here's an example. There's a player. He was signed as an attacking midfielder. He was awful. Got bombed out at right wing. He was awful there, and for whatever reason, had to play him at right back, and he went on to be invincible. Loren. He was awful.
Yeah, but 23 isn't an age where you suddenly learn how to cross the ball, right? And that's what used to wind me up. People saying, give him a chance. Yeah, but he's not going to... If you can't cross a ball at 23 and you need to start working on that on the training pitch, that's way too late, man. It's not going to suddenly come good.
I think this drifting into midfield could be the way forward for him, because he's like what Klopp said was his tactic when he first took over at Liverpool. It's just going to destroy the game, just wreck all football in the middle of the park. I think he can do that.
Kuva, would it be fair to say, right? We've seen this down the years with so many players that have been bad for ages. They have a good spell, and then our fans all of a sudden want to elevate them to actually they're great. We've seen it with Winks, Sissoko, Dyer, Davis. All of these people at some point, could keep going with all of them, Brian Hill, all of these people have a spell at a point where you go, all right, is there a player in there? And fans can't differentiate from a good moment and consistent ability. And that's the thing for me. You've seen it with strikers throughout the years. There are strikers, you could go back to the beginning of time, but if we're talking about Premier League, strikers that have had good patches where they get 8 goals in 12 games and everyone goes, oh my God, this guy should go to join Man United. This guy should play for England, right? Players like Michael Ricketts, right? People like that, Akinbaye, people who had good spells. I'll say this time and time again on my show, consistency is what makes you a top player. You do it week in, week out. Franny Jeffers, another one, week in, week out. It can't be that someone has 3 or 4 good games and a whole fan base goes, now we're seeing the best of him. No, I'm seeing the best of you when you do it for me over a season.
Who was that Gooner striker they had that looked like he had a hairstyle out of a sort of horror movie? Shamak.
Right, but there's a caveat to Marouane Chamakh, right? Because when we signed him from Bordeaux, he was slapping goals in. And then when he started playing for us, he scored 8 goals in 10 games, playing through the middle. And then RVP came back from injury, and we played him wide right. He's not a winger. He's a striker. He's got no pace. He was a classic fox in the box guy. He was scoring goals in good positions and getting himself in good positions. And we played him out of position. We played Arshavin out of position back in the day, like playing him from wide left. He was the best number 10 in the game at the time. And then we did that. Big up this TJ guy, by the way. Love that. And Kansas City, 2-time Super Bowl champions, by the way. 2-time Super Bowl champions. Let's go. And big up the Arsenal as well.
I was all right with the Super Bowl stuff.
By the way, you're winning the league.
Well, I've had to go through so much hardship as a Kansas City Chiefs fan. I've been enjoying every moment of the last 6 years. 2 Super Bowl wins, 3 Super Bowl visits, AFC Championship games, 5 years on the spin. But before that, honestly, the amount of shit that I had to go through as a Kansas City Chiefs fan, a little bit like you lot, Tottenham fans having to go through all this shit at the moment.
Hey, I'm consistent. I'm a Miami Dolphins fan. I haven't done anything since the 80s.
Well, we thought you were going to go and do bits when you took Tyreek Hill off us. I was actually worried. In fact, everyone put us to come bottom of the AFC West. We've got Patrick Mahomes. That shit ain't happening. In terms of Arsenal win the league, we're not going to win the league, by the way. Man City are going to win the league. But I have enjoyed every moment of this season so far, and it has been a really fun ride. But that run that we have in April, where we've got to play Chelsea, Liverpool, City, Newcastle, Brighton, like a lot of decent teams that will be all vying for different things, as well as relegation fodder that will be desperate for points. Everyone's saying like tomorrow that it's going to be a foregone conclusion that we're going to hammer Bournemouth like 5-6-0. Probably won't. It'll be really bloody hard. They're going to play 5 at the back, 4 midfielders, and Dominic Solanke, and it's going to be tough to break them down. And if we win 1-0, I don't actually care what the scoreline is tomorrow. As long as we win, it could be an 89th minute, but like bounces off Gabriel, trickles into the back of the net. I don't care how it comes. I just want to win.
Like they always say, it's those 1-0s that get you over the line at the end of the day.
Yeah, 100%.
You're not confident with Manchester City playing Newcastle on tomorrow?
No, Newcastle. If this is Newcastle just before the international break, the World Cup break, I'll be like, Newcastle might be able to get a point here, But I'm not confident. The only thing that's saving me in that Newcastle City game is the fact that it is a lunchtime kickoff. And we all know not to trust lunchtime kickoffs, especially when the big club is playing. So that is the only saving grace. I would take a point from that game right now. If Newcastle do a job somehow, by hook or by crook, and Arsenal win tomorrow, that will be the first time this season that I will say, I reckon we might go on and win it,
Wow, I can't
I've
believe
been
I'm hearing it from an Arsenal fan, because I'm just hearing loads of Arsenal fans going over the top, man.
No, we're always going to give it smart for a laugh. I'll say for a laugh, like to people, we're going to win the league. But I'm an Arsenal fan. I've seen it happen. I've seen the bullshit. And a lot of the Arsenal fans that will be giving it that large are young. They don't remember 2004 properly. I was 16 turning 17, so I was relatively young, but I remember it well. I look at my brother. He's 25 at the moment. He was 6. He don't remember it. Do you know what? As mad as it sounds, I want Arsenal to win the league for him. I want Arsenal to win the league for the young generation that are coming through, because they don't know it. They haven't seen it. And I imagine that there'll be loads of Spurs fans that are older that do remember the FA Cup win, and like when they were doing bits in like the Worthington Cup and stuff. Like we're older, we could take the piss and say, you never won a trophy. Well, you have. You've won loads of trophies, but you haven't won one for ages. And it's about time that Spurs were able to enjoy a bit of success. Every team deserves a bit of success at some level. Every single team does. But when you are encouraging your younger siblings or your children, or you might meet someone and they're not into football, and then you've encouraged them to like take them under your wing, and you're seeing your team get beat, or you see your team losing in situations, you want to win it for them as well. I'm quite a selfless fan. Like if Arsenal win the league, of course I'll be buzzing. You won't hear the end of it, but as I said, I'll be more happy for my brother than anyone else.
I get that. I mean, I had this conversation earlier in the season, obviously on Savva's channel as well. We were talking about this will be the first generation of Spurs fans that reach adulthood without having seen us win a trophy.
Yeah.
I don't care if Arsenal win the league, to be honest with you. Like I said, it's like Sol Campbell going to Arsenal. It's like everything else. We've just got banned. I'm just immune to it now. I just think we deserve it anyway, especially the idiots that were having a go at me when I was at the stadium on Saturday, saying that I'm not a Spurs fan trying to entertain me. that's deserved for you, and that's it. Sorry, Savva, but that was personally at me, by the way. Those people, but other than that, I don't big up fans. I don't have a go at fans, no, because that's a minority of fans. I have to say that. So that's what I'm saying.
Just quickly, I'm aware that I'm aware that Gav and Chris need to jump off. So I'm just giving a break just to see if they need to at this point. If you don't. But if you do, just put a break in there.
I'm going to pop off, but I'll be back a bit later, mate. So.
Yeah, perfect. Look, I'm going for another 11 hours. So, yeah, feel free.
Yeah, I'll squeeze some time in. Cheers, guys. Big up to everybody for everything they're doing there. And you got a couple of donations there as well, Savva. So.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to read them out. I'm just waiting for...
Before I run away, someone's asked, I'm assuming as a Liverpool fan, Ed, what I think about Jasper Lindstrom, because Liverpool potentially making a move for him. This guy's decent, mate, but it also depends on what formation that Liverpool are going to deploy for next season. Bobby Firmino's leaving. He's not signed a new contract. So are Liverpool going to disregard the 4-3-3 and go back to like a 4-2-3-1? And if so, then he is the guy that you want to bring in. You know, his link-up play with Colomawani, who scored and assisted 20 goals this season. His link-up with Kamada. So, like, Kamada will drive the ball in the middle of the park, get it to Lindstrom. Lindstrom will be either coming in from the left or playing in behind and feeding the people like Colomawani. If Liverpool are going to deploy that type of way of playing, then, yeah, he's the guy to go for. If you're going to stay 4-3-3... then I don't see what he'll be able to do to benefit. He can play deeper, but he's someone that you really want to be playing in behind. So, yeah, good player, though. He's only young. I think he's contributed 9 or 10 goals this season. He's got about 7 or 8 in the league and got a couple of assists as well. So, yeah, not bad.
Yeah, he's only been at Frankfurt a couple of seasons, hasn't he? And he's He's in the into the double figures for goals. I know that.
Overall, yeah, he's a good player, but like you can't I wouldn't want to play him. Just say if Liverpool, I don't know. That's what I mean. I don't know what they're going to do because they keep playing Gakpo through the middle. He's not that guy. You're playing from the left. That's what he's doing at PSV. He's tearing people up at PSV. And if you are going to stick with Nunes, which I think is wrong decision because I think he's terrible, and then you're still going to keep Salah, then if you're going to play like a diamond front four, then I think it would work. But then you also still need to get a couple more midfielders in there because Basičić, however you pronounce his name, he's a good player. You need to go and get like an Enzo type midfielder and go get Bellingham. As well. I think that's if you're going to play like 6-8-10, if you want to call it that, then yeah, you play Bellingham in the middle of the park and then play Lindstrom just ahead of him. And I think that would work.
Yeah, Gav, thank you. I know you need to jump off, mate. I know you do.
Yeah, I got my little person. She's going to be up at 7. So the channel is. Someone else has asked while I'm plugging away.
Oh my God. Hurry up. I need to read some super chats out, my man. I'm falling well behind.
Right. Dylan, it's called MAD Sports Network. Or if you want to, that's on YouTube. Or if you want to listen to the show instead, you can go to Spotify and just type in Die Bundesliga Show, DIE as in like die, Bundesliga Show, and it comes up. Give us a like, give us a subscribe, that'd be lovely. In the meantime, can everybody who is in the chat who hasn't donated yet, Savva's going to put the link in the chat in a couple of moments' time. Can you please, even if it is just £1, if it's more than that, then that's great. But every little helps. Any little spare change that you've got, make sure you donate to the charity. It's all going, every single bit of the proceeds is going to the tragedy that has happened over in Turkey and Syria, and it is going to a good cause. So make sure you do that.
Thanks, Gav. And just so everyone knows, we're on the Just Giving side, we're £46 away from the 1,000 plus the 680 that's already been put in YouTube. So £46 in the Just Giving page, and I've just put the link in the chat. So thank you very much, Gav. Listen, legend as always. Let's catch up, and I'll see you soon. We'll do some beers.
Love you all. Gav likes beers. Take care,
Cheers,
guys.
mate.
All the best.
Take care.
Just before I welcome Wayne Haland to the show and get a bit more from Les, let me do some super chats. So we have got the first super chat here that I haven't read out is from. Why can't I find it? Apologies, everyone. Here we go. It's from TJ. TJ said, big up Savva on the panel, especially my G with the Kansas City hat. I guess that was Gav. Thank you for all you're doing for the Turkey-Syria cause. Come on, you Gunners. Brilliant. That's exactly what I want to hear. Come on, you Gunners. But thank you, TJ. Really appreciate that. Thank you, my man. Tom, big up, mate. How you doing? Hope you're well. Said, been having a bit of time off from YouTube this week. Stick this in your pot, Savva. Maybe back later. Good luck, guys. Thoughts to everyone. Thank you very much, Tom. Really appreciate it.
$9.99. That's a really cheap one from Tom.
Yeah. Tom, if you're watching this show, didn't you put in like a 9 million chat to someone the other week?
No, Tottenham away, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he put in the wrong number, didn't he? But Tom, thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, big up, man.
And H just says, have to give some charity. I can't stop laughing about this Katie Hopkins comparison. Sorry, Mr. Box Hopkins. Superb. Thank you to everyone so far. Please keep donating. As we said, £46 away in the Just Giving page from the big 1K and £580 in the YouTube pot. Come on, people. Let's dig deep. Wayne Haland, welcome to the show, Mr. Lester. You're about 45 minutes late. What's happened, mate? You all right? You had a good night?
Yeah, I was watching Gangs of London and I completely lost track of time. So I do apologise. Might as well be honest.
It's worth it. Good series, isn't it?
It is excellent. I've seen it before, but I wanted to watch it again.
Oh no! I did see. Then you're a bad person.
I did hear some of Alex going on about Haland being bang average. I'm sorry, Alex. I cannot agree with that at all. I think you're great. But if you missed the box office, I think your projector's broke if you think he's bang average. I really do. I'm sorry.
You gotta love it. I mean, can I ask, Les, have you seen Mr. Box Office before? Is this your first interaction with Mr. Box Office?
Yeah, I've watched him quite a bit on your streams, mate. He's hilarious. He's quality.
Alex, the things you do to people, man. The things you do to people. Look, we've got all. We'll talk about Tottenham Wolves a bit more in a minute. But who have you got, Wayne? And you're lot of very up and down, aren't you? There's no consistency from your club at all. Let's just say
we've got Southampton tomorrow night, R5. It's on Sky away.
You're going to keep them up, are you?
The thing is, whenever we play them, they always beat us at our place, but we always beat them there. I think it's been like that for the last 3 seasons. Even when we won 9-0 there, we played them like 5 weeks later and they beat us 2-1. So, but you're right. You know, we were very good against you, but then I think everybody can be.
Yeah.
But then in the week against Blackburn, we were so bad for 70 minutes. As bad as, I wouldn't say we were as bad as what you were Wednesday night, because Blackburn came to play, and they're a very good team.
Did you put out a weakened team, Wayne? I've not seen a lot about that.
Yeah.
I saw highlights, but I didn't see.
I think there was only 4 players who played on Tuesday who played against Arsenal on Saturday. So the ones that came in, they all had a shocker, every single one of them. Yeah. Daniel Amati, he's either the best. He's going to sound bizarre. He can either be brilliant or he looks like a player that's just won a raffle prize to play for the club. There's no in between with him.
Like
he makes Dyer look like Maldini sometimes.
Oh, wow.
Trust me on that. He can be so bad.
He must be
but
bad.
No, we're not very good. We've not been very good this season. Simple as that. We're very hit and miss. You never know what you're going to get. Maddison's a big player for us. Maddison plays tomorrow. Quite confident. If he don't, then it could be trouble.
Mm-hmm. Look, I want to. It's a strange one, right? I mean, Leicester City, as I said, look, when you played us, you looked brilliant. James Maddison, superb footballer. seriously, on a serious note, Wayne, not winding you up, is this his last year at Leicester? Do you fully expect him to go on to bigger and better this summer?
Yeah. Well, we've got to face facts. We're not a big club, but the problem we've kind of got is that Newcastle, Liverpool, and City all want him.
Yeah,
they've all, Man City tried to sign him in January, but they left it really, really late. Literally on the transfer day, they came in for him. So they obviously want him. Liverpool, Klopp's always been an admirer. Newcastle put a bid in last summer, but that'd be like us offering 40 million for Kane. It was so far short of what we want for him. So, but the club won't be able to ransom on him, even if they've proved that with Tielemans. Clubs were offering £30 million for him last summer. Club said no. Yeah, he's going to go for free in the summer. But if no one don't pay the money, then he won't go. The owners won't be messed about. And it might cost us money in the long run, but I do think he'll go in the summer. He's too good for us. And that's not putting us down. That's just being honest. He's way too good for us. He should be a better team.
I think if we got 40 million offered for Harry Kane, it'd snap their arm off. I mean, he's just a bang average Ian Dowie, I reckon.
There we go. No, there he is. Oh, there he is. I mean, listen, just before I move on, I'll come to you in a second, Les. Just want to ask Wayne one more question. Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, just such a great name, great picture, all very innocent, I hope. I said, morning, lads. What is our style of pay? #Poch in. I mean, we'll talk about that in a minute. But just before we do, let me start that. Just before we do, Wayne, you've seen all the conversations about Vardy and Kane and who's had a better career and all this kind of stuff. What do you make of that? Like, has Vardy had a better career than Kane? And Coover, I do apologise. I feel like we've gone back about 14 hours, but has Vardy had the better career?
Well, yeah, he has, because he's won the league and he's won the FA Cup.
Right.
But I'm not. Kane's a much better player. I love Vardy. Don't get me wrong, and he's been brilliant for us. But Kane is a much better player than Vardy. But Vardy's not that. Kane can do 2 or 3 different jobs. Vardy's just a on the shoulder striker. He's had a better career because he's won more. As Alex would say, he's got trophies to prove it. I think he's been a bit harsh when he calls Kane a loser. I don't think he's a loser. He's just a very, very good player that's playing in a team that doesn't win anything. I think if you put him in a team that challenges for trophies, then he won't be a loser. I get Alex's point. He's not a loser as a player, but I understand what he's saying. He's not won anything. So in that respect, Vardy's had a much better career because he's won things. It's as simple as that. Does Kane want to turn around in 30 years' time and goes, well, I'm the best highest goal scorer for Tottenham? And if if him and Vardy are talking, Vardy goes, well, where's your medals then? Mm-hmm. And if Kane stays at Tottenham, I'll be amazed if he does. And it just shows no ambition to me at all. Going to get slaughtered for saying that in the chat, but that's the reality.
No. I agree with you. I think most of us have said if Kane stays, and Les, let me bring you into this. In your opinion, my friend, if Harry Kane was to put pen to paper again, because he must have signed a few contracts now, is that loyalty, complete lack of ambition, or something else? What do you make of it?
It's lack of ambition, isn't it? Come on, let's be honest. He's one of the best strikers in the world. Mm. He's gonna, if he stays with Tottenham, he's gonna be in his 80s, showing his grandchildren his shelf of collection of dust. Whereas, like Wayne said, Vardy's going to be there showing his grandchildren his trophies and medals that he won. I mean, he is.
That sounds really harsh, but Leslie's right. It's all about what you win at the end of the day.
So, are we not? I'm playing devil's advocate because you all know my position on this. Would he not consider that England's top goal scorer, Spurs' top goal scorer, the Premier League's top goal scorer. If you retired with those three personal accolades, would he not consider that a successful career?
No.
I don't think he will, because of players that have left the club, like Walker and Bale. Look at what they've won.
Yeah, absolutely. Is that
I
a cat?
can hear Wayne, this time I can hear Wayne's cat, definitely.
Yeah, it's definitely a cat this time, isn't it? We've had cats, we've had dogs, we've had Mr. Boxer, we've had everything today. We've had everything. Let's just quickly big up to Queen Ellie. Hope you're well, Ellie. What happened to your boy Højbjerg? He was awful midweek, awful. She has said Ivan Perisic has assisted, but he costs us just as much. Guys, is this a conversation that goes under the radar a little bit? Ivan Perisic, for me, I'm going to say it, I think he's been absolutely dreadful, aside from a few corners that have assisted goals. And for me, this is one of those occasions where assists, or sorry, should we say stats, kind of mask over what the player actually does in a 90 minutes. Alex, where are you with Perisic?
He's okay.
Okay at what? What is he okay at?
He's been okay in terms of doing the job that he should be doing as a right wing back. It's just that he's defensively he's been rubbish. But I mean, the guy's how old is he? How old is he? You know, I mean, he's had a decorated career. You know what I mean? So he's showing what Emerson should be doing as a wing back. Because as I said before, Emerson is doing above average. You know what I mean? What he should be doing. But this guy's been elite for how long now and won trophies. So I'm not defending him. He's been rubbish. He's been absolute rubbish. I'll be honest with you. He's been absolute rubbish. So, you know what I mean, in terms of being defensive as well. But I think he's at a level where he's going to a Premier League, which is all about pace. And I think he's just getting outdone. And that's it. And that's how it is. But that's our fault, because we're relying on a wing back that has got no pace. And you know, the Premier League, when you got pace against you, you're gonna get found out, and that's it really. So, but I mean, I wasn't going over the top.
Alex, or is it the Premier League, or is it just his age? Like I keep hearing this sentence a lot, as though like the Premier League is wildly different to anywhere else. But for me, it just looks like an ability thing, or a not being able to run thing. Like he's not a wing back, is he? He can't defend, and he doesn't really attack. I don't know what he does.
I mean, like I say, I think defensively he's been terrible. He hasn't been that great, no. But I think attacking wise, he has given that avenue. But he's been okay. He's not been great. I've not gone over the top about him again, because like when he was doing okay, people were going over the top about him again, because they said that because he's made lots of created a lot of chances, made a lot of assists, they went over the top about him. And now you see what's happening with him now. I think again it's another case of going over the top about him, you know. So because the other wing backs weren't doing their job, you know. Sessegnon it was awful, absolutely awful, and I was supporting him last season, so I've got egg on my face on that one. And the other two wing backs haven't been great either, and you know what happened with Jed Spence. So yeah, for me, he's been absolutely awful in terms of being defensive, and just been okay overall, and that's it really for me. Nothing really more to say.
Kova, we don't often talk. Perisic is one of those that I feel goes under the radar a little bit because of his name, because of his history, his experience. Has he been every bit as bad a signing as someone like Longley or someone like Basuma?
I think the trouble with Perisic is, as Alex was pointing out, he's had a glittering career, but age has caught up with him. And the Premiership is not really that sort of field of play for players that are getting on in age, unless you're a defender or you can get away with it, or goalkeeper. But generally, there's a lot of work involved, a lot of running in the Premiership, very, very hard-working league. So it does catch up with you. So he's a wing back that can't really manage the back part now. So he's getting less and less mobile. He's got a questionable output and just creating things now. He's slowly, year by year, sign him up for an extra 6 years, and we go our new Andy Sinton.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Les, from a Spurs perspective, have you been disappointed with Perisic? Is this what you expected from a player of this age?
I'm disappointed with how much he gives the ball away and mistakes his passing. Really, is like you say at the start, his crossing, his ability to put balls in the box when we haven't had that was good. But yeah, it's just he's no good going back defending, which isn't what we need.
Yeah, he does look terrible defensively. Would you take Perisic, Wayne, at Leicester City? You taking Perisic?
No. Would he get it? Well, we've got Christensen, Castagna, Pereira, and Justin.
Yeah.
Is he any better than any of them four? In my view, probably not. Yeah, he's won a lot. He's had as Alex said, he's had a great career, but when you played against him, it looked like his legs were gone. It looked like he was treading treacle. He weren't your worst defender. He weren't your worst defender on the day by a long shot, but he was probably the best of a bad bunch. But he just seems so slow. He looks quite quick on the teller, but when you see him sort of live, he doesn't seem to be like he can run. Good crossover ball, but that's about it.
Yeah, we've had it before, haven't we? Signing players that we knew the name, but it's not quite the same player. I mean, even Edgar Davids. Loved Edgar Davids, but there's Edgar Davids we signed, and there's Edgar Davids. Not the same thing at all. It's been the same with Perisic for me. He's had his day. He's out to pasture, and this is the club to come to for a big payoff before you get put out to stud. Or practically put out the pasture. And let's face it, some of our players should be taken out to the barn and shot.
Yeah,
I just think it needs. I just think it just needs a refresh, man. To be honest with you, because I'm just tired of the football, bruv. I'm just tired of the football, and I'm just you know what? I just think Brighton and Leicester City are clubs where Tottenham have got no excuses. I'm sorry. I've got no. When Tottenham fans make excuses, saying to me that they've got no flipping trophies and we need money, well, talk to me about Leicester City, bruv. Talk to me about Brighton. Brighton are showing what Tottenham should be doing every single week, bruv. Every single transfer window. You know what I mean? Doing what they should be doing with managers as well, man. You know what I mean? But
Brentford as well, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, it's
the
just
small budgets. Look what they can do with it.
It's just I just can't do it anymore with this team, man. I just like, honestly, like this. I swear, I can't. I'm changing now. I'm changing the content I'm doing because I am going to do less reactive content because at the end of the day, I am not learning nothing. All I've learned is cowbell cups and failures. And been disappointed, and that's all I've learned. But people tell me to have a little bit of faith. Honestly, get over yourselves, and have a break, and that's it. Because Mr. Box Office is only going to unleash on you, and that's it. Because the undeniable, the untouchable, and the person that talks not sense, a lyrical genius, is going to just unleash on your ass, and that's it. And that's all I need to say. And back to you, Savva. Sorry, brother, I just couldn't. It's too late in the day. I'm done.
I like my news anchors that always come back.
And the very fact that Wayne can come on, Leicester City fan, and he's in a position where he can banter us when he supports a club that, until recently, let's face it, the City was best known for cheese.
Crisps.
Crisps. Yeah.
Get it right, bloody crisps, bloody cheese.
Can I just say, I've got a few things I want to move on to, but just firstly, before we do, I love how Ellie will stick up for Højbjerg no matter how bad he is in games. Don't get me wrong. For me, this is a player who's either brilliant or awful. I thought the other night against Sheffield United, he was absolutely dreadful, but we're still finding positives. Things like best accuracy of passing.
Ellie loves him. Ellie loves him.
It's
Ellie
weird. He's okay.
You can't say anything bad about it, Højbjerg to Ellie. Trust me, I know Ellie.
Listen, Alex,
she's the queen. She's the queen.
Alex,
so bless you, like you know.
Alex,
what I mean?
if we want to keep, look, we've got fans that hype Emerson Royal. We've got fans that hype Højbjerg. We've got fans that hype Skip. We've got fans that hype absolutely everyone. If we keep hyping these players, we can't then complain when we don't get better and win things.
Yeah, exactly.
But Savva, the only thing I would say to Ellie, in her defense, she's always been for Højbjerg.
I know.
Yeah?
Listen, I'm not looking.
She's not. You're not. But she's not going to hear anything bad about Højbjerg. Trust me. I've sat after games. I've been with her, and she'll banter me. She's always stuck to this guy. So
Alex,
you know
how bad was he the other night against Sheffield United?
Oh yeah. Listen, I've been calling him bad language for a long time.
No, that's not what I asked. How bad was he against Sheffield United?
Yeah, he's bad. He's bad. Right. I've been saying it a long time.
Why are we not allowed to say when a player plays bad? Why is it that if they're someone's favourite player, they'll always find an excuse for them?
Yeah, I think that's just Tottenham fans. And Savva. So listen, Savva. Literally, I was on Alan's stream, by the way. Alan's stream, big up to Alan, by the way. Time added on if you really want to know, by the way. Sorry, I had to plug that because he's a good guy. But but as I said,
he's not in here. He's not in here donating. Where is he?
I don't think he. Well, I'll talk to you backstage. I don't want to get to that. But but my point is, yeah. Someone was making the case for Emerson. He was like saying to me, "I've got an agenda against Emerson." That just sums it up. 3 games, bruv. And this guy is going over the top about Emerson. We need to respect his name. Put respect on Emerson's name, bro. So that just sums up Tottenham fans. You know what I mean? Skip, the generational talent, which I was embarrassingly, well, he's good. He's all right. He was all right. But generational talent scores a worldie against Chelsea. Look at the Tottenham fans now who are saying he was bang average a couple of weeks ago. What does that say to you, bro?
Alex, it wasn't even a worldie. The keeper should have saved it. But yeah, listen, I hear you. Just quickly, some bloke, thank you very much for the super chat. I said, first ever super chat. Why is the Premier League about pace when it's being grown by mainly European talent where the game is slower? Why didn't they change our game? Great point. Superb. That is a superb message. I feel like it's become the easy thing to do is to say that the Premier League is better than every other league and quicker and sharper. When I watch some of the Spanish and German games, they're just as hectic, but people don't watch the leagues. But here you go, Elias.
I'd say the German league's probably the most comparable to ours.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you have to go to leagues like Norway for the same sort of stuff. A lot of the Scandinavian countries really thrive on the British game.
Elias has said, Savva, don't you love how I defend Eric Dyer? I mean, listen, I do agree with you. Eric Dyer is a sensational centre-back that should be playing more. You don't need to know my name, has said, the only time I've ever seen Højbjerg play brilliantly was against City at home this season. Other than that, he's bang average. Listen, I like Højbjerg I think every club needs a Højbjerg. He works hard. He's always fit. He runs through brick walls. But when we're running out stats like is the best passing accuracy, if you play centre mid in a team that don't attack and just pass 5 yards right, 5 yards left, you're going to have a good passing accuracy. Alex, why are you laughing? You're on mute. Why are you laughing?
Oh, it just makes me laugh when he gets the passing stats. The passing stats are so good. Oh my gosh! Honestly, please put that in them. Oh my gosh, I just can't do it. I'm sorry, it's FIFA. It's FIFA. They play FIFA.
How can you say we're having a bad game when we've had the 10 most progressive throw-ins of the game?
Sorry. I think it's like I was born yesterday, Kuva and Savva. Bloody hell. Honestly, bloody hell.
I've seen, not at Spurs, I'm sure you guys all have as well. I'm not saying I'm the oldest person in the room. I've seen thousands of central midfielders in my life as a football fan. And Højbjerg, for me, just fits nicely into that category of forgettable. He's okay. He does a job. He's a Stefan Freund type character. Passion, heart, wins tackles, celebrates tackles. In 10 years' time, hopefully, if I've got kids, I'm not going to be going, you should have watched. You should have watched. None of that. He's okay.
Here's one for you. You're old enough to know. Do you rate Højbjerg higher or lower than David Howells?
Lower. I'll take David Howells all day long.
Yeah.
I'll take David Howells all day long. I liked this comment, by the way. Højbjerg is the real-life embodiment of bipolar. Apologies for that reference, but one game he's Michael Carrick, the next he's Jemba. This is what I keep going back to this, guys. Apologies for that particular reference, but consistency is everything. G Chain, big up, great photo, has said, evening all, big up Savva and everyone on this 24-hour stream, raising money for a great cause. I have a question for the panel. Please see my next comment. Okay, we will. Ellie has come out and said, yeah, I agree, he played poor. I'm not blind, but that pass was sublime. So I'm praising him for that. I'm an intelligent age. No, listen. I think every player does something in a game where you go, "What a good pass" or whatever. But he just this. Big up the Perchy. Stats are killing football for me. Football.
So, but don't say that to people, though. Don't say that to stats favourites, though. Don't say that, because if you say that, you're talking no sense. Oh my gosh, you can't say that. You'll cause an argument. You can't say that, though. You cannot say that. Trust me, I know people that will say that to you. Say you're talking rubbish. XG. Oh, I can't stand that. I just really, honestly cannot stand that word XG. Can't do it.
Quickly, but carrying on from the super chat from G Chain, he said, question: there are some Spurs fans that solely blame Levy when you lose a game now, and they refuse to critique the performance of your manager, Conte, or any of your players either. What is the reason for this? G Chain, look, listen, as an ENIC Levy out person, I like to think I'm balanced, right? So, for example, after the Sheffield United game, and Kuva will back me on this, whether he agrees with me or not, I can't blame losing to Sheffield United's B team full of kids and a 37-year-old striker on Daniel Levy and ENIC. I just can't. The team that was out there was good enough, but the application wasn't. However, what I will say is the bigger problems at Spurs are all Daniel Levy and ENIC. But when we lose one-off games to Villa at home, when we lose games to Sheffield United away, Borough in the Cup, I can't put that on the owners. That doesn't sit well with me. And that then becomes, whether that's fine or not, it becomes the agenda. But the problem is, G-Chain, it's gone on so long with ENIC and Levy that people are just so fed up with it. And that's where I'm torn. But did I sum that up nicely, guys? Is there anything
you're right. I don't agree with you, but it's a reasonable argument.
But Kuva, we didn't lose to Sheffield United because of Levy. We lost because the team.
Ultimately, he's the one that's built us this way. He's overseen it all.
But he built us this way that we lose to.
We've got a loser's mentality ingrained in the club now.
But he built us this way that we lose to 19 and 20-year-old midfielders from.
So what happens when it happens to Mourinho? When it happens to Posh? When it happens to Redknapp? When it happens to all the managers? Are they all identical? I don't think so.
No, I know, but I feel like it's becoming a very easy excuse now. We should be going to Sheffield United. No excuses. No excuses for me. I think, again, did Daniel Levy, going off topic slightly, did Daniel Levy tell Stellini or Conte to keep 3 centre-backs on with 20 minutes to go when we need a goal? Did he tell them Take off the centre
for
back.
me, it doesn't matter to me.
Striker.
The fact, well, if you want to do it that way, then who's employed him? Who's employed Paratici's obviously recommended him. Who's employed Paratici? Why do we even keep changing the director of football so often? Why are the managers going in like a merry-go-round? There's just nothing. You've got to, when the place is absolutely stinking out for 23 years, you've got to blame the upper management. You can't just blame all the staff all the time.
I agree, but I mean, I wouldn't have even minded if we had lost to Sheffield United's first team, but we lost to their team that had 8 changes.
Well, let me put it another way then. Before the game, we talked about this as a serious possibility it's going to happen, didn't we?
Of course we did.
And why do we have that as a serious possibility it's going to happen? It's because it's kept happening again and again and again, regardless of who the manager is.
Yeah, no, listen, Kuva, you know what? You know, I understand that. I just think that from the other night, what I want to see is when you're playing against a team with that many changes and a 37-year-old striker, I think the fact you go into that game with 3 centre-halves confuses the life out of me. A 37-year-old striker against 3 centre-backs. Baffling. Then,
but
I mean, when you've got 15, 20 minutes to go and you're thinking, right, throw on forwards, take off defenders. No, we take off forwards and put on a forward. It baffles me. But look,
I think you're both making good points. The only thing is, though, where I can't, I just don't want to go on about the ownership because they ain't going nowhere, in my opinion, at the moment. I know there's rumours because there's Daniel Levy with a potential buyer earlier today, but just at the moment, that's going nowhere for me until I actually see some action. You know what I mean? So for me, it is on the team at the moment, but Cooper's absolute right. I mean, who brought in Paratici? You know what I mean? You know, who brought in Paratici? Who brought in Nuno? Who brought in who brought in all the directors of football before? You know, all these years. You know what I mean? You've got to look at the ownership, don't you? You know what I mean? Because their target is not the football side. They're just there to make money. From what I've heard, from the snippets of what I've heard, in terms of when he started, they've actually said it's all about money, isn't it? So, they haven't put a target for us and say, what do you want to achieve in the next 5 years with the team? And that's the thing. Newcastle, you see it there, don't you? You know what I mean? What do they want to achieve in the next 5 years? They want to win the league. We don't have that target. So I see where you're coming from, but the excuses for me is that the players and the manager needs to look at it as well. I'm sorry, because manager, I will give him. I think that he's still a winner at the end of the day, but at the same time, we were good enough to beat Sheffield United, and we were good enough to at least get to the final of that FA Cup. Because the teams that are left in that FA Cup, we have good enough strikers to get through games, to get through.
Alex, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Where I find it convenient is this. This is the problem, right? What we talk about, and hear me out here, guys, right? What we talk about a lot is, but it happened to Poch at Colchester, right? It happened to Jose Mourinho against Sparta Prague. I don't know who it was. Dynamo Moscow, Dynamo Kiev, whoever that was, yeah.
Zagreb, wasn't it?
Zagreb, yeah. It happens with Kante. It happens to Kante with everyone, by the way. Everyone it happens to Kante with. Mura, Middlesbrough, Forest, Sheffield United, right? What we conveniently ignore is, under these owners, what about when it didn't happen? Because it doesn't always happen. What about when we got to the League Cup final twice? Once under Poch and once under Jose. How comes we managed to win those games against those lower league teams in the cup runs? This is, and my point is this, Alex, right? It's convenient when we lose, we just go to the board. When we get through to those finals, why did we manage to beat those poor teams on that occasion?
Yeah, that's what I do agree with you. That's what I'm saying. You have to be consistent.
This
That's
is what
the
I
thing.
mean. It's not though.
That's where I don't really want to get into that conversation because I don't like getting into politics anyway because I'm here for the football. Yeah, so that's why I don't really get into that conversation. By the way, I'd still back my boy Brian. By the way, because he's the one that's really done the work, and even though he's deluded, but he's still my boy Danny. You know what I mean? A big up to him, by the way.
Where's all these people? Where's all these people meant to be supporting? Where's the Irish Hotspur and Danny and all these people? But Alex, this is my point. We're very quick at remembering when we lose to these poor teams. But how comes we manage to beat them in other seasons? There's no consistency.
Okay, well, in that case, I don't blame all our results this season on Conte being a poor manager. The same way that I don't congratulate Juan Ramos for being the only one to win a trophy for us. It's all part of the same culture that's been built at this club. We managed to get us fluke our way through a one trophy every now and then. Well, once basically, isn't it, under Enoch? But the rest of the time, it's just consistent failures.
You're spot on. You're spot on because I feel the same way. I feel the same way as well.
Antonio Conte in 18 months, right? More than any of the other managers. Let's be fair, right? This is the thing. Poch in the cups managed to get. I think Poch got 2 FA Cup semis, League Cup finals, Champions League final, right? I would say that's not bad, right? Conte, in 18 months as our manager, has managed to get knocked out by Mura, lose to Middlesbrough, Championship team, lose to Nottingham Forest B team, just promoted from the Championship, and lose to Sheffield United's B team. That, for me, is worse than what any of the others have done. Yeah, because
for me, this is like a change in the argument. Because for me, I was against Conte for the style of football. I don't give a monkeys what the success record is for him because every manager will fail here. So it's irrelevant that we're getting knocked out in these cups. This is what I expect from this team.
I agree, but we're not always knocked out in these cups, are we? We're not. We're not always knocked out by these lower level teams. I'm not talking about winning it now. I'm talking about getting past Sheffield United, Mura, Borough, Forest. Poch managed to get past loads of these teams, but we focus with Poch. We focus on the one he didn't, which was Colchester. All the others, he did really well. Champions League final. Look at the teams who beat on the way to there. Yeah, League Cup final with Poch. Semi-final, we got knocked out to Man United and won to Chelsea. All right, cool. I can handle those defeats. But Conte's four tournaments he's been knocked out in, Coover. We can't blame all 4 of them on Daniel Levy with the teams we were playing against, can we?
Yep, I can. Because I blame everything good and everything bad is under his stewardship. That's it.
I just think it removes all blame from the manager. I find this staggering.
Okay, so he's a crap manager. Sack him. What's going to happen with the next one? I bet we get knocked out by somebody lower division again.
That's not what we're saying. The thing is, why is it that there's no point? The problem is the hate is so strong for Enoch and Levy that there can be no middle ground. There can be no rationale now. It's like
it's a culture. We've built a culture at this club. Everybody who comes here falls in line with it. Winning doesn't matter here.
Okay, so how did Jose get to a final? If that's the culture, why didn't we get knocked out before the final?
Why did he get sacked?
No, that's not what we're talking about. You said the culture was we lose to these teams. How did Jose get the team to a final if we lose to these teams all the time?
Fair play to him.
Right, because he's a good manager, right?
But in that case, then Juan Ramos is the best manager we've had in the Premier League era.
I'm not saying that at all. But again, one day Ramos managed to win those games. This is my point. We can say, listen, and again, bearing in mind, I'm Enoch and Levy out, but I also think we need to be really, really consistent with this. If one day Ramos managed to win a trophy, And who did we beat in that cup run? We beat Chelsea in the final. We beat, I can't think of the semi-final.
Arsenal 5-1, wasn't it?
Arsenal in the semi-final, right? Straight away, I don't even need to go any further back, right? Poch in his era got to League Cup finals. Jose got to League Cup finals. So why is it every time Conte loses to one of these really poor teams, we go, oh, the board? It's like, well, what? So he wasn't capable of beating any of these crap teams.
But there's a neutral,
and he's
I have to say, there's a neutral looking in. What I've noticed since Conte's been your manager, whenever you've lost a game that your fans think you should win, it's been the board's fault.
I agree.
I agree. But when Mourinho was the manager, it was all on Jose.
Agreed.
Every time. All the time. And this is a neutral. You know, the videos I used to watch when Mourinho was in charge, he used to get absolutely slaughtered. Yet he had Kane and Son running through brick walls for him. They were as good under him as any manager you've had. The stat, and I don't like using stats, but the stats back that up. So why is it Conte doesn't get slaughtered? If that had been Mourinho on Wednesday night, he'd have been absolutely slaughtered.
Yep.
So why has Conte been given a free ride?
Yep. Look what happened when Jose lost to
if somebody, I just want somebody to answer that. It's almost like no one dares say anything against Conte or no, we'll just blame Levy. Yeah, I know he's the owner, and it comes from the top, and I understand what Kuva's saying, and I get that. It's like Brian says, when the players cross that line to go on the pitch, what happens is nothing to do with Daniel Levy, but he's responsible for who crosses that line. But also, you can't on one breath call Mourinho a dinosaur, this, that, and the other. Yeah. When the football you're playing now is actually worse under Conte than it was under Mourinho. But Mourinho used to get absolutely slaughtered.
Hang on.
I didn't.
Didn't want Conte, didn't want Nuno, didn't want Mourinho.
I've got to be honest. I'm shameless. I couldn't stand Mourinho. I said from the very, very get go, I never wanted Poch to get sacked, and I stuck by that every single time. Yeah, it's ironic. Dan Potts said the same thing I said earlier, by the way, because he listens to the Mr. Box Office, the main event, and everything else. That's all I need to say. And Professor of Truth and Entertainment, and that's it. So he put respect to my name there. But anyway, moving on. I'm only joking. I don't want to get into that too much. But anyway, moving on. My point is that I never wanted Poch to get sacked. Even though he didn't win no trophy, I didn't want him to get sacked. I think we should have kept him. Or got Namelton in. Or get somebody similar to him. That's it. Simple. Yeah, I mean, Mourinho was an absolute disaster for me all day long.
The trouble is, whenever we get close to doing something, instead of looking to build on that and improve it, we just completely smash that, go in a different direction every time.
Of course. But the thing is, here's the difference. I think whenever I have this conversation with people, what they do is they take it to winning something. I'm not talking about winning something. Yeah, Kuva, you know that. I say all the time, that's so far removed from where I am right now. But my point is this. Poch managed to get to finals, right? Jose managed to get to a final. One day Ramos managed to get to a final, right? Which meant along the route, we would have beaten teams of the ilk of Middlesbrough, Sheffield United, Mura, Dynamo Zagreb, whatever, right? But Conte now 4 times in a row in these competitions, 4 times in a row, has not been able to beat lesser opposition. I can't remember any of the other managers losing with this regularity. Someone tell me if I'm wrong. I don't remember Poch lose Colchester. Yes. Other than that, I'm now struggling to think off the top of my head with what regularity did he lose to these clubs. Jose didn't. Conte does it, and all of a sudden it's nothing to do with him. And Wayne, you've hit the nail on the head. For all of his tenure, all I heard was dinosaur, 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 dinosaur. This guy can't do it, dinosaur. When Conte came in, it was he's like Jose, but he's modern and he's in his prime, right? But can't beat any of these bad teams. It makes zero sense. It's got to be one rule for one rule for all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was critical, but I was critical of Nuno, Jose. Couldn't stand them as managers. Didn't want Jose. When we went top of the league under Jose, and our fans were going mental, we're going to win the league and shit like that. I remember taking shit for saying, "Do you enjoy this? Do you enjoy the football we're playing?"
Kuva, I went on the football terrace. I was called not a football fan. I was not a Tottenham fan because I didn't like Jose.
Yeah.
So, I was getting it. I was getting it all day long because I couldn't stand him. And Savva knows this as well because I was having arguments with him as well in the past. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, big up to you, Savva. By the way, I'm not having a go at you, but it's the truth. Isn't it? But everybody has to have a go at Mr. Box Office, isn't it? The main event. But anyway, moving on. But I totally agree with you, Kuva. I was getting it as well, bro. So you're not the only one on that one, bro. To be honest with you. So yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Kuva. Sorry,
guys. I'm not saying. By the way, Les, I know you need to go. So do you want to dip out or do you want to stay for a bit? What are you?
I'll stay for 10 more minutes, man.
Oh, here we go. You can stay for 10 more. Listen, by the way, I'm not saying Conte should be winning trophies with this squad. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is this: he's the only manager of that I can remember of this for this last decade or so, this last 15 years, that loses to these bad teams with such regularity and is given a free pass. Other managers have done it and been absolutely vilified. Now,
when you say given a free pass, I can assure you I've seen Twitter with tons of people saying Conte out. Believe me.
Okay, I don't see the vitriol towards Conte that I did. Can I say towards Jose Mourinho, for example, right? When Jose Mourinho lost the game, right? All you heard.
Context, though, isn't it? He came in just after Pochettino when people were really enjoying the football. So it's a system shock then.
But they've been enjoying the football well before Poch was sacked. The last year, no one was enjoying his football.
Oh, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. But the memory was still fresher that Poch was the manager when we were good.
But this is what I mean. It just seems like Conte is beyond any criticism. It feels like Jose Mourinho was doing exactly the same thing as Conte, but better, if I'm honest. He had players like Son and Kane looking like world beaters.
Okay, well, take it from my own perspective then. Mourinho came in. I was so gutted. Posh had gone. All that football that I'd enjoyed, thing of the past suddenly. Mourinho, yeah, dinosaur as far as I was concerned. Didn't want him. Oh, my God, disgusted. Showed my discontent at the time. Quite happy to admit that. Nuno came in, even worse. I'm losing my mind at this point. Then Conte comes in. I've given up at this point. It just doesn't matter. So it's not. Conte's not going to take the same amount of flack that Mourinho did, because I'm sure I can't be the only one that is now at the point where I don't even give a shit anymore.
So now we get to the point. So he's getting a reprieve because of what number he is in the list of managers.
Now we're used to it, yeah.
Right, okay, right. Now we find a middle ground, Kuva. We always do, mate. We always do, right? We always find a middle ground, me and you. This is my problem, though, is if the same energy had been applied to Jose as Conte, I would be more in line with what so many people are saying. But I remember at the time saying to people, what do you expect? This guy's a winner. This guy's not been backed. And I was told, nah, he's a dinosaur. This football won't work. Right? All the people in my normal WhatsApp groups, Les, you're on a WhatsApp group. You've seen all this. He's a dinosaur. Yes, it won't work. You get to Conte and it's nothing to do with Conte. He's a winner. Nothing to do with Conte. He's a winner. Okay, cool. So is Jose. And Jose wasn't just a winner. Jose was a much more decorated winner than this guy. Right? Jose had done more than this guy done in about a year. Right?
The same guy won the Conference League that we got bantered out of by the Farmers League, by the way. Farmers team, by the way, last year, by the way.
And considering I like neither manager, I'll go as far as to also say I think Mourinho's a far better manager than Conte.
Massively better manager. Massively better manager.
Could win things with poor sides.
We agree. Listen, I don't know whether it was the Chelsea hate, even though Conte's been there as well. I don't know whether it was the antics of Jose in the past and the press conferences, but One of those managers is one of the most decorated managers ever, and our fans couldn't get him out quick enough. This is what grinds on me, Kuva, is at the time when I was one of the fans, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I'm the only one. There were loads of fans at the time saying, well, hang on, this is the board. They're not backing this manager. Now it's Conte. It seems like people have finally gone, nope, it's the board. It's like, well, yes, it's the board, but we had I don't know. I don't even know the point anymore.
Perhaps here's the question you should be asking, obviously hypothetical.
Yeah.
What if it was Conte that came in after Pochettino and failed first, and then Mourinho that was here now? Would the roles be reversed? Would it be Conte with all the hate and Mourinho getting the pass? Because we were saying, we've messed this up constantly. We've now got a chance with somebody who's the most decorated manager around and who's won things with crap teams before. I think we probably would be seeing that.
I still would have felt the same way, to be honest with you, because I still would have kept Poch or got a manager in who would be playing the same sort of football.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah,
listen, I like better football, man. I understood at the time because I was told that we need to win now, and it hasn't really worked out that way, hasn't it? So,
but that's not true, Alex. That's not true. The problem was when, forget whether it was Jose or not, when the next manager came in after Poch, they weren't following a brand of football because Poch's brand of football was dead by then. There wasn't a brand of football for nearly a year, right? This is the problem. We're talking about succession. And listen, where I can admit that I made a mistake, I truly believed at the time, it was like, right, you got rid of Poch, you've brought in Jose, who Levy had been courting for ages, right? And you're thinking, back him. From the moment he didn't back him, that was when I turned around publicly and many times on my old channel and said, I don't care now. That's why when Conte came in and everyone was losing their mind, this guy is Jose but current. I said, it doesn't matter. He won't be backed. He'll be backed. Why bring in Conte otherwise? Said he won't be backed. Now, a year and a half later, I'm getting slammed by those same fans. They're going, oh, but Savva, he would be successful if backed. Well, duh. Yes. But he's at Tottenham under Daniel Levy and Enoch. But that still doesn't, to bring this full circle, excuse for me how you can lose to Borough, Forest, Moura, Sheffield United, and we still blame the board. I'm sorry, I won't, for one or two maybe, but to lose all four of them in 18 months under the same manager, I'm sorry, that's just piss poor. That's just piss poor against kids. Piss poor.
Yeah, so it is piss poor, but I mean, like I said, pick any manager, you're going to find something similar.
Not in such a short space of time. No, you're not.
Maybe not. Maybe we're just getting worse now. Look at the signings now. Eight out on loan. When have we been doing that before? Some of our major signings can't even stay in the squad. Mm-hmm. We're getting worse. The signings are getting progressively worse. Higher degree of money being wasted on absolute tossers that can't stay in the squad. Not good enough to even be at the bloody club. We've got no chance of selling them. Because we can't sell them, we're handicapped in the transfer market. We're absolutely screwed and going down the shitter at the moment. I don't see any easy way out of it. We can say, the managers shouldn't be losing to the likes of Sheffield United. Fine, no problem. We shouldn't. We are a top four currently Premiership team. Shouldn't happen, but it does. The fact is, it will keep happening because it is built. Like I said, it comes back to the same thing. This culture we have of losing, loser mentality, bottle jobs comes from the very top because it does not matter. All that matters at this club is pick up your wage, have a happy bit of jollies with your mates. Managers come and go. It doesn't matter. Just last it out. Get a testimonial if your name's Davis or Dyer for doing absolutely fuck all for bloody 10 years. Then get excuses made for it by the fans. Well, they don't cause any trouble, so we're better to keep them than no. We've screwed up massively, and again, every time we sack a manager, it's like, fresh start, blames off Levy again.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just not doing it. I refuse to now. I hate Conte for the football we play. When it comes to the success, no, that's on management. That's on that's on the top tier.
Kuva, we agree on that. By the way,
I blame Levy for letting go of the best director of football we have, and now is the board member, bruv, Paul Mitchell. Yeah, who's doing bits, who's doing more than the guy that we keep on bigging up so much, the Dom Prodigy, who's supposedly cooking absolutely nothing. I've been having more dates than him, making more good signings, and that's it. And that's all I need to say, and that's all I will say, and that's it. I'm done.
Just quickly, can I I've just seen a comment here. Mikhail, this doesn't make sense, right? Because we're saying Mourinho had a bad opinion in the media at United. So when he came to Spurs, lots of people already made up their mind he's finished. I'm pretty sure he went to Man United, who hadn't won a trophy in God knows how long, and won them a European trophy and the League Cup.
He had a sort of rocky last year, didn't he? Like he did at Chelsea, I think. Yeah, there's some truth to that. There's people do get swayed by what's put out in the press, don't they? I mean,
listen, I agree, Kuva. I agree.
For the same reason, should have been having kittens about Conte arriving, because he had a horrendous last season at Chelsea.
I agree, but this is why comments like this, when we say it's a culture that Tottenham players choose what game they want to turn up in, they win a couple of games, then have a day off, come into the game with a shit attitude. I don't disagree, but I also see that other managers in the past that weren't considered to be winners, like Conte, have managed to navigate some of those games at least and go far in competitions. This guy can't at all. That's my only point. Whether we like his football or not, Kuva, that's a different point. My point is, so far in every competition this man's been in for us, he didn't manage to get out of the groups of the Conference League, right? Nottingham Forest in the third round or fourth round of the League Cup, right? Middlesbrough at whatever stage it was in the FA Cup last year. Now Sheffield United, at least some of the others managed to navigate some of those and at least give us a cup run. But the winner that has got, bearing in mind, Jose didn't have Romero, he didn't have Kulu, he didn't have Bentancur, he didn't have Perisic, he didn't have Basuma, right? But still managed to get to a final with players. So I don't understand this. Listen, I'm not saying you, Kuva, you know I'm not. We've had this conversation a number of times. I just feel that Conte, for me, gets so much. I'm not saying he doesn't get abuse at all. He gets so much free pass from people because of the owners. And the owners are crap. The owners are shit. We know they are. But no other manager has been protected the way this guy has for his failings. No other manager. None. I don't remember any manager being protected like this. And yet they weren't winners. This guy's the winner, but he's protected.
You're so negative with fourth, Savva. Big up Conte. Promised land, end of the season, top four, more Champions League, sweep some more dust into the trophy cabinet.
And by the way, we still sing his name, though. Still sing his name.
This ownership want us an Audi Cup. Be thankful. Don't be so...
Oh, man. Bloody hell. I'm privileged. Absolutely.
Somebody's beeping. Has Savva just flatlined?
He's just given up. He's gone to bed.
That's it.
Imagine he actually just had gone to bed. That would have been amazing. He's hosted the stream, just everyone sitting there. He's gone for 3 hours. He's gone for a kit. How's everybody? How's everyone coping? Kuva, you soldiered through it. I respect it.
Yeah. I'll just. Well, another day, another life in the Spurs for a Spurs fan, isn't it? Like every day's a 24-hour stream that you didn't want to be off 6 hours ago.
Well, welcome back, Perchy. Is Kuva still moaning?
No, I'm in with the full check, mate.
Savva, we thought you went to bed. That would have been amazing. Just leave us on here and go to sleep. That'd be amazing.
By the way, yeah, I'd never forgiven Daniel Levy for bringing in Mourinho. I'd never forgiven him for that because that was his fault.
No.
That was his brilliant idea, bringing in Mourinho, which I just thought was absolutely ridiculous at the time. I remember that moment when we sacked Pochettino, right, and then we brought in Mourinho, and I said it on Chris Callan's show. I said it was the biggest mistake that Tottenham made, and it was the biggest mistake we made. It was the biggest mistake we made, honestly.
Just quickly, Alex. Sorry, I don't. This person keeps coming in my chat lately, and big up to you, and you're welcome. And I've got a super chat to read from you, so I will do that in a second. But I don't like this inference here that in 18 months from now, Savva will be. He said Savva. Where is it? Let me see if I get this right. In 18 months from now, Savva will be saying the same thing, right? Now, clearly, this is a person who's never listened to my opinion, because what will I be saying the same thing? The same thing I said that there was no point in hiring Kante. The same thing that you don't hire winners to not back them.
Yep.
Sorry, what will I be saying the same thing? My point is this, and for this person who clearly hasn't watched me for a long time, been saying the same thing for years. If you don't want to back a manager with players when that's what they are used to, i.e. Antonio Conte, i.e. Jose Mourinho, don't bring in a manager of that ilk. So if the next manager you bring in isn't a seasoned winner and is a manager that you want to give patience to and a manager that will give you patience, I won't be saying the same things unless their football is god awful like Antonio Conte's. So listen, I'm more than happy, my friend. If you want to come on and have this debate, I'm more than happy to do that. But please don't do this thing where you predict and think you know what I'm going to be saying in 18 months. I'm not your fan for that. That just shows you do not know me. And all of these people in the chat with me right now, whether it's WhatsApp groups with Les and Wayne, whether or not it's YouTubing with Perchy and Alex, they'll tell you I don't have the same opinion every year. I will judge on what is going on and give an honest truth, which is why Mr. Box Office even gives me praise. Isn't that right, Alex?
He has been spot on. He has been spot on.
Damn right.
Can't argue with him. Can't argue with him at all.
Again, this is what this is what I do not get, right? I do not understand all these people. Mikhail, please come onto the chat, because when you're saying we do not think changing managers is the answer, right? I'm really sorry. Can anyone tell me when Antonio Conte's contract runs out? Or am I the only one that knows?
It's in the season.
This is the bit I don't get with the whole thing.
This is what I don't get. These people don't seem to know, Perchy. But his contract is running
He's told you that he's told you. He's literally told you. He wants to do it this way. They want to do it their way. Amen. They're saying their way is more president than his, even though he's won trophies.
But this
it makes no sense.
But Alex, you're spot on. But the bit I also bit is I don't back the owners. Everyone on here knows I can't stand the owners. But I understand why now we didn't invest in players for him in January. What was the point? If he's not committed to the football club, why would a football club go and say we're going to buy you 4 players in January, knowing that you're going to go in June? So it goes both ways. Who wants some fun at 2 a.m?
Yeah, let's do it.
I think we should play Who Am I? Because I've actually divided with 10 players.
That was easy.
There we go. I'm done. See you later, guys. I'm off. Scooby gets 10 points and wins the game.
Sorry, I'm just going to quickly, before you do that, Perchy, I'm sorry, this can't, sorry, this is grinding, right? When we're talking about a B team, we didn't put a B team out against Sheffield United. It was only
2 players.
It was only Romero and Kane and Kulu, who's not even in form, right? Against Nottingham Forest, we made like 3 changes for the game with Forest. They made 9. How are these teams with worse players beating us then? If this is the direct, I don't get it.
Another stat to use against this particular statement on Conte is the last time Conte won a Champions League knockout game, Kane hadn't scored for Spurs.
Well, there we go.
But
he's not great. He's not great in cups.
But he's a one-trick pony. He's there to win the league if you've got quality players.
But and the notion that we played a B team against Sheffield United needs to stop because it makes us look absolutely pathetic as a fan base. Sorry, I will say it because as I said, there was 2 players that I was shocked, not shocked I would be shocked if they played against Wolves, and that was Davinson Sanchez and Lucas Moura. Anyone else in that 11 and the subs, I wouldn't be shocked if they featured against Wolverhampton Wanderers. Apart from 2 players. Sheffield United played an 18-year-old and a 22-year-old that had played 1 game all season. Let's just put that into perspective. They played a 37-year-old Billy Sharp up top. We played Brazil's number 9. Come on, guys.
Ellie, invite her on the show, Savva.
She's got the link. Ellie's allowed on. She's got the link. We've got to be clear here. When we talk about what we did, changes we made, why does no one ever talk about what the opposition did? When Nottingham Forest make 9 changes to what is already a worse team than ours, but yet we just dropped Bentancur, people go, oh my God, right? People go, B team. No, that's not a B team, right? As you said, Perchy, when we played the other night against Sheffield United, that wasn't a B team, right? And by the way, Sheffield United made a substitution. The guy came on and changed the game and scored the winning goal.
Yeah.
We brought on Kane and Kulusevski, who did
politely nothing.
Right. So this is the point. So why can Sheffield United do it? We can't, and then we back all of this. Oh, the directive from the board. I'm sorry, the directive from the board wouldn't have been to get knocked out to Sheffield United. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. Anyway,
I think they would have been quite happy about that.
Have you heard all the reports that have coming out from a few different outlets that Daniel Levy is fuming that we've been knocked out of the FA Cup? Crazy, isn't it? Few reports have come out of that. Whilst he's smooching out.
Little reports engineered by Daniel Levy to make it sound like they care.
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
Whilst he's smooching over in Bahrain at the moment for the F1.
I just want to see the face of Kate. Go on, Savva. Sorry.
If Daniel Levy makes the directive as to what team is picked in the FA Cup, why were Kane, Romero, and Kulusevski on the bench? If he didn't want them involved and he didn't want them to pick a good team, why were they there?
Exactly. No, agreed.
Why were they there? Why weren't they told to stay at home in London with Emerson Royal?
Try and come on if we needed them just to scrape it.
It's all so convenient.
We've always done this though.
Yeah, but the point, I don't know. It's not, and I don't agree with that because this is where the alleviation of blame from the manager for this is the argument I had with Danny in our group chat when I was trying to get through to him and trying to understand it. He's a nice bloke, but just didn't understand what I was trying to say. Was Conte gets praise when we go and beat teams like Chelsea, and listen, fair enough, we beat Chelsea. I didn't go overboard, but that's fine. I can understand why people did. But then he picked the team. Him and Stellini picked the team to play against Sheffield United, and we lose. But then it's the players are crap. And as I said to you, there was only 4 players in not just the starting 11, but the substitutions that didn't feature in that game that we beat a Chelsea side when everyone was setting off flares and going absolutely crazy. So I said, for me, I sit and talk about it with balance and context. The 4 players that didn't play, as I said, were Sarr, Perisic, Lucas, and Sanchez. Are we genuinely telling? And this is why I can't take anyone very seriously when we talk about these players are crap. Those players were better than the team that we played against, and I will stand by that, and I'll argue the toss about that forever because I sit there and go, I think, and my perception of what went wrong was, as I said it on the stream actually earlier on today, saying. People looked at our players looked at it and went, they've got a couple of kids in midfield. We don't have to. We just got to turn up and we'll be fine. attitude stinks throughout. And the notion that everyone keeps telling me that Conte brings a winning mentality is just absolutely proven it not to be true, because it hasn't. He hasn't proven it.
Before we do Who Am I, let me ask one last question.
Go for it.
You all know what's going to happen tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
If we beat Wolves, it's the manager. If we beat Wolves, it's the manager. Yep. There you go. He's not as bad as you all said. You're all in the mud. He's not. You're terrible fans. We played 3-4-3. Look, it does work, right? Mm-hmm. The problem is, if we lose, what's the narrative?
The players are crap. All the players are crap. One of the two. Yeah.
This is why there has to be consistency. It can't be when we win, the manager has got the tactics right. 3-4-3 is great. Fans don't know what they're talking about. But then when we lose, if you lose to Wolves tomorrow, who don't really score goals and are down the wrong end of the table, again, how will that be leaving in its fault?
This is why you don't take it on one game at a time, do you? You look at
I agree. Exactly. Exactly.
But Kuva, you know that's not going to be true, because every fan, like I said before, 3 games of Emerson has now changed everybody's opinion on Emerson all of a sudden. Yeah. Skip has 3 good games. He's the best thing since sliced bread. Yeah, I mean, Richarlison scores a worldie, yeah, and then he has 3 good games. Yeah, I mean, this is the point I'm making. There's no consistency. But the thing is, though, it will not change. I'm not expecting anything because I can see it from their point of view a little bit. When you've been starved of success for so long, and when you've got young people that have not seen any trophy in their lifetime, what do you expect? Don't need to say anymore, don't I, really?
No, you're absolutely spot on, man. This is why I don't care anymore. People go, oh, how can you not care? Because I see it every time. I said this. I tweeted this earlier today, and people go, God, you're so. How can you be so? Because I said, I weren't that massively excited about winning against West Ham and Chelsea. I went, yeah, good result. And I got over us losing to Sheffield United when I woke up in the morning. People going, oh, because I see it every single year. I see it every single year, so it doesn't bother me anymore. Like, what's the point? I just, as I said, I'm just here for the. I like talking about football, I like engaging in it, but I'm not excited anymore. Nothing excites me at Tottenham Hotspur anymore. Let's be frank and honest.
Yeah. Should we? If anyone needs to jump, now is the time. If anyone's staying, now is the time. Alex, you cool?
What are you doing?
You're doing Who Am I? Les, how are you?
Who am I?
You've got to be up in the morning. Are you good? Or?
Yeah, I'm going to probably have to shoot, mate. Yeah, because I'm going to go up in...
No worries. Listen, dude, thank you for coming along. I really appreciate the support.
Thanks for having me on, mate.
No.
And I just want to say, if you don't know Mr. Box Office, get to know.
If you know, get to know.
Exactly.
See you later, guys.
Big up.
He's just a better than average Katie.
What I love, just quickly, is this. Minerals FC, you are one of my favourite people for all the wrong reasons. The other day, I saw you in the chat saying that somebody had the minerals and someone was talking about me, and you turn around and said to them, let's have it right. Yeah, they're in the mud. They're this. Now you're in my chat giving it that I'm a man of the people when I saw this coming. You've got to make your mind up, mate. You do know you don't have to go to each show and slag off other people. It's fine. You can just be in the show. I don't know. It is what it is. Perchy, do you want to do your Who Am I?
I think we can do it. I even did a PowerPoint. I've even upgraded for this stream, my friend.
And people, please don't think because it's 2:20 in the morning we don't need donations.
Yeah, please, everyone donate. If it's a quid, if it's anything you can do, 50p for it, just do it. Like, because the cause is massive, genuinely. Like, think about it, the crap you waste when you go and instead of buying a Twix tomorrow, go and put some money in the pot. Come on, genuinely. I did a PowerPoint because I decided to really be cool and stuff. Should we play? Who's ready? I haven't got any game show music, but we can.
What do we need for this game?
I don't know. Piece of paper.
Is it all Tottenham players?
No, there's not.
You're going to wear something slinky with sequins and stuff.
Oh, I was debating to get the old cap and get the suit on and everything, and go proper game show host and everything, but nah.
Go on. All right. We still have plenty of time. Go on.
It's 3:30 in the morning. It's off.
Still
Can't you be Bruce Forsyth?
Okay, screw you lot. I can't even. How do I do it? Honestly.
Well, you start off with good game.
I can't figure out how to bloody do it. How do you do it, Savva?
How do you do what?
Share screen. Is that how to do it? I think so.
I don't know what you're trying to do. You're trying to share a screen.
Oh, fuck's sake. I don't know. I can't fuck it. I'm going to read it out. I can't be asked. There's too much faffing about. It's too Okay. So I've done it here. So I don't know. A bit of paper if people's got it. Or I don't know. If I kind of.
I've got a piece of paper.
Bit of paper and pen. Okay.
Oh.
You can all shout out one answer after every question that you do. You get 5 points if you get it after clue 1. You get 3 points if you get it after clue 2, and 1 point if you get after the third clue. Obviously 0 if you don't get it correct. So, and also people in the chat play along as well. So ready? Everyone good?
Hang on. You're not. Jacob's helping you out here in the chat.
I can't
share
see.
Your screen, select share application, choose PowerPoint.
Oh, honestly, this is why I should not be streaming. I'm on. Okay, I think I've. Oh, here we go. Oh wait, no. Okay, I can't do that because that'll give you the answers. Hang on a minute.
Yeah, let's do that one.
Such unbelievable.
Okay.
Just while we're waiting for Perchy to come on, if you really want to know something really, really good at the moment and know someone that's really good and entertaining, you know who to come to. Yeah, it's Kuva. That's it, yeah.
Is it working?
I'm always here anyway.
Yeah.
Cool. We're good.
Perchy, you've not got the answers on this, have you?
The answers are, but I've added transitions.
And if you don't know the answers, you better get to know the answer.
Yes.
Just so I know how we're playing, when you say shout the answer out, how will that work if we're doing it after 1 clue, 2 clue, or 3?
Because I know the answer. So I know if you've got it right or not.
Just quickly, Ellie.
It kind of works that way, doesn't it?
Hang on, Ellie. In the WhatsApp group, there's the StreamYard link. Yeah, but my point was, Perchy, if somebody shouts it out after 1 clue, how can anyone else then get it afterwards if somebody's already got the right answer?
Good point. I didn't think that far ahead. Okay, very good point. I didn't think of that.
And they win, don't they?
Yeah, you get the points, and the other people don't get the points.
Okay. All right, Kuva, don't come here bringing all your...
Cheers, Kuva. Cheers, Kuva. There, you helped me out there. Okay.
Stop bringing your common sense here, Kuva. It's not wanted.
Okay.
It's not my fault you fell off your chair and went flatlined.
Okay, person number 1. Ready? Is everyone ready? I've won La Liga, the Champions League, the Copa Libertadores, and the World Cup. Who am I?
Yeah, I've got a guess.
Go for it.
Messi.
It's not Messi.
Okay.
Everyone obviously gets a guess first question.
Juan Foyth.
It's not Juan Foyth. Mr. Box Office. You're muted, my friend. Oh, there you are.
Zidane. Oh, that was just a guess.
It's not Zidane. The next clue.
Hang on. Sorry, do we all get a go?
You did have a go, didn't you? Oh, get out. You see, who did you think it would be? Go on, I'll let you have that. Oh, go on, it's fine.
I don't know.
Thanks. Okay, clue 2. I've played with Maurizio Pochettino, Gennaro Gattuso, and Deco. Dun, 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 dun. I have to push people for an answer now. 3, 2, 1. I need answers.
I've got it.
Go on then, Savva.
Is it Ronaldinho?
It is Ronaldinho. 2 points to Savva. And the last one, I've scored a goal at Fratton Park was the third clue.
Ronaldinho.
Darren Anderton.
Okay, 2 points to Savva. He leads the way. Person number 2. Someone in the chat also did beat you, by the way. So the chat are also in front. Person number 2. Question number 1. I've made 443 appearances in the Premier League.
Hi, Ellie. Hello, Ellie.
Big up, Ellie.
I've made 443 appearances in the Premier League.
Shout out.
Aguero.
It's not Aguero.
Can I have a guess?
You can.
Is it Gareth Barry?
It's not Gareth Barry.
Yeah, he's done about 650, ain't he? Something like that.
I'll
go for John Terry.
It's not John Terry. Alex? You're muted, my friend.
I've got no idea at the moment.
Just chuck a name out. Take a wild stab in the dark.
I've got no idea. So I'm trying to figure out myself. Gary Pallister, but I don't see
Ellie?
Gary Pallister.
No other idea.
Okay.
I had no other idea. That was it.
Ellie, are you there?
I think she's got problems with that.
Yeah. We'll move on
Let's
to the second.
Let's just assume her answer was Højbjerg.
Potentially. Well, it's not. Is the answer. I've played with Milan Baros, Ricardo Carvalho, and Granit Xhaka. This is for 2 points.
Granit Xhaka.
Petr Cech.
Kuva's correct. It is Petr Cech. 2 points to Kuva.
Kuva knows ball.
And my last one
Well done,
was
Kuva.
I've won the FA Cup 5 times. What was the last one?
Petr Cech.
Petr Cech. 2 points to Kuva. Well done.
Catch. Yeah, that's right.
Person number 3, guys.
Danny Blanchflower.
Load of people have got that in the chat. Well done, guys, in the chat for getting that one right. Okay, person number 3. I've won the French, German, and Belgium Cups. And when I say that, I mean like their equivalent to their FA Cups.
No idea. I've got no idea.
Take a stab. Always.
Oh, no. I had a player in mind, then I thought, no, that's wrong.
Xabi Alonso.
It's not Xabi Alonso.
Oh. No, he hasn't played in Germany. I'm going to go, I don't know, Eden Hazard.
Hazard.
It's not Eden Hazard.
Oh.
Okay, Kuva?
Yeah, oh God.
This one, I'll be honest, this one is quite a hard one. If you get this one, I'll be impressed. It's quite a good one, actually, this one.
Erik Torsvet.
No.
I'm joking.
Has everyone chucked in a guess, I think? Wayne, did you chuck
I
said Xabi Alonso.
Okay, next one. Let me see. No one has got it in the chat. I've just checked. No one's got it in the chat. I've played with Angel Di Maria, Jude Bellingham, and Toby Alderweireld.
Jan Vertonghen.
It's not Jan Vertonghen.
Oh, who played with Thing? Can't remember now.
Played with, it might be a Man United player.
Oh, is it Axel Witsel?
It's not Axel Witsel.
Oh, come on, that I should get a point. That was a very good guess, right?
It was a good guess.
Oh, wait a minute.
You're not,
Oh, here he goes.
I will
Here he
say
goes.
that there are people in the chat have got it correct, so no cheating.
Is it Dembele? Dembele.
It's not Dembele.
Is it Courtier?
It's not.
Kevin De Bruyne.
It's not. So we'll move on to 1 point. I currently wear the number 24.
Is it Mounier?
It is Mounier for 1 point for Savva.
Mounier.
Thomas Mounier.
It's not what I was trying to think of, though. Never mind.
Well, my excuse is he's an average player, so that's why I didn't know him. So,
God, I mean, to be fair, the fact he's average, and I mean that puts on a high spectrum. He must be world class if he's average for you, Mr. Box Office. Okay, person number 4. I've won the Scudetto 5 times.
That could be anyone.
Of course, it could be.
Dybala?
Del Piero.
I will say someone has just said it. Ellie gets 5 points.
Yes, come on. Get him.
The answer was Paulo Dybala. The second question was, I played with Lionel Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, and João Cancelo, and I lifted the World Cup in Qatar.
Come on.
Who invited her?
Ellie knows ball.
Well done.
You don't know Højbjerg, though. Where's Højbjerg, by the way? Where's Højbjerg? I'm only joking, Ellie. I'm only joking.
You're on dangerous ground there, Alex.
I'm only joking.
Højbjerg, yeah.
Person number 5. I was born in 1982. I represented 4 clubs in England, 2 elsewhere. Became a full international England international along the way.
That makes him 41, doesn't it?
Oh, Joe Cole.
It's not Joe Cole.
But that is true of Joe Cole.
Yeah, but that is technically true on Joe Cole, but that's not the person we're after. It's just clue.
So how can I be right and wrong at the same time?
You just are. It's the game. Get over it. You're incorrect.
Is it Matt Mallerman?
It's not McManaman.
Oh.
I think
Michael Owen. Michael Owen.
You can only have one guess.
Oh. That was a cheeky one. That was just
Born in 1982, represented 4 clubs in England and 2 elsewhere.
Anyone? Any ideas?
No.
No. Should we move on to the next one?
Yeah.
Damn it.
Chuck a wild name out, Coover?
Yeah, I'm struggling to think of the name. I'll have to pass at the moment.
Next one is, after retiring in 2017, I moved into management and currently are in charge of a team in the Football League.
Oh, what's his name?
Oh,
no one
got it.
Go on then.
Joey Barton.
Alex got it. Joey Barton. Well done, Alex.
Barton, well done.
I do apologise. I do apologise for saying his name because I know it's controversies around him, so I do apologise.
I said I've got it and I didn't. I was going to say Vincent Kompany.
Yeah, that's who I was on.
And then the last
international.
I played with Robbie Fowler, Andy Carroll, Andre Pierre Gignac, and Rob Green.
Yeah, Vincent Kompany wasn't
from.
When he played for Marseille.
Yeah, no, I'm not doubting it. I just love that. That's so random. Like
that's what I tried to get for a bit of random.
Another bag average player.
It was. Question. Person number 6. I've played with Sergio Busquets, Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, and Lionel Messi.
I've got it.
Go on then.
Martinez.
It's not Martinez.
Oh no, that's not what I meant. I meant Thiago Alcantara.
You can't have 2 guesses.
I'm gonna guess Savva's second guess though.
It's not him either.
Oh, you useless git, Savva.
He's played with all 3.
Yeah, that's not the answer.
I don't like this game.
You're still in second place.
That's not first, is it? What are you, Levy?
Yeah, true. True. Anyone?
I played with Sergio Busquets, Pierre. So it must be someone else.
Come on, Ali, you should know this.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think where Pierre plays Southampton.
Oh, this one is actually ridiculously hard. Actually, I respect if you get this one. Anyone?
Oh, what's the bloke who used to play for Middlesbrough as well?
Hey, Mascherano.
It's not that whoever that is, Alex.
Yes.
Mascherano. There's none. Go on, Wayne.
Martin Braithwaite.
5 points to Wayne. It is Martin Braithwaite. Yeah, I've scored 102 goals, and I currently play for Espanyol. Martin Braithwaite.
I just wanted to get off deer.
Wow.
That's what I'm bothered about.
No, I would have never
Well
got
done
that.
for reading the chat, Wayne.
How can we read in the chat?
Well done if you get it in the chat.
What do you mean? It's in the side. It's all there.
Yeah, but I've got full screen on.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, so have I.
Okay, person number 7, if it will move on to, is I originally played Gaelic football.
Robbie Keane.
It's not
Norman Whiteside.
No, it's not Norman Whiteside.
Probably going back way too far.
Must be an Irishman.
Paul McGrath.
It's not Paul McGrath.
David Ginola.
No.
That's 5 points to 7. No, of course not. And it's not.
No, that's -3.
Anyone else? Stab in the dark. I think Alex is the only one left. Anyone?
Kevin Doyle.
It's not Kevin Doyle. I cost Everton £60,000 in January 2009.
Seamus
Coleman.
Savva was first.
Yeah.
Just about to get there.
And then the last one was, if you didn't get it off that, was I suffered a broken leg after playing for the Republic of Ireland in 2017. It was, of course, Seamus Coleman. Well done. Number 8. As a kid, I started out as a goalkeeper.
It's the box office.
I mean, and I do not...
Sorry.
As a kid, I was a goalkeeper.
You might have been. I don't know, Alex. You could have been a goalkeeper for all I know.
Bruv, I'm a star, bruv. I'm the star attraction every single time, and you know it, bruv. Put respect to my name, bruv. That's all I need to say, man.
I'll say you were the goalie then.
I'm going to go for Harry Kane because he's...
It's not Harry Kane. I will say no one in the chat. Someone in the chat did get it right, by the way, and I'll shout you out after this.
Ryan Gill.
Play for getting this one. Stop looking at the chat, Alex. No, none of that.
Vinicius.
No, stop looking at the chat, Savva. It's not none
Where
of
am I
those.
meant to look?
Oh, because someone actually did put Vinicius. It's in the chat. It's not either then. No. So everyone got what? Everyone shouted one out. Move on. I've won 4 Premier League titles.
Carl Walker.
It's not Carl Walker.
Kevin De Bruyne.
It's not Kevin De Bruyne.
Someone's put not a Tottenham Hotspur player.
Jacob gets 2 points for that. That is technically correct.
Vincent Kompany?
It's not Vincent Kompany.
Dennis Irwin.
It's not Dennis Irwin. And the final one, I joined Real Sociedad in 2020.
Well, it's not going to be that then, obviously.
Should get it now. Come on. Loads have got it. A few have got it in the chat. I think it was Minerals that got it spot on in the chat. On
David Silva.
Well done, Wayne.
Somebody already shouted that out, didn't they?
David Silva, a goalkeeper.
Yep.
Bloody, he's only a little guy, isn't he?
Yeah. What was it? 5-a-side.
It was. I think it was
he didn't make it.
1 point.
Yeah.
Sabutio, maybe.
About 5'2".
Yeah, I think it was Minerals in chat that got it on the first question. Fair play. Person number 9. I was released from Chelsea's academy in 2014.
Oh god, that could be one of the 100 players, couldn't it?
That was 9 years ago.
You don't get any points for where you're working out, Ellie.
See if anyone's got it in the chat.
Oh, God.
Anyone, couldn't
It's
it?
like taking
Could
a
be
pack of
anybody.
cards, man, trying to
I
figure this one
know.
out. Got
That's
no
a hard
idea.
one. Could be anybody.
Declan Rice.
Well done. It is Declan Rice.
Wow.
What?
I switched my international allegiance to England in February 2019, and I've made 119 appearances for
he's
West
Irish.
Ham. Declan Rice. 5 points to Savva.
Not gonna lie.
He's not very popular with the Irish, is he?
I'm pretty intelligent.
Huh? And the final one. Let's go with I had 2 spells on loan at Sunderland.
Danny Rose.
Jermaine Defoe?
Danny Rose.
It's
Jermaine
not Danny
Defoe?
Rose. It's not Jermaine Defoe.
Ronaldinho.
Savva, that's correct. Well done. No, it's obviously not Ronaldinho. Who's not said anything? Alex, did you say someone? I can't remember if you said anyone, or if someone's not said anything. I'll give you one more guess.
Danny Welbeck?
It's not Danny Welbeck. That's a good guess, though. That I think has everyone said one? I think everyone said one. We'll move on to the second one. The question is: I'm the second most decorated Northern Irish footballer with 10 major trophies.
What is his name? I forgot his name now. Is it
Oh.
Roy Keane? No. Someone
No.
else.
Noel Quinn?
No.
Northern Ireland. Northern Irish.
Flaherty.
Northern Irish.
No.
John O'Shea?
It's not John O'Shea.
It's not Johnny Evans, is it?
It is Johnny Evans. Well done, Wayne.
Johnny Evans.
No, hang on. Wayne didn't get that. Wayne actually said it isn't.
You
No, he
have
said-
multiple
he
guesses.
said-
It
yeah.
isn't.
No, he said, isn't it Johnny Evans, he said?
No, he said,
Yeah,
it's not Johnny Evans,
go
is
away.
it?
Just because it's your stream.
I've played for 3 Premier League clubs in Man United, West Brom and Leicester. It's Johnny Evans. Well,
Yeah,
I'll
Wayne was
do it, that.
confirming that you were wrong, Savva, and he said it isn't. And then he gave his answer. I'll pick up Wayne. Well done, mate.
I'll give it away.
As long as Savva doesn't win this, it's all right.
So do you want some points?
Yeah. Are we halfway?
Alex? No, that was it. I need 10. I couldn't
Oh.
be. I would have spent all fucking afternoon doing. I had to do some work, unfortunately. Yeah, so we got points. So Alex and Kuva got 2. Ellie got 5 with our on the spot one. Well done on that. Wayne got 8 and Sav got 10. So he wins on his own show.
Fix.
How many did I get?
Fix.
You got 8
Mr.
points.
Mr. Look at the answers in the chat.
Yeah, fix.
Oh, you know what?
Fix.
You know what? Do you know what you're like, Kuva?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's calling it right.
I'm like true to the
Fix.
Levy outside. That's what I am.
Listen, guys.
Well done, the guys in the chat that got those spot on some of those as well.
Yeah.
Fair
Listen.
I came on to defend my thing in the chat, which you guys slaughtered, right? The reason why I put that is if you read between the lines, I actually said we played the B team, but that wasn't my point, right? We did play a weakened team. It might not have been our B team, but it was a weakened team. But I said that we don't do that in the Premier League or the Champions League. And why? Because that's where the money is. We never, ever play a weakened side in the Premier League or the Champions League. We always put out our strongest team.
Why would you? Why would you against Premier League opposition versus Sheffield United or Middlesbrough?
Because there's no money in it, is there? We've only won one cup in 22 years. Right?
can I
That
ask a
tells the
question?
story. That tells the story, doesn't it?
No, hang on.
That we don't care about it.
No, but hang on. We've got to multiple semi-finals and finals, so that's not strictly true.
We haven't got to that many. We've got to 3 League Cup finals and 1 Champions League final in 22 years. That's not a lot. Manchester City did that nearly in 1 year.
Yeah, and how?
It's not a lot.
Okay, so in 22 years.
When you face it, it's not a lot.
Okay, so in 22 years, how many FA Cup, League Cup finals and semi-finals have we got to?
How many League Cup finals? 3 in 22 years or 4? Is it 4?
Okay. And how many FA Cup semi-finals?
About 8. Yeah, but we never.
Right.
That's not the point. The point
Of course
is.
Of course, it's the point.
No, the point is
can't-
we don't play weakened team. I'm not saying we don't get the finals. I'm saying we don't play a weakened team in those big games in the Premier League and the Champions League. We don't.
Because
we don't
we're not
Kane, do
because
we?
We're not. But because we're not playing weak opposition.
Yeah, but we don't drop Kane because that's where the money is. Don't you
Ellie,
get it? The money's in the Champions League and top 4.
No, sorry. If you can't beat,
I've got a point.
Hang on. If you can't beat Sheffield United's B team without Harry Kane, I'm sorry. I'm not.
I'm not
that.
saying that though. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we don't weaken our team in the Premier League where we could get top 4. You see Daniel Levy's statement, Savva. He came out and said we've made Europe, so we've progressed.
Ellie, can I ask a question? 1 second, Savva. Sorry, Savva. I know it's your show, but I want to. The question I want to ask here, Ellie, genuinely. So what you're telling me is that the owners are basically telling the manager that what the team to pick.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying. I didn't say that in my statement, did I?
No. But I'm using your statement and putting it into context. So what you said you just said there.
No, you're changing the context.
No. Listen to me. And you can confirm it or not what I'm saying. You said that because the money's not in the FA Cup, we played a weakened side. That's theoretically what you said. But the money doesn't. If that's the case, then what we're saying is that the owners are dictating to the manager.
I didn't say that.
So then who? So then, but
you're putting words in my statement. I didn't say that. I said we have.
But that's what you're
I didn't say. No, I'm not. I'm saying that we don't play a weakened team in the Premier League and the Champions League where the money is.
Yeah.
And in 22,
I totally agree, Ellie.
Totally agree, innit, Kuva?
Yeah,
that's where the money is.
The reason we're playing the weakened team in the cup competitions is so that we've got a fresh, fully fit first team squad for the league games.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. But then my point is then. But then my point here in what you're trying to say is that the owners are dictating.
I didn't say that.
So then whose fault is it then?
I don't get the point then.
I didn't say that. I just said we're resting players for the bigger team.
They're not dictating the team selection, but they are demanding what the priorities are.
Okay.
Yeah, and Levy's statement said that.
So
Levy put it all in black and white.
Okay, I have a question. No other team around us makes changes for games in the cup, no? Is it just us?
Because they prioritise it as well.
No. Hang on. All these other teams have won cups with rotating. So is it just us?
Yeah, we're shit. Take Harry Kane.
No, but see,
yeah, because they're better than us. Their B teams are better than our B team.
Guys, hang on. You've got to let people. Hang on. But this is. You've got to make one point and stick with it. You can't progress and go. Yeah, but we're shit. I'm sorry.
I didn't say we're shit.
Hang on. Let me finish. I don't care what anyone says. That team we put out on Wednesday night should be beating Sheffield United's decimated squad, where they were playing players that have played once all season. 19-year-old, 20-year-old players that haven't played all year, and a 37-year-old striker. So when we turn around and say we went weak, that's why we're out the cup. I'm sorry, that's not.
But I didn't say that.
But then what
I made the fact that we play a weakened team in the cup competitions because it's not a priority for us.
Like every team, every team in the league does.
So what's the point? If everyone does it, what's the point?
Every team in the league does it.
Not every team.
Who didn't do it?
Don't know. Wasn't paying attention.
Hang on, I'll get it up 1 second.
Same here, Kuva.
I'll get it up 1 second.
Not every team.
Everyone makes changes.
Hold on.
Everyone
Isn't every
rotates for
team,
these
though.
games.
Okay, hold on. Man
Especially
United.
when
The
they're
teams
playing
that can't get
championship
top
teams.
4.
I'm having a look at it. Man United played 2 Maguire and Lindelof, who don't start at all for Man United anymore.
Correct.
They've started McTominay, Sabitzer, who comes on as a bit part substitute, and Wout Weghorst. The rest, they played Dallo, Fernandez, Anthony, Garnacho, and Malacia, and De Gea, of course.
Right.
I go 1 second. Hold on. I'll go to West Ham as well. West Ham completely changed their whole team. They went Areola, Johnson, who never plays, Emerson, who's their second string left back. They've got Lucas Paqueta, who's come back from injury, and Ben Rama, who's a bit part player off the bench for them as well. So that was another rotated team. Hold on. We'll carry on. We'll go to Fulham and Leeds, because I'm just trying to prove a point. Fulham changed everyone, barring Tim Ream in their back 5, if you count the goalkeeper in a 4 and a 5. But only Tim Ream is the only one that starts there. Yes, they played Paulinho. They started their new lad, Lukic, who's played 1 game all season since they joined, came off the bench. You look at Leeds.
Okay, point taken. So what can you say about the FA Cup then? It doesn't matter, does it?
But that was
some of them still went through.
Yeah,
somebody's got to win, haven't they?
Went through.
Somebody's got to. Man United play West Ham, and they both got weakened teams. One of those teams has to go through, don't they?
Yeah, same with us and Sheffield United with 8 players.
Yeah, there you go. One of that. Then they went through.
Yeah, they all want to secure
we
their
would have
Premier.
played a strong team.
I can't believe that Spurs fans have stooped so low to the point that we have to play our best player against Sheffield United's B team, and then when we don't go through, that is the excuse. This is unbelievable. This is why no one takes us seriously.
I don't bank on us to beat
It's
anybody
been doing
in
it
that
for
game.
22 years.
No, it hasn't been going on 22 years. That's not true. That's not true.
We've been pissing away the cup.
We've only won 1 cup in 22 years.
But hang on. You
have.
guys, your argument is all over the shop,
Yeah.
right? In 22 years, we have made plenty of semis and finals beating poor teams along the way, right? Normally, when we got knocked out in the semis and the finals, we're getting knocked out to Chelsea, to Man United, to Man City. That we can take. But all of a sudden, when we get knocked out to the crap teams, we go, we've been doing it for 22 years. No, we haven't been doing it for 22 years. You cherry pick the years we've been doing it for 22 years.
Well, of course you do, because you look at the ones we did get knocked out.
Yeah,
I won't prove you to.
We used to have a higher bar of success at Tottenham, but I've got a special guest here. I've got Davison Sanchez here. He'd like to say hello.
That's good.
I'm sorry.
Funny, man.
You can't have it. You can't have it both ways.
You can't have it all ways. You can't.
Yeah.
Sheffield United.
All right, we'll just say we're shit then.
Ellie, can I ask a question? Ellie, can I ask
We're
a
just
question?
shit.
Ellie, can I ask a question?
Tony.
Who had the better team on Wednesday? Spurs or Sheffield United?
Sheffield United.
Who had the better team out of the 2 teams?
Sheffield United.
Yeah.
So
they looked better than us.
Okay. You sit there and talk about Højbjerg being your favourite player. Played in midfield. He got outplayed by 2 players that played 1 game.
He didn't get outplayed. He didn't get outplayed. He done the most fantastic ball of the match, and Porro bodged it up.
So he makes one pass.
No, he didn't just make one pass.
It was a good performance.
No, come on. He didn't just make one pass.
He was awful.
He played okay.
He was awful.
He wasn't the worst player on the pitch, put it that way.
No one said that.
They were all pretty poor shit, but he wasn't the worst poor shit.
No one said he was.
And the one player who was trying hard, Mora, they took him off.
Ellie, listen. But Højbjerg was one of the players we played week in, week out. This is the point I'm trying to get to.
You can't put it all on Højbjerg.
No.
They all played shit. Everybody, apart from Mora.
Ellie, I'm using him as an example to prove a point. we say about a rotated or weakened side. I used him as one example because he's one of your favourite players. He plays every single game for Spurs, and he was in that team. So my point being is we talk about a B team. He's not a B team player. He starts every single game for Tottenham.
Of course, yeah, but he didn't play at Milan.
He was suspended, but he was suspended. But that's not.
Yeah.
That's by the by.
No, I'm just saying he doesn't play every single game. He sometimes misses.
If he wasn't suspended, he would have played in Milan.
Yeah, that proves that he's a good player because managers pick him.
But
top managers pick him. Jose picked him.
But then listen.
Why are you attacking Højbjerg?
I'm just using him as an example. It's not about directly having a go. I'm using him as an example. I could have picked any. I just used him because it was in your names. It was easy to use that one. It was the one I saw first off. Could have picked any of them. But my point being is so you're telling me the team we played was a B team, and I say this again. I say this on every single stream. Two players. There was two players that don't start in two.
Romero, Kane,
you
and
forced the first, and that's the false. That's the false one. That's the false one. Then you got Davinson Sanchez.
Ellie, slow down. Let me just finish what I'm saying. There was two players that you don't expect to play in the Premier League: Lucas Moura and Davinson Sanchez. Any of the other players, including the subs, you wouldn't be shocked to feature in a Premier League game, apart from those two players. So it's not a B team. A B team is considered. I would consider it as a reserve team. That's not a reserve team we played. That was a team
but that wasn't my
to
point. I just said B. I just said B team because
everyone else.
Because everyone
says
it.
it.
Maybe I shouldn't have used
and I will always argue that the moment you drop Harry Kane, we've got our B team because everyone goes through him.
No, you can't drop one player of a B team.
That's what our team's like, though.
No, it's not.
It is a little bit.
This is ridiculous.
It is a little. I'm with you on that one, Cooper. Our best player.
Man. This is so silly. This is
it's not silly. It's not silly because we lost the game.
I'm gonna make a second point here. Then fine. If that's the case, then is Conte a world class manager? Yes or no? That's all I need.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
So you're telling me, so from that point onwards, a world-class manager can't get results unless we have one player in without
no, because he's got Dyer and Sanchez.
Hang on, right.
You could never win anything with them two in the team. There was a guy who built it up, right? Every game that we've lost, every big game that we've lost.
Hang on. I'm sorry.
Dyer and Sanchez have either been in the team.
This is such a I've seen it on, hang on, let me finish. I've seen this argument all over social media, and what this argument negates, it's like here with Mikel. What this argument negates is this. When we beat Man City, did Dyer and Davis play? Yes or no?
Yeah, but that's not an important game.
No. I'm asking a question.
What I'm saying about
no, stop. Right, I won't ask you. I'll ask someone else that will answer the question. When we beat Man City, did Dyer and Davis play?
Yes.
Yeah, because it was a big audience game and they're up for contract renewals.
No, but hang on.
Yeah.
I just want to get to Cooper's point of not giving a crap.
No, hang on. Can we answer the questions? And let me finish. When we beat Man City, did Dyer and Davis play?
Yes.
When we beat West Ham, did Dyer and Davis play?
Yes.
Yeah, but Kane played.
Ellie, stop. Let me finish.
I don't like people talking over me, that's all. Because you keep on saying, let me talk. How come let me talk?
Ellie, no one's been allowed to get a word in. Right? Did they play? Did Dyer and Davis play when we beat Chelsea?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So we just acknowledged that two of these three players played in our last three wins. Right.
With Romero.
Where we kept clean sheets. Right?
With Romero.
Okay, okay, right. So now Romero keeps us a clean sheet all by himself.
Yes.
No, he doesn't.
He does, because Dyer don't do anything. Dyer doesn't get any tackles in. He doesn't get any
let me finish my point. You've got to let me finish my point. This is ridiculous. So let me finish my point. This is getting silly. You've got to let me finish my point. My point is this, right? 2 of those 3 players, right, have played in the last 3 games when we kept clean sheets, even in the games where Romero wasn't actually that great, okay? But here's my point to it. Against Sheffield United, the reason we lost wasn't because of our back 3. That's the go-to. The go-to is that we lose these games because of our back 3. Sheffield United hardly had anything going forward, right? Sheffield United hardly worried us. I don't remember Forster having to do anything. They didn't attack. They had 1 centre forward against all 3 of those for the game. Why do none of you that use the excuse of Dyer, Sanchez and Davis talk about what happened the other way, where we didn't create anything and make their keeper work? Why is it always these 3?
I didn't.
Oh, the front 3 was good as well.
Why? Did we lose the game because of Dyer, Sanchez and Davis?
Of course we didn't. It's not. This is the point. But Savva, this is what I always say to people.
Why did we lose it? Why did we not turn up? Why did the players not give a flying fuck about that game?
Okay,
I don't know the answer.
But I've said this though.
Paul, if they didn't give a fuck, why is it straight away blaming them 3? Because the stat flying around, Paul, is for the last 7 games we've got knocked out of cup competitions, these 3 started. These 3.
Oh, no. Okay, I see what you're saying, Savva. No, I'm blaming all the players, man. I'm blaming the 3 up front, the midfield, the defenders, but all shit house.
So let's do that then. But what I'm hearing, Ellie did this just now. Everyone in the chat does it. They go straight to, well, Dyer and Sanchez played, so we lost. No. We didn't lose this game because of Dyer and Sanchez. We lost this game because going forward with Højbjerg, who's amazing, Papasar, who's generational, Brazil's number 9, Heung-min Son, who's world-class, these players did nothing going that way. Porro, Perisic, these players did nothing going that way.
No, they didn't.
The go-to stat flying around, Paul, and whilst I don't rate any of these 3 defenders, the go-to stat flying around is the last 7 games we've lost in the cup, these 3 have played. Okay.
But we ain't got any other defenders, so you're always going to have 2 or 3 of them there, aren't you?
Of course. Yeah. So why is the go-to to blame these? Why doesn't Son?
Because they're the shittiest players. That's why.
They're
the 3 shittiest players.
That's not how it works.
Son, Richarlison, and Porro.
Ellie's proving my point right now. She's proving my point. They're the 3 shittiest players. We must have got knocked out because of them.
No, we're not saying that. We're just saying they are shit players.
Yeah, they should.
You literally just said.
I didn't.
We lost because you said
Stop
we lost.
putting words in my mouth.
You said
I didn't
it
say
earlier.
that. I said we the stats show that with those players we've lost big matches. Right?
No,
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Stats are saying it.
No.
But they are our 3 shittiest players.
Ellie, just listen for a second. But I could make stats to show that with Heung-min Son playing, we've been shit. We lose big games. With Harry Kane, we lose big games. But because we're picking 3 players that are probably our worst players at the moment at the football club, it's very convenient to make that stat. You can make stats about anything.
What do you mean worst at the moment? They've been the worst for 7 years. 8 years, actually.
Okay. But okay, I could pick our 3 best players and say the exact same reason that we've lost. I could create a stats to prove that Kane's Son, I don't know, Højbjerg, Bentancur, it doesn't really matter. I'm just picking names out of the hat. It doesn't really matter. I'm just picking 3 random ones. But I could make the exact same comparisons with 3 of our. We'll say Kane and Son are 2 best players. We can make exactly the same argument for that sort of situation. So what's the point? Or we just say because they're our worst players? Is that?
I don't think you can. I don't think you can go back and make stats that say Kane and Son are culpable for us our lack of success ahead of the likes of Dyer, Davis, and Son.
Was Kane on the pitch when we lost in the Carabao Cup earlier?
Yes,
he was. Was he on the pitch when we lost to Mura? Yes, he was. Was he? I can keep going, by the way, but I'm not going to. Middlesbrough, exactly.
Yes, he
was on the pitch. So let's be frank and honest and be real with the conversation. It's easy to pick 3 players.
These
that are worst
excuses
players.
roll off the tongue, Perchy. This is the problem. No one wants to actually analyse games.
I've heard you say it, the Savva. I've heard
Heard
you
me
say that.
what?
I've heard you say many times that Dyer and Davis are shit, and they're to blame.
We're not. But that's not what
Ellie,
we're saying.
you're doing that thing again where you're not actually listening. Yes,
I am listening.
Yes,
I'm just pointing a fact.
Right.
That you've said it.
Yeah, but you're not. Again, you're not listening. Dyer and Davis are not great players, but we cannot say against the Sheffield United team that didn't really attack at all that they are the reason we got knocked out. We got knocked out. We didn't ever look like scoring. Why do we always blame this way when we could blame that way? We never do.
I did blame the old team.
We literally take the easy route, which is, well, Davis and Sanchez played, so of course we lost. Well, no. What about Richarlison, Son, and Mora not threatening their goal at all? What about Højbjerg and Sarr doing nothing in midfield? What about Porro and Perisic not getting forward and whipping in crosses at all? It's so easy. Listen, in big Premier League,
Kane didn't even turn up in the first half.
Huh?
Kane didn't even turn up in the first half.
Yeah, but this is listen. Sheffield United had a 37-year-old striker that can't run anymore up front, and we're saying because Harry Kane, one of the world's best strikers, didn't play against Sheffield United with a B team, that of course we weren't going to win. This is why people don't take this seriously, because we're blaming the wrong thing.
Yeah, agreed.
What I'm saying, it doesn't help. It doesn't help when you've got crap players in your team.
Okay.
We have
Ellie, who's a better player, Davinson Sanchez or Chris Basham? Genuinely.
Chris Basham.
Okay, fine. If that's what you say, who did he play for before joining Sheffield United? Just so I know, Gaze, that you actually know who he's played for, so you know who he's played for.
No, but I saw him the other night, and I've seen him play, and he's more competent on the ball.
What position does he play?
He doesn't fall over.
He doesn't trip over the painted line on the pitch.
He doesn't fall over.
What position did he play
Chris
on the pitch
Basham.
against? What position did he play on the pitch against for Sheffield United? I just want to gauge it. There's a genuine reason for the question.
Where does he play?
Yeah, which position in the back three? Because my point being is it's easy to go, he's a better player. But when people say that they've never even seen these players play, who's the other one? Jack Robinson, another one. You wouldn't have him any. If Spurs were linked with him, you'd go, what the hell are we doing at this football club? Andre Brooks played 1 game. Koulibaly's played 1 game. George Baldock's about 32. Billy Sharp's 37. Ben Osborne's 28. My point being is who did we have in an attacking 3? We had Heung-min Son, Richarlison, and Lucas Moura. And we're trying to tell me that we had a weakened side. They had Billy Sharp and Billy Sharp and 2 Man City under 23 academy players in their team. I can't do it anymore because it really bothers me, because I try and use context to understand a lot of stuff, and I read through it in the lines. It's just easy to go, we have a shit team. Listen, I don't think a lot of our players are good, but they're better than the team we played against, and it rattles.
No, they're not.
Huh?
They lost.
So sorry. Okay, I'll go again.
The problem with our players is, at any given time, they just might not bother showing up. And I just really don't think they give a shit about the FA Cup. I don't know if they've got it. I don't know if they've got in their contract about being in the Champions League or something like that. I don't care about the FA Cup.
We were better than them. Why didn't we beat them then?
Why didn't we win? Because we didn't have the attitude. The attitude stunk on the day. The attitude
stunk. There's a lot of reasons why we
makes you a good team, isn't it?
No, the attitude stunk. Let's just bear in mind. Let's put. And I hate using stats, but stats is always a key one. How many shots on target did Sheffield United have?
They needed 1.
Yeah, they had 1.
Yeah, they had 1.
They had 1. I'm using context as a key. So when people say that. People try and say that, like, oh, players, we were the better team. I say better team. I say we should have won the game of football.
On paper, we're the better team, but on that day, they were better than us.
Okay.
Because they wanted it more.
Yeah.
Whose fault is that?
But whose fault is that?
The players.
the players, the managers, the owner, the whole fucking lot of it. Burn it all down.
But my point being is everyone keeps saying exactly. But everyone keeps saying these three players.
Because they're the shittiest ones. You've got to blame them. You know when you're a football fan, you try and look at reason, right?
Ellie,
when you're a football fan, you look at reason.
Ellie.
So that's not reason. That's just lazy.
No, you try and grasp at straws, right? So you blame the three players. A lot of football fans do this, Savva. They honestly do it.
It's
right?
a problem.
It doesn't mean they're not good football critiques. They just like to blame certain players.
Ellie, 1 second. Ellie, 1 second. Let me just ask you. So does that mean that Heung-min Son, Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, Pedro Porro, Lucas Moura, Ivan Perisic, and Richarlison get a get out of jail free card?
Well, look at it this way: Lucas Moura hasn't hardly played. Right, he's just come back from a big injury. He never scores anyway. Richarlison scored 2 goals all season in the Champions League. That's it.
Kane get a free pass because
and then Heung-min Son has been firing blanks. He's only scored 6 goals.
Okay, listen to me. But you just
you know what? There might have been a chance of going to extra time if Davison Sanchez didn't stand there like a twat and let a guy just walk around him.
And here's the excuse.
Yeah.
There's the lazy excuse. Davison Sanchez, the lazy excuse.
It's not a lazy excuse. It's a fact.
Because we should have been out. Because we should have been out to
he's a ballerina and falls over.
Right, okay. But again, I've never seen I've never seen such a lack of critical thinking in my life.
No, right? Because you're looking at certain players, right, and you're judging them on how they played in that match. And Davison Sanchez was shit in that match.
Okay. Do you know Ellie?
He was. I'm not saying the other players weren't shit, but he was the shittiest. He was really bad.
Okay, so let me ask you then.
He was the worst player on the pitch.
No, he wasn't.
By a long way.
By a long way.
Let me ask you.
And he was worse than Dyer, and Dyer's usually the shittiest.
Let me ask you a question then. Right? So Sanchez was the shittiest person for what he did at the back, right? That's what you said, yes or no?
He's just the worst player on the pitch.
Yes or no? Yeah? Sanchez was
everything about him, not just what he did at the back.
Okay.
He's passing, he's tackling.
1 second.
Okay. So why don't we apply that same energy to the players in the other positions? The midfield 2 did nothing. The wing backs were shocking.
Højbjerg done a brilliant ball, by the way.
But this is what I mean. She's gone. All she wants to do is stick up for Højbjerg rather than be critical of the whole team. This is why. Sorry, Paul. I know we've just met. Big up to you. I've seen your videos and that. Love you, dude. But
no, you're right, man.
If we're going to be critical of one player, we have to be open-minded and as critical with everyone else. Now,
they're all shit.
Yeah, no, Paul, I agree. But my problem is this. Sheffield United had, I think, 1 shot on target in the game and scored.
Yep.
As the Premier League team, with the talent we had out on that pitch, we should have scored a goal. So we blame Sanchez. And don't get me wrong, Sanchez was horrible. He's always horrible. But so were the midfielders and the wing-backs and the forwards. So when we're going, we lose because these 3 play. But what about all the others?
The 3 forwards played with such arrogance. They all thought that they could walk past 4 Sheffield United players and score a worldy goal. They were atrocious. They weren't playing like a team.
That's exactly what I was saying, though. So when I went, and you've actually proven my point. And when people say our team is shit, it's not. They've got a lack of characters and lack of will to actually go out there and do it.
Yeah, that makes a shit team, doesn't it? You can't play without desire.
Exactly.
You can be skillful in the world, but if you don't want to win, you ain't going to win.
Yeah. We had Son, Richarlison, and Moore up top, and they couldn't score a goal against.
There we go. I'm saying that's a shit forward line at the moment. Woefully out of form, Sonny. Richarlison, who can't score for love nor money in the Premiership this season. And Lucas Moura, who at best scores a goal every 6 games for us. Massively overrated. And he's come back from injury. I'm saying that is not a forward line.
If that's the case, then who picked it?
That's the point. If we're going to have to rest Kane, then we got nothing.
I'm sorry. You can't look at all of that attacking talent in our squad and go, Kane doesn't play, we lose to Sheffield United.
So can I ask a question?
This is crazy.
Called it out before the game.
Is Son, Richarlison, and Moura better or worse than Billy Sharp and James McAtee?
You could predict the scoreline says it all.
I've never seen a fan base like it, where we literally make excuses for that.
I can see their point though, to be honest with you, because I wanted Kane to play, to be honest with you, because I couldn't trust him at all, to be honest with you. But it just shows you where we are at as a club at the end of the day. You know what I mean? By the way, Paul, yeah, your Dyer video was so funny. It was unbelievable, bro. I'm sorry. I couldn't agree more. I can't stand the guy, and where I agree with Ellie, because Sanchez is absolutely useless. I'm sorry. As soon as you put those players in the team, they're just disaster. But I'm not defending this. I'm not defending the whole team. I'm not defending the whole team or the managers. I'm just saying
you're doing exactly the same as everyone else, because Sanchez is shit, and we all know he's shit. All of a sudden, all the blame comes off of everything that was the other way, right? What did Sarr and Højbjerg do?
No, I told no. This is what I'm saying to you, Savva. I agree with what you're saying, yeah. But I do agree with what they're saying as well. I can't stand Dyer and I can't stand Sanchez, yeah. And I say this all the time. I say it all the time. But the whole team, yes, absolutely. I'm not putting to bed the whole team though. I'm saying the strikers are absolute rubbish. You've heard me what I say about Richarlison. You've heard me. You've heard the main event. You've heard the Professor of Treatment Entertainment, bruv. You've heard me. Yeah, you've acknowledged the one, yeah, bruv. So you don't need to be repeating that anytime soon, bruv, because I've already got my award already, because I've bantered every single one out the building already, bruv, about that, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. But I'm sorry, I do agree with Ellie. I can't stand. No, we have to change his name now. Virgil van Dyer. Virgil van Dyer.
So Alex,
Virgil van Dyer. That's what we call him.
Okay, Alex, I'm going to ask a question then. This is serious. It can go. It's one of two things. If what we're saying is Davis, Dyer, and Sanchez is an absolute shambolic defence, but Davis, Dyer, and Romero can get clean sheets against Chelsea, West Ham, and Man City, are we trying to? From that logic, we're basically saying we've got the Argentinian Maldini at centre half.
Yeah.
He's so good. He's so good. He can do.
I'm still criticising him.
No. But this is the notion: is that we've somehow got an absolute donkey in Davis and Sanchez. Which he's terrible, but he's that bad that he makes Dyer and Davis even worse. But we've somehow got Romero, who somehow makes Dyer and Davis into a back three that get clean sheets against, as I said, Man City, Chelsea, and West Ham.
Did we keep a clean sheet against Chelsea, City, and West Ham all because of Romero?
No.
Hang on. Romero marked every one of those West Ham, Chelsea, and City players on his own.
No.
Right.
No.
So the fact that Davis and Dyer were part of a back three that kept 3 clean sheets against those clubs, we then go to Sheffield United, and all of a sudden we can't keep a clean sheet because Sanchez plays.
No, I'm not blaming Sanchez. I can't. No, listen, yeah. I don't like Sanchez. I don't like Dyer. I've been criticising them, yeah. But I wasn't giving them I was not giving them too much praise against Man City and Chelsea and West Ham. I still said they were. I still think they were lucky that game because we were so defensive. That's what helped them. That was the only reason. But I still think they're bang average. I still criticise them. You know that on that show on Sunday, what was Sean saying to me? Yeah, acknowledge Dyer, acknowledge him, yeah. I was not giving it to. I was not letting him say that at all, bro. I'm not giving him the day off at all. I was saying no.
I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to understand your points here. I think. Excuse me, I've got a bit of a cold because my disgust for that game on Wednesday has manifested itself into phlegm. So I get what you're saying about don't always blame those defenders and, look at the forwards or whatever. But I'm just trying to see what the conclusion is. Like, why are we so shit then?
But because we had the better team, we don't have the application and the attitude.
Attitude, right? Is it?
For me, straight away.
Okay. I'd agree with that.
When you go to a team like Sheffield United and they are playing one centre forward, right? They're playing one centre forward, right? And he's 37 years of age. My first question is, why do you need 3 centre halves playing in the game? Right? Yeah. My second question, when they're playing 3 central midfielders, right? My second question is, when you're losing 1-0 with 20 minutes to go to a championship team with 1 centre forward, why have we kept 3 centre halves on the pitch till the 94th minute when the game ended?
And the substitutions were terrible.
Right.
So are you coming at the angle of, like, apart from the players being crap, the managers are shit as well? Because I would agree.
I thought they got it terribly wrong, Paul.
Yeah, same here, man. Absolutely. It was arrogant. You've got to be humble in football. You can't just assume you're going to rock up and win a game.
Paul, who scored Sheffield United's winner?
I don't know. I've forgotten his name.
No, the name's not important. He was a sub, right?
Okay, yeah, there you go. Well, there you go. You're right. Game changer.
So they bring on a sub who goes and does that. We bring on Kane and Kulusevski, the very 2 players that everyone was saying would have won us the game if they had played. We still didn't do a thing.
Exactly.
In the last 20 minutes against a Sheffield United team, B team, we still didn't pepper their goal. We didn't knock the ball long and try and win knockdowns. We didn't take off a centre-back and commit another forward. It was... So, yes, Sanchez is crap. Dyer is crap. Davis is crap. But there was so much time left to go and get a goal, so much time to change the formation, change the tempo. None of that happened. Kane, and this is the big thing for me, Paul. This is the huge thing for me. All of the people that are now, if Kane had played, we would have won. We didn't win because Kane wasn't playing.
Right. Okay, I get you. No, I see where you're coming from. Well, all I'd say is look at the team that lost against Middlesbrough last year that had Kane and Romero in it. The players didn't give a fuck.
Look at the team lost against Mura and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Paul, that is my point. All these people going, Kane didn't play, we lost. Kane played v Mura. Kane played versus Middlesbrough. Kane played versus Nottingham Forest B team. We still lost those games. So all of these people going, oh, you can't.
Sometimes we do lose with Kane playing, but the fact is, we only ever seem to win when he's playing.
Yeah, but
that's no. But it's not. That's not the point.
That is the point. I'm saying our alternative to Kane playing is not very good.
But it wasn't very good when he was playing in those games against crap teams as well.
Let's be frank and honest. He came on. He didn't do much when he came on. And I'm not blaming Harry Kane here. I'm not here slandering him. But my point being is we brought on the players that we should have done with 15, 20 minutes to go. My point being, Kane was on the pitch when it was 0-0. So we sit there and say we lost. We lost when he was on the pitch. The game they scored when he was on the pitch. So we didn't. My point being is what I think what me and Savva are trying to make on. Our application with Kane on the pitch didn't go up. We were down here at the same. When he came on the pitch, we weren't improving. We weren't better when he was on the pitch. We didn't offer anything dramatically more.
One of the worst games I've seen us play this season was when we played Nottingham Forest's B team, where they made 9 substitutions.
Yeah.
Right? Harry Kane played I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure he played every minute of that game, or at least 70, 75 minutes of that game, right? We lose that and everyone goes, it's what we do. We then leave Kane out and we lost because Kane is left out. It's kind of like, well, at what point do you blame...
Rich's comment here just come in recently. Spot on. Totally agree with that.
Yeah, definitely.
But against a Sheffield United B team, we shouldn't need England's number 9 to beat them.
Personally, I think we have a shit team with Harry Kane and Kulusevski and worth watching.
But is that okay? So on that,
point, without Romero, the fact we've got no defence.
In that point is that then tells me, and I'll go on to this. But then when everyone tells me Antonio Conte is an elite manager, you're telling me he can only do it with Harry Kane in the team. That tells me that he's a absolutely bang average then. Because basically you're saying I have one option. I have one option to win games of football with Harry, just from your point. And I don't think that's the case. But then my point being is, that's a damning indictment. So without Harry Kane, we'd be getting relegated.
We'd be definitely mid-table for sure.
But from that notion is we don't win games. But you're saying without Harry Kane we don't win games of football, so we'd get relegated.
I don't know how far down we'll sink, but it's going to be a long way.
Listen, I think Kane makes us look good.
Yeah,
that's the whole point.
agree, man.
I don't say it lightly. Listen, there's no excuse for the other players as well. And I'm having to go at Son, by the way, because there's a lot of defenders of Son, by the way, when he's playing rubbish. Yeah, like, a lot of defenders of Son. Like it's like silent slander if you say anything about Son. You know what I mean? But like I said, it's a damning indictment on our squad at the end of the day, and that's it. And,
but Alex,
and that's it.
Why?
But Conte's to blame. Conte's to blame as well.
Hang on. So then why when we lost to Middlesbrough in the FA Cup last year, and I think it went all the way to extra time, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, we lost.
So Harry Kane played 120 minutes of football in that game, as did Hong-Min Son, and we didn't win. Right?
Because
Harry Kane played
every game.
Hang on. But let work the pattern out. Harry Kane played 60 minutes against Nottingham Forest's B team. They made 9 changes. We lost the game, right? Harry Kane played against Mura. We lost the game. But all of a sudden now, it's if Harry Kane had played, we win the game. The evidence...
No. We actually have best chance of winning the game with Harry Kane.
Best chance.
Listen, hang on, but that's not my point. The point is the evidence shows you that that's not true. The evidence shows you, right, that the other teams want it more than us, right? Yeah. The other teams fight more than us. For me, that is a player and a manager default. For me, that is their problem. For me, I want a manager, like at half-time against Sheffield United, I want the manager to turn around and go, what the fuck was that? Right? You, one of the centre-backs, you're coming off. You, another forward, you're going on. Right, we've now got 4 forwards on the pitch. Pile forward, pepper their goal. No, we get sent out the same as we always do. 3 centre-halves against a 37-year-old striker. We wait till we go 1-0 down. And even then, when we make the substitutions, we keep 5 at the back against 1 forward.
We had that with Mourinho, though, and look what happened there, isn't it? You know what I mean?
He got to a cup final.
I know, but he still didn't win it, didn't he? But the point I'm making is he got sacked after it, didn't he? But,
hang on. But Alex, this is my point. Of all the clubs that we've been knocked out to down the years, right? We can pick whatever we want. Zagreb, Colchester, whatever it may be. All of those managers, though, other than Conte, managed to go deep into the competition.
True.
Conte, for some reason, at every hurdle, this early on in the competition, can't get a tune out of them in every competition. Poch, every now and then, went out early doors. But loads of those competitions, he got to the final and the semi-finals. Jose, got to the final. Why can Conte not get past these early stages in every single cup?
Listen. I've got no torch for Conte. Yeah, you're talking to the wrong person on that one. You go to the Conte lovers on this one, man. Because
I'll tell you as a former Conte lover. Then, so I drank the Kool-Aid, and it's kind of, you want to be optimistic about your team and see them do well. And I thought, the way last season went and we finished top 4, and I thought, at times we played pretty good, and I thought, okay, we're going to build on that this year, and we've just gone backwards. And I'm like you say, Savva, the inflexibility is really grating on me. Yep. The fact that we never make a substitution until the 65th or 70th minute, instead of, like you say, give them a bollocking at half time and say you've got 5 minutes to sort your shit out or you're coming off, that kind of thing. Because you bring a player on with 20 minutes to go, what the fuck are they going to do? I mean, come on. I agree. So that Sheffield United game was kind of the wake up moment for me. It was like, I mean, I would hazard a guess if you looked at our win percentage when you have both Kane and Romero on the pitch, it would be way higher than when neither of them are playing. So that's why when I saw that lineup, I thought, nah, that's a signal from the management. We're not into this. We don't care. And then you see the players on the pitch, they didn't care. 10 minutes to go, 8 touches on the ball, strolling around. And yeah, both the players and the manager, they've got to be accountable. I want to see them gone, basically.
Well, one thing that really worries me about our team, though, and Danny said this, and I question him on this. Last year, they said they gave him a target of top 4.
Well, there you go.
Right? And I was like, okay, Danny, so you have to give them a target to make them really want to work for it.
Okay, yeah, you're right, man.
I mean, and I was like that just sums it all up because, as I say, Paul, I've got to be honest, Paul, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't agree with you because you can tell me about Bill Nicholson, yeah. You can tell me about Keith Birkinshaw, yeah. That was when we were really relevant, Bob, yeah. That was when we were really the team of the decade, Bob. That's what you want to really talk about. Danny Blountflower, Jimmy Greaves, yeah. I mean, some of these players can't even touch them because everybody's calling Emerson the Cafu. Yeah. You Cafu, bro. Yeah. Danny Blountflower would be looking at that and thinking, you're having a laugh. You know what I mean?
Alec, can I ask something here? And I've just done a little bit of, whilst me sitting there listening to you guys, I've done a bit of research. Davinson Sanchez, Ben Davis, and Eric Dyer get the slagging match. We got knocked out to Middlesbrough. Bear in mind, okay, everyone's saying that those 3 defenders are a problem. Only 2 of them played out of those 3. This is the team that lost to Middlesbrough in the cup. And before anybody says anything, hear me out. Hugo Lloris, Christian Romero, Eric Dyer, Ben Davis, Matt Doherty, Højbjerg, Winks, Sessegnon, Kulusevski, Son, and Kane. That was a team that lost, by the way. The subs he brought on Region, Royale, Bergwijn, and Dane Scarlett. So when everyone wants to blame Sanchez, and that's fine, I get it, he's a crap defender. Wasn't involved in that game, and we lost. So, and Harry Kane was involved in that game, and our best attacking 3 players were in that game, and we lost. So when everyone says about, a weakened side, didn't play a weakened side against Middlesbrough, we got knocked out. Played our best team there. So
Perchy, you're preaching to the guy that calls Kane a loser.
No. So, I'm not saying that. But no, I know that. I'm not saying about that. But when people, it's, I know you do, and I do a bit. It robs me up the wrong way, but I try and let it go because I actually like you. But the point being is those 3 defenders that gets the blame. That was the reason we get knocked out of tournaments. Sanchez didn't play in the game against Middlesbrough. But Kane was involved again when we lost to Zagreb, Mura, Middlesbrough, and Nottingham Forest. But because it's Harry Kane, he gets protection. I can't believe I'm saying this, by the way. I'm not having to go at Harry Kane. That's not the point I'm trying to make. But my point being is the point I'm trying to make is nobody. It's very easy to pick the 3 worst players and blame them. But nobody blames the favourites. No one blames Højbjerg. No one blames Harry Kane. No one blames Heung-min Son. By
the way, Perchy, I've been calling Højbjerg bang average since everybody was loving him so much. I've been banging him. I've been bang average, and also I've been saying things about Son as well. I said he's been bang average as well. But then I get critiques telling me, "Oh, why you talk about Son like that, boy? You don't know anything. You don't know his stats. You don't know this. You don't know that. You don't know this. You don't know this." Well, I do know that we don't. How many trophies have we won, bruv? No, 0. That's all I need to say, and that's
Alex,
I'm done.
I wasn't saying it about you. I wasn't saying about you, but my point being is when people just go, "Our defense is shit," nothing else gets questioned, and that was what I was just bringing it back because I was amazed. That was the team that we lost to Middlesbrough, and I was just going through some of the more famous recent defeats.
Do you question Harry Kane then?
I do question. I don't necessarily question him, but I question our actual collective mentality at the football club. I look at it as a broader thing. I don't look at it in one individual player.
That Middlesbrough game, you still got it up there.
Yep.
So read out that midfield little gems again.
Yeah. What our midfield? We played Doherty on the right, Højbjerg, Winks, and Sessegnon.
Oh, so problems there because I do.
But we flip it.
Pete, read out for me who the Middlesbrough midfield was, please, because this is where we get silly.
Okay. They played Isaiah Jones, someone called Crooks, Johnny Howson, Marcus Tavernier, and Neil Taylor.
There we go. There's always an excuse. There's always
Sessignon, Winks, and
do you want to hear their team?
Three of our midfielders on the day.
Do you want to hear their 4-11 that they beat us, by the way, with Joe Lumley in goal? Have a look where he's playing at the moment. That will sort of tell you it. Someone called Jack Steele, Dale Fry, Paddy McNair, Isaiah Jones, Crooks, Howson, Tavernier, Neil Taylor, Sporer, and Duncan Watmore.
Hey, I'm gonna say goodbye now, folks, because I'm a bit under the weather. But good luck with the stream, Savva. See everyone. Come on, you Spurs. Probably.
Big up, Paul.
They subbed on Lee Peltier, Sol Bamba, Mark Bowler, Josh Cobham, and Florian Balogun. That was their stuff.
Good stuff.
I wouldn't mind this if we were playing teams in the Premier League that knocked us out. But when we're playing teams like Middlesbrough weren't even good in the Championship last year. Sheffield United, it was their B team. And we're coming out with, the players we fielded weren't good enough to beat them. I feel like it's just, I just don't even know anymore. If anyone truly believes that we weren't good enough to beat Sheffield United on Wednesday night, then there's something very wrong.
Yeah, there is. There is something very wrong.
That team was good enough, Coover. That team was way good enough.
Again, I'll just say we were pointing out before the game and called it out. It's a game we're going to lose, isn't it?
I'm I'm still angry with them. I'm still angry from the conference last year. I was still angry, but I feel disappointed. I feel angry. Well, I'm angry anyway. But I wasn't. I'm not just angry about that. It's just because I just think it was an opportunity. That's the thing. Because I gave my chest out saying that we should have won. Got to the final. Looking at the teams that are left in this competition. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it just proves my point. We're a bang average team with Harry Kane as well. And that's why I'd say, and by the way, to George, I'm not going to drop it because I'm going to keep on saying it, bruv, because he needs to leave. And who was twerking for Manchester City a couple of seasons ago, bruv? Harry Kane, because he wanted trophies, bruv. Because he knows that he's not a decorated champion. That's it. And that's all I need to say.
Question? If Antonio Conte is this wonderful manager, why has the mentality not been changed? Why have those players gone out the other night and the mentality isn't to win every ball? The mentality isn't to attack. The mentality
again, long conversation. It comes from the top. It's ingrained in this club. Everything's rosy, everything's cushy. Always is. That's what happens every time. It happens manager after manager, though.
So okay, I'm gonna ask another one. I'm gonna flip it into another one. So the team that we lost to Nottingham Forest, by the way, Fraser Forster, Davinson Sanchez, Eric Dyer, Longley, Doherty, Skip, Bissouma, Højbjerg, Sessignon, Kane, and Perisic. Again, apart from Sanchez, you could go any one of those starts for us at the moment if they're not injured. You wouldn't be shocked if they did. Okay, and they made 9 changes in that game against
9.
They had Hennessy, Aurier, Worrell, Bowley, Loddy, Yates, Mangala, O'Brien, Lingard, Owonyi, and Surridge. We subbed on Richarlison, Gill, Kulusevski, Spence, and Bentancur. Basically, we subbed our first team on.
So basically, Perchy, every time a team worse than us makes more changes than us, we still can't compete with them, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
For a team that finished top 4 in the league, this makes 0 sense. It just
cup. The other thing is, cup killings do happen. They always have.
But they happen to us every single time.
Every time under Conte, not every other manager. This is where, when people, like you just came out with the sweeping statement of, it happens with every manager.
Yeah, okay.
Not
Zagreb.
always. Yeah, but I can counter that with when I can counter that with when Jose got us to a final.
Norwich, Colchester.
Yeah, but didn't Poch get to finals?
Still got beaten by the likes of Colchester and Norwich.
But
you're
not listening to my point. Then you're just running away with the agenda again. The point is this. Conte, it's every time in the cups, every time without fail.
Yeah, he's a limited manager. He's there for winning leagues. Couldn't give a shit. Don't want him anyway.
Hang on. I know, but that's not the point. The point is, when we're going Zagreb, Colchester, with those other managers, it was one-offs. Conte's is every single smaller club we play, we get beaten. The other managers manage cup runs and manage to get to semis and finals. Conte can't. See, again, this is Mikel. Again, this isn't true. Again, I can't. This isn't factual. Mourinho couldn't. Pochettino couldn't. Right? Mourinho and Pochettino did. They got to finals. Mikel. You don't know our club. If you don't know the club, you shouldn't write about it. Yes, we lost to Colchester, but in other years, Poch made it to a semi in the League Cup and a final in the League Cup by beating lesser teams. Jose Mourinho made it to the final of the League Cup, beating lesser teams. Conte
got us to the semi in the League Cup last season, so
Conte.
It's not far away, is it?
Huh?
It's not far away from a final, is it?
Conte wasn't at the club for the first few rounds of that competition, was he?
Does it matter?
Of course it does, because if he wasn't the manager at that time, we can't give him credit for the wins.
But who did we play that was any good on the way?
What the team in the Carabao Cup?
Oh, God,
if you look at who we played, we beat in the
EFL. It's like this new narrative of the reason we can't do well in domestic cups is because of Conte. We don't win anything. We never win cups.
No, but again, you're changing the narrative. Who said about winning it? I'm talking about getting past lower league opposition for a start. No one said about winning it. That's what everyone does. They go, we don't win. I'm not talking about winning.
Well, if we don't win anyway, then what does it matter?
No, but that's not the point. That's
Isn't not. It's all part of the same thing. This is the point. Not. It doesn't matter. That's the club ethos.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
To me, comes from the top. It doesn't matter.
But it's too convenient. It's too convenient to have the same excuse.
Because if that's the case, if that is the case, then that should get out of jail free card for Antonio Conte. It means we can't judge him on getting knocked out of domestic cups because it's not what we want. We're not set. I'm sorry, but we're talking about a manager that gets paid 15 million quid a year. So we're saying is that he isn't judged. We can't judge him as a fan base on him getting knocked out to Chelsea last year's in the semi-final, got battered in both semi-finals in the Carabao Cup. It was Middlesbrough in the FA Cup. Then it was Nottingham Forest's reserves, and then Sheffield United's reserves in the FA Cup. So we can't judge. We're not allowed to judge him on that.
They're shit results, but I'm sticking with the point of if the directive from the people at the very top of the club is domestic trophies do not matter. Why can we expect anybody under them to take this trophy seriously? From director of football to players.
We've got no proof that exists.
Oh, come on.
Okay, if that's the case, how did Jose get to a final if he was told that's not
why did he get sacked going for the final then?
Well, there's a lot of reasons that float around as to why he got sacked.
Yeah.
There's a lot of reasons that float around. But if that's the case, why did Poch get to finals if we weren't meant to be taking cups seriously? Why did Jose? Why did Ramos? Why it just seems it's very convenient for this manager that he never has to do anything. Like, he's got the ready-made excuses. The next time we play in a cup under him, the excuse is already there from fans. Levy's lost this game for us already.
Yeah.
Conte picked the wrong team. Conte didn't make still in, right? They picked the wrong team. They didn't make any changes. They left 5 defenders on. Right? I'm sorry. At some point, the accountability. If Harry Kane wasn't wanted to be played, if Kulusevski wasn't wanting to be played by the board, and they specifically said rest these players, why were they at the game? Why were they on the bench? If he didn't want to risk them.
Yeah, I'll just to sort of interlude on that point. If it's a directive by the board and the ownership, why are we then not just taking an under-23 team out there?
Exactly.
What if that's the case? Why are we still playing players, our first team players? I would. Do you know what, Cooper? I would completely get your point on what you're trying to say. If we don't play one first team player, not one. If none of the players that we play, listen, let's just put it out there. Let's just put it out there. We've got a problem in midfield. So if your point is why did we not take the academy players and just go, do you know what? We don't care about the cups. And do you know what? If that was the case, I go, do you know what? I don't care anymore because that's how it is. I think it's an easy argument, and it's similar to what Savva just said. It's an easy argument saying we don't care about the cups. Then why did he play basically, apart from 2 players, everyone in the first team?
Yeah. Why didn't Devine play?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's why didn't they? Shit. It's all part of the same thing, though. It just doesn't matter.
No, it's not. You can't have it both ways.
It is part of the same thing. It doesn't matter. So he tries to wing it, whatever. But in the minimum required, the he thinks might get away with it.
But if it doesn't matter, why did we not take the academy players? If it doesn't matter.
I agree. Why not?
Right, because what you're saying in the first instance isn't true.
Yeah.
If he was told cups are not important, don't go further in the cups. Right?
No, not don't go further in the cups. It's do not sacrifice league games for the pursuit of the cups. So
then why did he sub Harry Kane on?
Yeah,
trying to get something out of it and wing it through to the next round. But you
just said don't sacrifice it. So if Harry Kane got injured in that second half, he's sacrificing him. So he's putting him on the pitch. Is my point?
Yeah, it's a risk. Yeah.
So he's then gone against what he's been told by the board. But this is my point: is you can.
I'm confused. We seem to want it all ways. It seems to be the cup's not important. That's a directive from the top. But those players that were rested for the league game come on anyway, and we take the risk anyway.
Are you saying the board is saying the cups are also a priority then?
But I don't think that game had anything to do with the board. I think that's a very convenient excuse because we've seen before we can get to finals. We can. Listen, I don't even care. I don't even care what the board said. That team should have beaten Sheffield United's B team. That team, if it wasn't winning, the manager at half-time should have gone, right, Kane, get on. Kulu, get on. Centre half, come off.
There are things he definitely should have done earlier to change it about, yeah.
But they never do.
But they don't, no. That's on Conte, that part of it, no doubt. But, again, how do you get into the mindset of a player that's, starting a game like that and, they know Harry Kane's not playing. They know the club's obviously not going hell for leather to get this trophy. You can see that by the team selections. It's like they can see who's being saved for the big games. Why are you going to suddenly think, oh, yeah, this is...
Hang on, do you believe Kane and Kulusevski looked at the 11 we put out and the 11 they put out and thought, yeah, we don't care about winning this? I looked at that 11 and our 11 and went, they're playing kids and 37-year-olds. Like that was never who could have looked at that and said we're less serious than they are about winning the cup.
Yeah, that's a great shout.
I don't get it. get it. We seem to want it every way just to blame the owners for getting knocked out to Sheffield United's B team.
Okay.
Can't we just say the manager got it monumentally wrong, messed up, and we got knocked out? Why are
the players didn't show up at all.
Why are we never ever, as this fan base, allowed to just say the manager got it wrong, we got knocked out? Why does it always have to be, well, the board have done this? Why?
Shit manager, sack him, it'll never happen again. Are we saying that?
No, that's not the point. The point is from the fans. Why can we never just turn around and say the manager got it wrong, we got knocked out, we were terrible on the night? Why does it always have to go, the board gave this directive? What? I just don't get it.
Well,
see again, Mikhail, grow up. Look, what do you mean? Of course, this can happen in the future. But my point is, it's happening every time under Conte. Every time under Conte. This is what I mean. Fans like Mikhail will back Conte no matter how bad he does, no matter how bad his selection. But when it was other managers, from fans, it was out. This manager's a dinosaur. Get them out. Conte gets knocked out by these clubs, and it's the board. It's not Conte.
Do you remember all those seasons we were getting into the Europa League and pissing it away? I do.
But when you say pissing it away, sometimes we were just beaten by a better team. I don't know. Hey?
I
don't mind if we lose to a better team. I don't mind if we give it a good go, and you come away and you go, good game, they were the better side. But the problem is when you're losing to Sheffield United's B team and half the fan base turn around and go, Enoch, I'm sorry.
And in the arguments, and this is the point I make. In the arguments when people use the one about the Europa League, yeah, we did pitch up and rotate with players here and there and stuff. I remember that. Yeah, of course. We tried to give some of the young lads a go. It's how Harry Kane actually broke through the Europa League. But look at the 11 we played on Wednesday. Far better than any of those teams. We were playing kids in those Europa League games. Like we were playing Ryan Mason when he was breaking through the under-23s, Bentaleb through the under-23s, Harry Kane through the under-23s. When we were in those Europa League games, we were playing younger players because the idea is we'll use that to embed them and actually improve some of those players to a certain degree. We didn't play an under-23 young lad team against Sheffield United. As I said to you, it was only two players that don't start in our team every single week in the league didn't play. As I said, Lucas Moura and Davinson Sanchez. So I can't get the narrative of it being a B.
And I can't get the narrative of when you have a 23-year sample of failure.
But it's not the people at the top. That's the problem. It's not. As I gave you loads of examples earlier where we beat these teams and get to deep in competition.
We're doing great then. I must be mistaken.
No. Again, you've done that thing again where when I find a fact, you change it to...
We've won one trophy in 23 years, Sav. That's the thing.
But again, you've changed it.
Any argument about success has to come down to lack of success, and that does come from
no one said success. The conversation was about finishing deep into these tournaments. So about getting to semi-finals and finals. We were doing that under other managers. Is the point? We get knocked out in the early rounds with Conte all the time, barring that one time in the Carabao Cup last season when we got into
Okay.
And he only got into that tournament in November, and he only played when we beat West. He was only in charge when we beat West Ham, and then obviously the semi-final against Chelsea.
Let me do it another way. What are the consequences for Conte for losing in these cups so early this season?
Nothing.
What's going to happen to it for losing?
Nothing.
So it doesn't matter, does it?
But you could say that of any manager at any club. How many managers get sacked because they don't go through in a cup? When did Pep get knocked out of the League Cup? He's not been sacked.
They win the League Cup on a regular basis, don't they?
Okay, when did Arteta get sacked for getting knocked out the FA Cup?
They've been winning it.
They only won it once.
Has Brendan Rodgers been sacked for losing the other night to Blackburn?
He should have been.
Could have been.
No, hang on, but again, you see what's happening here. When the answer needs to be yes or no, we change it. Was
he won't. No.
Right, no. Why? How many managers get the sack after not winning in the cups?
None.
Right?
No one does.
So that argument it doesn't mean just. I'm not saying Conte should be sacked for not winning those games. My point is, at some point, we have to be able to put accountability. I'm not saying every game, right? Sometimes we have to be able to put accountability on the manager and his tactics and his crap substitutions. Not every game, but we
there you
never.
go. Then. So he's not good enough, is he?
No. Okay. We never seem to be allowed to, ever.
Oh, I'm quite happy to get rid of him. I can't stand.
But that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
It does. Well, I mean, what do you want to do? If you're going to hold him accountable, it's terrible management. We lost in both of the cups this season.
Yeah, but people
then,
just need.
He's got to go then, hasn't he?
No, no.
It's terrible. You say it keeps happening with him. He's got to be a really bad manager then, hasn't he?
We're changing the narrative again. This isn't talking about sacking anyone. This is talking about the fact that fans like Perky and I, cannot even blame a manager for something without anybody every time going, no, it's the board. But then when we win games, everyone is so quick to go, there you go, you're in the mud. Look how good Kante is. Look at his tactics. Look at his formation. He's a winner. But when he loses a game and we point it out, it's not him, it's the board. And the problem with that argument is it's not consistent because when we win a game, no one praises
that argument though. I can't stand anything he does.
Who?
Conte.
No, I'm not saying you. This wasn't about you. This was about
the collective fan base. Yeah.
It's so many people. Look, so many people in the chat go, "Oh, it's bred into the club." Well, was it bred into the club when Jose got us to a final? I didn't see us losing against crap teams under Jose in the cup. I saw us getting to a final. I didn't see us losing to crap teams when we got to semi-finals under Poch against Man United and Chelsea. But every time it happens with Conte,
this is the thing though. If you're saying every time it happens with Conte, which I agree, it's been a dreadful record.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, he's clearly not good enough, is he?
Or he's not taking it serious enough. There's a difference.
Kind of fits in with perhaps it doesn't matter at this club.
but
don't take it seriously.
But my point being, Cooper, this is why I always go to that, and I'll go to the extreme lengths of if it doesn't matter, if he's told one, okay, this is my point. So my point being is one, if it doesn't matter, point one, why doesn't he not go and say, do you know what? The attitude from the board, I'm going to walk out because they don't want. They're more focused on just getting Champions League money and stuff.
Well,
Point
sort of like in a press conference when he goes, you know what? Well, I can't go at other clubs. I'm expected to win things at this club. Fourth, fifth,
okay.
Sixth,
Point
I
two.
don't know what they want to do.
Yeah, but point two, as I said earlier, then why didn't he play a bunch of kids in the games? And also, and someone made a great point earlier, why did we beat Portsmouth and Preston? What if it meant nothing to us? Why didn't we get knocked out in the first round that we got in on the third round and gone? Do you know what? We're not into it.
Because there's a difference between it not. There's a difference between it not mattering and deliberately throwing it.
Savva, can I just interject here a minute? You know, you said that you've got 3 different links. You're almost up for 8 hours on this.
I'm literally saying the next.
I didn't know if you'd noticed.
No, I just noticed. I can't believe we've made it to 16 hours. I can't believe it. I love a good debate. Oh, it's good fun. I've got to stop this one. I have put the link.
Yeah, let's stop this debate as well. God's sake.
Well, we can change the debate. That's fine.
Let's just agree on things are pretty shitty and it's not fun.
We all know that. We all know that. One second. People in the chat. 1 second. I'm sorry. People in the chat with me on the screen. Hang on. There we go. Right, just quickly before we end this one, thanks, Wayne, for reminding me. That's for you guys. Just quickly, sorry, I don't want to be horrible. Achala has said the 1-0, 2-1 annual lower league result versus Spurs always happens. It can't be the manager if it happens every season under different managers. It doesn't happen every season under different managers. Adrian has said, big up all. How about doing an Art of Defending by Sanchez video? Should be very educational. Yep. We'll ask Paul. Gogamar, thank you very much. Always in the chat, always big support. Says thank you, Savva Panels charity stream. Syria and Turkey praying for you. Adrian cheers back again and says, agreed that it is all down to hunger and who wants it more. If we lost out to the Blades due to a smash and grab because we were camped in their half, peppering their goal, will the exit be more palatable? Yes. Yes, it would.
Yeah.
So listen, people, I do need to stop this stream. I'm going to start the other one. I've put the link in the chat. The link is in the chat. I've just put it there for anyone that can stay up past 4 a.m.
It's 5 a.m. for me, mate. Flipping heck. We're going
over 122 people watching at the moment.
Fair play to everyone in the chat.
It's mad. Listen, everybody, all 122 people, jump over. You've got the new link. We'll find a new debate to school Coover on. I mean, to debate with Coover on, and we'll take it from there.
Are we confirming that me and Savva are right again?
No,